downtown lights start to come out at night, we go insane, we go insane. And when I arrive, I start to lose my mind. I go insane, I go insane. Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. Cause I ain't got no friends, I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road. I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road. When the downtown lights start to come out at night, we go insane, we go insane. And when I arrive, I start to lose my mind. I go insane, I go insane. Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. Cause I ain't got no friends, I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road. tell me if you agree that this loving is true? I said, tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you can see me in your future too? Do you feel like I feel? You're not like the girls I knew before. Their diamonds shine, but you're shining more. They don't make me smile the way you do. I'd run 1,000 miles just to be with you. They don't make me smile the way you do. I'd run 1,000 miles just to be with you. Run up on me now, show me a sign. Show me a sign. Don't play with my heart like you play with my mind, my mind, my mind. Tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you agree that this loving is true? I said, tell me, baby, won't you tell me if you can see me in your future too? Do you feel like I feel?
recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Do we have everybody? Yeah, I didn't check.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
And after a few short questions, we'll be playing another phone call from here, Judge, so make sure the is connected through podium.
Okay.
Yep.
Need to turn the TV on too, so.
Could have mixed them up because all the jurors.
Well, I know, that's why I,
Todd Paul.
Yeah. Right, and that's, yeah, that's what I thought. So. Well, that's right. We're in day what? And I don't know any of these people.
And I joke with these guys about it.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Taking a minute here to make sure I have all of the right people, because I understand that there were two juries that sort of came in at the same time, and wanted to make sure everybody made it to the right place. All right. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked you every day previously. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some telephone calls, I believe it was. And Mr. Allen, how do you wish to proceed at this point?
So we were in the middle of, just so the record is very clear,
Exhibit 57.
57 we finished. Actually, I think 58 we finished, Judge. And we had also at the same time, former Special Agent John Grusing on the stand.
Yes.
He's here, so we were just asking him to retake the stand.
Okay, Mr. Grusing, if you would retake your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Grusing.
Good morning.
So we've had an opportunity to listen to all of the phone calls. We've got still one more to go. How, in your experience, as you're working this particular case, are you using the information you're gathering from these phone calls to develop what you talked about on Wednesday, this pattern of behavior for this particular defendant, to inform you of how you're going to interview her eventually?
Yes, we were working as a team and talking with Al after each call to determine exactly what happened on that call. And then before we would make contact with Letecia the next day, we would compare what we learned that day to previous days to see maybe what our new strategy would be.
Did the strategy change like you're describing from phone call to phone call or from day to day sometimes?
Yes, and even in the middle of a phone call, it might change depending upon her answers.
I noticed in the, I think it was the last phone call, there was a change where you start using the word, or Al does at your direction, I think, start using the word murder as opposed to accident.
That's correct.
Why did that change happen?
It seemed to us that Letecia was not accepting that this was an accident, even though we kept on posing that through Al. And since she was rejecting that, we encouraged Al to see if she would, what she would react to if we said, well, possibly this was a murder and possibly you were responsible.
In that last call also, People's Exhibit 58, I want to ask you about third person. In your life experience, have you encountered people that have referred to themselves in a third person?
At times, yes.
Would that be both professionally and in just regular everyday life?
Yes, most of it was outside of the FBI, actually.
Can that be a hallmark of somebody that's self-absorbed?
It can be, yes.
Okay. Did you find Letecia Stauch during these phone calls and even during your interview with her that we're going to get to later this morning to also be self-absorbed?
Yes, almost every call was centered around her and how she was feeling instead of us trying to get her to focus on Gannon.
Okay. As it relates to those last two phone calls, 57 and 58 that we listened to on Wednesday afternoon, was there any other important information in those phone calls that you used to develop that pattern of behavior in your mind going forward? And obviously, this is a very open-ended question, but I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to explain those issues.
When Al posed to her about possible injuries to Gannon when he was talking with her about murder, she removed Gannon from the conversation and said, "You're saying words like, 'Did I murder someone?' and 'Did I hit anyone over the head with a board?'" And she basically took Gannon out of the injuries that Al was accusing her of doing. We were trained to look for gaps in a story, like hours missing in a day, as well as illogical use of pronouns, and that jumped out at me
Why does that jump out at you?
because it was very personal what they were discussing of Gannon, and then when she's describing the possible that she would be responsible for hitting him in the head with a board or possibly murdering him, she takes Gannon out of the conversation.
Okay. So basically depersonifying Gannon?
Correct.
Okay. This next phone call is the last one that we've admitted. It's People's Exhibit 59. It comes from February 21st, 1:44 p.m. It's 29 minutes long. At this point, Judge, I'd like to go ahead and publish that. It was previously admitted during Mr. Stauch's testimony. And then when this particular phone call is done, we'll bring Mr. Grusing back up.
All right, Grusing, you can go ahead and step down.
Hello?
Okay.
So, hey, you said there was an emergency that you need to talk about?
Yes. Okay? Because I sent you the message about stopping searching, and I said, "Are you ready to work together with me?" Yes, I sent that to you.
Okay, so what is it?
What do you mean? What is it? I'm telling you. Oh my God! I don't know how to clear to say this. Do you believe me now that I didn't do anything wrong?
I mean, I'm just trying to get you made it seem like there was some urgent news that you had to tell me, and this is
To you, and I sent you the link you were talking about with the landfill. That was old.
oh, so there wasn't really anything urgent and pressing that would help me find Gannon.
I'm asking you, are you ready to work together with your wife to do it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm going off your list. Number one, Gannon. So let's focus on that. Okay.
So you read my list. Why are people sending this about lies about airports and all this?
I don't know.
You can't have a straight goal in common.
I don't know. I don't care about social media. Never have. Who cares what people are saying? I rode with my mom to the airport.
Okay, where are you?
Where am I? I
Yes.
told you I just stepped out of work on lunch break.
Like, as in the node?
No, as in the headquarters.
Okay. Are you gonna be like able to like stay with your wife so we can work on this together?
I'm not making any promises.
I need to know like now, like starting tomorrow.
Well, you're not even here. If you're telling me starting tomorrow,
With the dogs. I can't fly the dogs.
well, how did the dogs get to where you're at if they couldn't fly?
I'm in a car with friends. That's all I've been doing. The dogs can't get on that airplane.
What friends?
only thing I'm saying, a friend named Michelle, so the different people, some adjacent people, Jabeen, that works at Harley. We stayed at their house.
Okay.
We've just been staying everywhere. The dogs cannot get on an airplane.
Okay, fair enough. But I want to get back to Gannon.
I want you to tell me you're going to work together with me.
That's not a problem.
Be together so we can break down everything, figure this out, get a plan in place.
But why is the safety of a child contingent upon anything other than finding him?
I can't help you if we're not together.
Yes, you can.
Fine. I can't do any of that together. The safety of a child is both together because we have to write it down 10 freaking times and work through it. That's the safety. I beg for this.
But I still don't understand how you helping me with Gannon is contingent upon anything else.
Contingent. I am your wife. Did you file for divorce? Did you?
I didn't hear what you said. What?
Did you file for divorce?
I told you that already. No. Do you want me to?
No. Are you cheating on me?
Am I cheating on you? No. Listen, we need to focus on Gannon, okay? You told me you had
Some big plan.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's a big plan to find my son. Absolutely. Okay, so listen to me. You made this, like you always do in these scenarios, you made it seem like we could fix this immediately. You got some big piece of information. Listen.
Listen to me and be open-minded in order to. And with that comes you taking my side in order for it to even be working. Because if you go against me, you poke me, you be whatever, you try to do whatever, all these things, we can't get to what you need.
Okay, so that's what I wanted you to say, because you just told me that finding Gannon is contingent upon what you getting what you want. Yeah, you said if I don't buck you or don't be with you and don't sleep with you, yeah, that's what you said in essence, is that if I don't give you what you want, we don't find Gannon. So listen, but hold on, listen, I'm going back in now. I thought you had some emergency.
Number one, okay? Are you going to and have faith and confidence in what I'm saying to you?
If you tell me information I need to know on Gannon, like who took Gannon or what happened to Gannon, then we talk about this other 7 parts of your list, okay? But number one is Gannon. Nothing happens for anybody in the rest of my life, period, until I get information about Gannon or find him. I thought you didn't have a car. Sounds like a car to me.
I told you I dropped these old vehicle to burn some of the old vehicle because I don't have a light.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, number one, I need you to tell me that you have confidence and believe in me, okay?
Number 1 on the list is Gannon, so. Okay, I believe in you and have confidence in you that you'll tell me the truth.
All right. Number one, find again. All right. So why come there hasn't been any kind of locations, searches, anything outside of only where I went? So that should be the most concerning thing to you. Is that the first thing that has to be done? Okay, so tell me why that's not happening.
That's a question we need to ask law enforcement, not me.
But that's not something that you have even thought of to ask, because you called me to ask about this landfill that was false, that someone was messing around with her head, being a dick. But your guy Mark's haven't asked him this several times.
I'm sure. Yes, I've asked him this. Why are you searching there? Well, we can't tell you anything.
Okay, so then here. Okay, next question. Everywhere that I went, okay, was searched. Okay. Acres upon acres upon acres when I didn't even go to those acres.
Still mute.
How do we find Gannon if none of those things, he was none of the places that I went Does that not make you open up your eyes and say that I'm not involved, someone else is?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like back to your first question. I believe in you, okay? But I believe you know that someone else involved and you know who. That's what I want. Okay. So, but see, then you keep sending me messages, emergency, we can fix this right now, but then you never tell me anything.
Number two, that's the second thing. We know that, all right? Anything I haven't done. All right, so why come when I gave them the information that I gave them, why did they not look into it? Why did they not believe it? Why?
What information about Quincy Brown?
Anywhere.
Are you talking about Quincy Brown? What information are you talking about?
No, I did not.
What information?
Okay. You just said they don't tell you anything, right? That's what you said.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
So, which means they would have gotten information from me.
Okay, so what information was it?
That I told them they have not covered any areas except only the areas that I drove.
Okay, but what information are you talking about? Why won't you give me that information? I'm the father of the missing child, Tisha.
But I've already told you one time, and when I told you it wasn't good enough.
Well, tell me again. Tell me right now. I'm in believe Tisha mode.
Okay, how long do you have?
Like 5 to 7 minutes. Honestly, I gotta get back in.
5 to 7 minutes.
Well, what do you need? Tell me what you need. An hour? 10 minutes?
Are you on lunch? I mean, I'm not trying to mess you up at work.
No, I'm working like 4-hour days. So I mean, I've come out because I told you I'd come out around this time. Okay, but I got another hour or some work, and then I'm leaving for the day. Because they're just trying, like I told you this morning, they're trying to phase me back in. So I don't want to be out here for 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, so then what time can you sit down and talk with just you, not with you and all your other clan?
Right now.
So you got 30 minutes to give me right now.
Listen, I'll make up some bullshit when I go back in there, but yeah, I'll give you 30 minutes right now. Walk me through it.
Now I need you to answer this question. Why? How many of the videos, so it can all make sense to you, have you saw other than one video?
Listen, this is not Albert answers a bunch of questions. You tell me. No, you tell me what I'm missing or haven't seen. That's what this is about. This is not you.
Have you seen a video of anyone pulling into our yard after 4 o'clock?
Have I seen a video?
Did you see this?
Have I seen any video of that? I'm not sitting here answering questions, okay? I haven't seen other than what's been released. I haven't seen what's other than been released to the public. I'm not sitting here getting questioned. You said you had a story to tell me about this.
Didn't say I had a story.
Okay.
Helping you.
Okay, well, help me. Don't. Okay, I'm listening.
Did you see any other videos?
I'm listening. I'm not being questioned, okay? Tell me what I'm missing in the video. Just tell me. Don't ask me. Tell me.
In the video, when Harley comes home, and Lena, I'm sure you had to see this. Just tell me where Harley parked her car.
I have no clue, Tisha. Tell me what you're trying to tell me. Now you get me upset.
You haven't seen this.
No, I have not seen anything. I told you that. I've seen what is on the internet on the video about the truck. That's it.
Okay. So can you wait by your phone for 5 minutes?
You said 30 minutes, and just if you got something.
30 minutes. But I need you to wait by your phone for 5 minutes because I have this girl's kids in here.
Yeah, what?
Her kids are in her car. I drove to get some food. I have her kids in here. So I just need 5 minutes to pull up in the yard for the kids to get out.
Why does that keep you from sending a video?
It's not sending the video.
What?
I don't want to talk about it with kids around. They can hear me. I'm asking you for 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. Let me pull in the yard and they get out.
Just tell me what you got to tell me. There's no kids in the car. I don't hear a peep, okay?
There is a kid in the car.
Listen, listen, I knew either you tell me now, or I'm just gonna put the phone down and go back into work, okay? Because I don't got time to sit here. You jerk me around. I'm tired of you jerking me around.
Literally almost to the street.
Listen, I don't have 5 minutes. I got the 30 minutes you asked for. I got that. You start telling me whatever it is you got to tell me. Who cares if a kid's in the car? That should be a good thing that you know information that can help you find the missing kid. I'm sure they've heard about it.
Well, I don't know if they did. They might have not have.
Well,
I'm turning on her street. Just hold on.
yeah, okay.
I swear to you, I'm literally turning on her street.
I'm
right
not
here.
questioning you. I'm in believe Tisha mode. I'm just waiting for some facts that I can believe.
Turning on her street.
Okay, I believe you.
Like I'm passing the church right now.
What church?
And then I'm going on to this.
All right. So,
Church, I guess their church. I don't know if they go to church there. I don't know.
oh, you passed by it, but there's no sign? Okay, cool.
Yeah, there was a sign. I'm looking at the road so I can
Okay.
make sure it's the turn.
All right. Hey, I believe you.
I think that I know my way around.
I believe you. I'm not trying to question you. I just want to know if I knew the church or the pastor or anything.
Sorry, I'm literally turning in right now. And all I gotta do is pull over here. Can you go inside with your mom and then I'll just and I'll be in a minute to let the dogs out. Hold on. All right, give me 1 minute.
So, yeah, okay. You there? Tisha? Yep, I'm here.
Let's stay here. And then I'll get the dogs and I get back and we just go. And then we can try to get to work. Okay. Literally opening the door, she's getting out. Make sure you do that stuff for your mom. All right. Where did you put mine at? Right there? Okay. Thank you. See you in a little bit. Sorry, her daughter is like old age. Anyway, all right. So, what behind all that is telling you is, I need you to believe Albert. I need you to believe that someone did take Gannon. I need you to believe that I've already given the police department the description. I've already did that. I need you to quit thinking that it's somebody just made up, because it's not. Obviously, I didn't do it. There's no way possible that I could have been hours and hours away in a certain window. I need you to help them look at that. I'm telling you, Gannon would have left our neighborhood anywhere between that time frame, and it wouldn't even be surprised if it weren't like the kid in North Carolina.
What certain window are you talking about?
The certain window I'm talking about, between 3 and anywhere that evening, because here's why. There was a lot of people out and about in the neighborhood. Everywhere.
So you weren't home during that certain window? Is that what you said?
Do what?
You said you weren't home during that certain window, or he could have left in that certain window?
I'm saying that's when it happened. So by the time I called, okay, Gannon still could have been in the neighborhood.
But you said when it happened. What is it, Tisha?
I told you already. You haven't looked at it to see. Okay, go to the ring. See, we went out the front door. When we left, we went out the front door. Okay? When we left, I set the alarm. I went out the front door. I came back in the front door, made sure the alarm was set, went out the garage. You could see that on the ring. When I came out, I think it was like 10:07, 10:08-ish, maybe. We left out. We were in the garage.
Okay.
There was no more, at that time, there was no more anybody going in and out. And the dogs do not set off the motion in the house.
Right.
They don't. Okay?
Not when they're in their crates. You're right.
Yeah, not within their crates. And as sure as heck, if I'm somewhere upstairs, they're with me. They're not just roaming around doing a thing. They're following somebody that they look. Okay? When we came back, I told you 15,000 times about the car following us at Petco. The reason I left the phone at Petco, you want to know why? Why don't y'all go check the alarm on it? I set an alarm for it to go off if I hadn't came back in the time frame to call the police. I set the alarm on there, Albert. There was no intention. I had my watch on, so it was no hiding where I was going or whatever.
But wait. So you set an alarm to call the police? Why?
No, not because someone was following us
From the house or from Petco?
from the house
Okay.
to Petco.
Okay.
Then from Petco, that's why I kept walking to the door to look, because Gannon was laying down. He was playing the switch, so I knew that they knew nobody was in the car. That's what they thought. Maybe I was being over suspicious.
Well, so help me out here, because I'm in believe teacher mode. So okay, just so you know that. But somebody's following you from the house, and you leave Gannon in the truck.
They never knew anybody was in the truck.
But if they followed you from the house, didn't they see y'all get into the truck?
I was not like from the house as in our house, like as in the area that.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Help me be in believe teacher mode. Okay. All right. Don't start spinning. Just tell me.
I'm spinning.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to.
Let me go through the whole entire thing.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay? So I sit there. I was playing with these period pad things because apparently dogs have periods. Okay? So I'm holding the thing, and I sat there and I said, alarm, just for the alarm to go off. Like, whatever. That was for the alarm to go off. Maybe I was being too superstitious. I just was being whatever. I don't know. Okay?
Sorry.
And now you're yawning?
Listen, I don't sleep good at night. I haven't for years. You know that. So go ahead.
Albert, I was supposed to deliver papers.
Deliver.
So I couldn't do it, Albert.
Deliver papers for what? Tisha?
When I went to Nevada, there was this pregnant lady. So I agreed to help the pregnant lady because she was really, really pregnant. She gets in the car, which is why Gannon was not in the front seat. He was in the back seat.
You said wait. You said when you went to Nevada?
Went through Nevada.
Oh. I'm like, what? You're in Nevada? Anyways, go ahead.
Right. When I realized she's not pregnant, once she gets in the car,
Was this the same lady that was following you?
I don't know if they were following us. I just know there was a car following us. When I get off, I turn where Harley gets the eyelashes done because I thought I would lose them. Then I saw a pregnant lady. She looked legit like 8 months pregnant.
What kind of car was following you? Because maybe they.
He told you this 15 times.
Oh, okay.
It was a blue something, like a blue little car, like a Cooper or something like this.
Okay, so like a blue, not red, right? Just a blue one.
No, there was the red earlier in the day was nothing. It's already been checked out.
Okay, all right.
The reason I know that one's been checked out is because I had somebody in Lorson Ranch do it.
All right, I was just making sure. I make sure I keep these cards straight. So there's the blue one, not the red one.
See, I'm
No, don't get upset. Don't get upset. I'm just trying to get it straight. I'm not picking holes in your story. I'm just making sure we're on the blue car. Okay. So now back to the pregnant lady that gets in the front seat.
So the pregnant lady gets in the front seat, but she's not really pregnant. I don't know that she's not really pregnant, but she says she just needs a ride. I felt bad. She looked really, really pregnant, like 8 months.
I said, I'm just listening.
You know what? I'm not going to help if you're going to do this to me.
Listening and believing?
I really, really came in this to be honest with you.
Okay, and I'm just listening.
No, you aren't. You're being a dick by saying, That's being a dick to me.
I don't know why you're saying that, but does the pregnant lady know what happened to G? Does she know where Gannon went?
Can I finish?
Yeah, absolutely.
She wasn't really pregnant. She had about, I don't even know how much money inside of this thing that makes her look pregnant. So you know where my mind immediately goes?
Where?
What would you think a pregnant person disguising as pregnant but money in her belly means?
She probably robbed a bank.
Okay, she might have.
Or I am.
She could be involved in something crazy, right?
Yeah. I would be scared myself, even if it was a woman.
Yeah, because that's pretty scary, right? You're making fun of this like it's
No, I'm not. If somebody got in my truck with a pregnant belly full of cash, I'd be worried to death. You're right.
I don't know. I don't know how else to help other than to know we were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. Are you talking about Petco?
Yes, because Petco, I just was supposed to walk in Petco, look around, be normal, go drop this lady off somewhere.
Oh, so she told you to walk into Petco?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She forced me.
Of course, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she have a weapon, like a gun or a knife or something to threaten you, or what?
How do you think someone would force you? You're sensitive.
No, you're a tough girl, so it's going to take a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. If somebody,
Tough girl.
yeah. I don't think you'd be scared easy by somebody like that. So that's just what I'm saying. You probably start swinging unless she had a gun or a knife or something.
This is a joke to you.
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to.
You finally are getting like legit, and it's a joke to you.
I'm sorry you think that, but go ahead.
I'm not. Forget it, man. You're not wanting to stand by my side. You don't want to help.
I'm right here standing by your side, listening to the truth. Okay, I'm in believe teacher mode, like I told you.
Yeah, and then what you're gonna do? Tell me I'm telling a lie and hang up?
Are you telling a lie?
No, that's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna believe it. I told you it was beyond your wildest imagination to know he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He was in the wrong place, or y'all were in the wrong place? Okay, we was in the wrong place. Okay, all right. I mean, are you telling me this? I don't know. You want me to believe you, but I feel like you're just telling me something to make me feel better about Gannon missing. Okay, so because it was kind of like the Quincy Brown thing. I mean, now it's a pregnant lady with cash in her belly. Okay, I believe you. What's next? What happened next?
Now you're making silly.
No, I'm trying to make sense of all of it. Okay, you want me to believe you? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Tell me the rest of the story.
Albert, to sum it up, it's just being caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time with people who are money laundering, wanting me or whoever they can get to deliver paper to these Mexican restaurants, and you're supposed to get packages back from them. And I wouldn't do it. So that's why we were on County Line Road, because I was scared to death. I left. So I was going round and round and round to make sure that no car followed me.
So is that where they were trying to send you, or you just went there because you knew that was out in the boonies?
No, because 25, I got on Interstate 25 and it was backed up.
Oh, so you did like we did that one time and took a detour.
With nothing to do with whatever. They've already searched the entire area. I'm innocent. That's who has Gannon, okay?
The pregnant lady with the cash?
No, whoever has proof, because I've already given it to the Mexican guy. Why do you think I told you that about the Quincy thing? Because the whole Mexico. We need to be looking at any routes going into Mexico, and I've been telling you this.
No, but okay, all right. I'm out of believe Tisha mode now, okay, because you told me Quincy Brown was in Colorado Springs. His family told your news reporter that he's in Mexico, okay? You didn't know that beforehand. And of course, you have nothing to say about that. I'll talk to you later.
Mr. Grusing, if you would, I assume that's who you want, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, and remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Art. Mr. Grusing, we talked about just prior to you, us actually listening to that last phone call about Letecia being very focused on herself as opposed to finding Gannon. Did there seem to be a focus on, from her standpoint, on making sure she was going to stay with Al?
Yes.
What's the significance of that in your mind as an investigator?
She wanted finding Gannon to be contingent upon Al coming back into the marriage with her.
Was it fairly consistent that she would precondition giving information on Mr. Stauch promising to stay with her?
Yes,
Did that help with your building pattern of behavior preparing for her interview?
it did.
Does that also give her a way to calculate the flow of information that law enforcement got?
She was, yes.
In what way?
Well, and Al was doing a good job of deflecting questions. She was probing for what he knew, what he had seen. And as Al and our team knew from now, whatever facts we would give her would shift her story to meet those.
Along those lines, was it clear based on these phone calls that she was very closely following the advancement of the investigation?
Yes,
And would she appear to, from your perspective, use the information that she would get from following the investigation and then explain away things that might be found in different areas?
she would. And because it was only her and Gannon together, it's only her story that mattered.
Did that appear to be an effort to manipulate the investigation?
Yes,
Is that a calculated move on her part?
it was.
There was that one section in that last phone call where she is expressing concern with areas of searches. Is that showing that indication that she's following the investigation from afar?
Yes, you're right.
Was she still at this particular point trying to imply that she was in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes.
Did you know specifically where she was at this particular time?
Yes, we knew she was in South Carolina.
Talking about her efforts to manipulate the investigation, did she point throughout all of these phone calls at random unknown persons?
It's hard to say random. It seemed to be somewhat calculated.
Random from your perspective as an investigator, calculated from her perspective. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes,
Okay. So we have Eduardo, right?
correct.
Uh, the information that she gave about identifying Eduardo, so any identifying features, do you remember that right now?
I don't.
Okay. If it was basically a 5'8", thinner Hispanic male with pockmarked face, uh, is that a very detailed or not very detailed description of somebody?
Not if you have extensive interaction with him, which she told us in her story that she did. That was prior to me coming on, so I was reviewing that information.
Okay. And then changing it later to say, well, maybe he was actually a black guy, like a Puerto Rican.
Correct.
And then developing into Quincy Brown.
Yeah, I believe next she went to Uncle Matt.
I was going to get to Uncle Matt here in just a second. Do you remember as it develops into the Quincy Brown story?
I do.
Did that coincide with the same time that Most Wanted release was issued for Quincy Brown in Colorado Springs media?
Yes.
And then you mentioned Uncle Matt. Did she give any identifying features for an Uncle Matt?
She did not. She laid the blame for Uncle Matt at Gannon, saying this was Gannon had been talking about Uncle Matt prior to Gannon's disappearance, and then Gannon was jumping on Uncle Matt, and then Gannon disappeared because of Uncle Matt.
There's that one portion of time where she's at least relaying the idea that she's driving in a car with some other kid in this last phone call that we just listened to.
Yes.
Could you hear any noises from that side of the phone call that indicated a kid was in the car?
We could not.
Did you hear any doors open or close like she was indicating she just dropped a kid off?
No.
There's also reference by her about driving past a church. You remember that portion?
Yes.
And Al actually presses her and says, what's the name of the church?
Correct.
I didn't hear. Did she give a name of that church?
Couldn't hear her give a name. At least I didn't.
There was an interesting quote that she made in that particular call, and it was, I need you to believe someone took Gannon. What's the significance of that type of a statement from the defendant?
Well, she was, again, the last one with him, and she's now tried 4 or 5 someones, and now she's not giving us an identification of this pregnant lady. We were not scripting Al to yawn or do those things during this one, but it was obvious that this was not going to lead us anywhere closer to Gannon. So with her not giving us a name or anything to follow up on, we were fine with Al just reacting naturally to this new story.
Okay. The leading up to the pregnant lady with some sort of a money pregnancy thing, was there any indication that somebody followed her from the home area, Lorson Ranch, to Petco?
There was not.
Were you aware that she actually made 2 Petco visits on January 27th that were basically 2 hours apart on that day?
Yes.
Was there any indication through the investigation that someone was forcing her to go into Petco?
There was not.
As it relates to this pregnant lady with the money thing, did she ever give any detailed information about description of this pregnant lady with money coming out of her belly?
No.
She mentioned money laundering in Mexican restaurants. Curious your thoughts on that angle of it, that there's a description of Eduardo being a slim Hispanic guy. Then she changes it to a black guy or a Mexican guy, and now we're back to Mexican money laundering clans. Thoughts on that from your perspective as an investigator?
She goes back and forth whether it's someone involved in the criminal element must be responsible for someone like this, or Gannon is responsible through accidents. So she's ascribing criminal behavior to most of these people that would have inflicted injuries on him or taken him.
Okay. And as it relates to blaming others, Does she consistently almost try to shift blame onto Gannon?
She does.
In what ways?
It's accidental. Well, she did it at the very first by saying he just left, ran away. But then throughout, she will say that he was involved in an accident, or he stepped on something, or he hit his head, or he busted his lip, those sorts of injuries that he's causing to himself.
As it relates to those descriptions of various injuries, does that also include the bleeding from the rectum?
Yes,
Okay. In those descriptions, was she also giving information that only somebody with knowledge of those injuries would have, the actual injuries that Gannon suffered?
correct.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was. And I believe it was on the 13th, the very first phone call we had. It's the first time that she mentioned Quincy Brown, or the most egregious injuries she ascribed to him, and that was the bleeding from the head, the hands, and the knees, and then blood pouring from his face. So she was describing, things, and as we were going, we were trying to how can we use that to help find Gannon? But then she would shift later and say, whether it was the burns or the face, that those injuries were not as significant. So we were just back and forth. But throughout, if you look at the whole picture of these 10, 12 calls, she was describing a significant amount of injuries to him.
As we listen to all of these calls, and I think we've actually admitted 16 separate phone calls into evidence in this case, were there actually even more than that that were conducted that were not admitted in this trial?
Yes, I believe so.
How did you use the information that you gathered in those particular phone calls that you participated in? How are you using that to build the pattern of behavior for this specific defendant?
Well, our primary goal was to find Gannon at this point in the investigation. And information was coming in daily. We had a whole timeline across their break conference room that we would add new data to each day. So even with the story about the pregnant lady and the blue car and whatever else we're trying to compare, it will something new give us a clue to where Gannon is. And then secondly, we're looking at building a case against Letecia and working towards an arrest and an interview.
Okay. So let's jump into that. When was the defendant ultimately arrested?
March 2nd, 2020.
What were circumstances that led to that arrest as it relates to your involvement?
So the sheriff's office and the FBI agents that were assigned the case in Colorado Springs had drafted an affidavit that a judge had signed off on. And our team had been communicating with law enforcement in South Carolina to arrange an arrest and possible interview of her if she was willing to afterwards.
Did you in fact travel from Colorado to South Carolina to be participating in that?
Yes.
Was that on March 2nd exactly?
Yes, it was.
Describe for the jury how were you there when she was taken into custody?
I was.
Describe that for the jury.
I was on the very periphery, wasn't close, but it was in a mall parking lot, I believe, and local law enforcement did the arrest. I did come up and introduce myself to Letecia and told her I was with the FBI in Denver and I would like to speak with her, that we were going to take her to a law enforcement facility.
Did you in fact then have her transported to that law enforcement facility?
Yes,
Was that at the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
it was.
Did you interview her there?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 354?
Me.
You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the DVD of the recording of the interview I had with Letecia. I have initialed it and dated it.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that interview that you conducted on March 2nd of the defendant?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 354.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 354 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Do you know roughly how long this particular interview is?
Approximately 5 hours.
And let's go over, is there an initial phase of an interview where you maybe are building rapport with somebody?
Yes, letting whoever I'm speaking to understand the purpose of the interview, explaining why I am there. And then, because Letecia was not free to leave, I advised her of her rights pursuant to Miranda.
Is it typical to do the advisement of rights under Miranda when somebody's in custody?
Yes,
What's the purpose of that?
to let her know that she doesn't have to talk to me if she doesn't want to. She can have an attorney present, and she's free to leave at any time.
Is this something that you just talk to somebody about? Or is there a form that you?
There's a form that I go through.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you actually have them sign the form?
Yes,
Did you do that with this defendant?
I did.
Do you know what name she used to sign that form?
I don't remember. I'm guessing it's Letecia Stauch.
Does it say Letecia Stauch on it?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she indicate that she understood her rights?
She did.
Did she even go further than that in trying to put conditions on a specific right as it
Yes.
relates to attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did that indicate that to you, from your perspective, that she appeared to understand those rights and could contemplate them and potentially even try to put additional conditions on them?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to start publishing, and what I intend to do with People's Exhibit 354 is just keep Mr. Grussy on the stand, play portions based on questions that I'm asking. Obviously, the whole interview is in evidence, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, when you're, yeah. Try to, if you can pull that chair back a little bit. Oh, we are going to record this.
And Judge, I'm wondering if we can check with the jurors to see, this one's a little quieter than the other recorded phone calls, if they can hear this okay.
The other thing is, it sounds as though your plan is to play part of this and then stop it and ask questions during part of it.
That's right. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do this throughout, Judge.
Okay, I think for the purposes of the record to remain clear, you just need to identify the timestamp where you're stopping.
Yeah, I will. Yep.
About as loud as I can make it.
Okay, let's see.
Protection.
You all hear it okay?
So Letecia and John Grusing with the FBI met you in the mall parking lot. Do you know why you're here? Did they inform you, the officers, of why you're under arrest?
I'm under arrest
Yes,
for what?
for Gannon stops. A warrant was issued out of Colorado.
Okay, but no, someone could have just called me. A big thing, I would.
Yeah, and apologize for that. Because of the nature of the warrant, it being a murder warrant, there's, and that's what I'd like to talk with you about today. That's why we're not having a cast of thousands here and whatever, is we would like to get to the bottom of what happened there. I know that a lot of things have gone on with your life, a little bit of how this turns out. Okay, but because you were arrested, you're not free to leave. I need you to sign an advice of rights before we can talk.
Well, I mean, so I'm getting charged with what now?
So you were charged in, the judge in Colorado Springs signed off. So the way this case worked
Mhm.
was El Paso County got the original case. They didn't have enough manpower to work it.
Okay,
So they called the FBI.
Right.
Part of for the FBI, an extension of the profiling unit, and I came in and assisted. And I've been helping for about the last 3 weeks.
okay,
So our evidence response team, you've probably seen that on the news, we've been doing some searches, et cetera. And then other FBI agents have been writing warrants. So a lot of warrants have been written. We've gone through the court. El Paso Sheriff's Office and FBI have worked together.
okay.
And we found enough, you call it probable cause,
Okay.
for a warrant to be issued. So that's why you're here today.
Okay, a warrant for what though?
It was for the murder.
What
of
murder?
Gannon Stauch.
So Gannon is murdered.
That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share with you evidence, but we can't have a conversation unless you're advised of your rights.
Okay, what am I right?
So this is an advice of rights form. I'll fill it out at the top. And you don't have to answer any question.
Oh, I am.
Okay, so I'm not going to force you to answer anything. If you want this interview to be done, it's done. So we are in South Carolina. A second. So I'd like you to initial these as we go through them. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
Okay, so I had already had reached an attorney, but all the information.
So it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to say
I
anything.
mean,
If you don't
I
want to,
can talk to you, but I mean, the last time I asked for an attorney talking to them, I wasn't allowed that after I asked.
that's not how this is going to go. This would be
And I
a
believe you have more
conversation.
integrity being FBI that you would do that.
I've got a family to protect,
Okay,
so I'm not
so
going
I
to
don't-
violate any
You
laws.
don't mind doing that at all.
If
But
you-
at any point, I would like to call my attorney if
Yes,
I feel
ma'am.
like, is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, so can I write that in somewhere or?
Well, that's this one right here. If you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop at any
Okay.
time. So, and if you need food, water, whatever else,
I don't.
this is not, we're not going to have people with guns standing outside trying to
I don't.
intimidate you. I want this to be your statements in
Okay.
our conversation. So I was thinking of a lot of things to say to you today because I've been helping, I've been involved.
Mhm.
I've unfortunately worked a lot of missing kids cases. That's why they called me to do this.
Okay.
A lot of time with Mark, who was the dad. Dylan, who actually was in Colorado Springs with mom,
Mm-hmm.
went to go see dad. This was in November of 2012.
Right.
And then he disappeared. It's a lot like what happened here. What I think happened with Mark is friends, and Mark wouldn't let him go.
Okay.
And I think Mark got upset. I think Dylan did some things that irritated Mark. I think there was just a punch in the face
Right.
sort of thing.
Right.
And things went downhill from there.
Well,
And I'm not saying
I
that's
just
what
want to
happened
say
with
to you,
you.
I can help you because what you're charging me with is not, or whoever, is not the case.
Okay.
Gannon is alive, okay, and I can help you.
Okay, great.
But see, here's the problem. When I reached out to people about getting help, I said, hey, I need someone who's going to help me to help you guys. I couldn't get that from anyone at all.
We're happy to help you.
Okay, so I understand you might say you have whatever evidence that you might say you have, but that's not a case. It did not hurt my child, okay? Need more assistance besides the FBI. You're probably going to need some DEA, probably need a lot of help.
I'm happy to get whatever help.
Okay.
How do you know?
But
the
I
lives of
can't
people?
help you unless people are willing to help me. And I did offer every opportunity to sit down and talk with not only my husband, but with Landon to try to come up with the best plan to do it. I really did. And I've been begging every single day, please, please, please don't say this. Okay. I know you're expert in your field, okay? I know you may say you have whatever evidence you have, but it's just not true. Okay, not.
It's not true that Gannon's dead.
I'm not going to sit here and say 100%. I can tell you that there's really things that wouldn't have occurred that I can help you guys with to know that. And it leads back to some things just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the truth.
Okay.
That is the very truth. And every day that went by, I had to do nothing but not only protect myself, but protect my family in this, protect other people in this. And that's just what it's been.
So I think our biggest problem is what happened at the house then.
At the house?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would have happened at the house that has anything to do with what I'm talking about at all. That has nothing to do with anything. Because you guys have like clearly put out this information about Gannon not coming home and then this and that and the other. And I get, like I say, you're experts. I get people with forensics are experts. But it's just not the truth. It's not the truth. And until I know that I got to get help from some people other than someone just having me in a room.
You've got to get help to do that.
I got to get help to give everyone what they need because I'm going to need my mom protected. Okay? I'm going to need my brother and sister protected. And most importantly, I'm going to need Harley protected. And on that same note, I'm also going to need other people in Colorado protected. And the people say FBI can offer that protection.
We can.
How?
If it involves
Does it
an
mean-
11-year-old, if it involves finding an 11-year-old, then we can.
And it means that we can have new identities.
It does. Yeah, I've had to do that before. We call it an informant, but we can do it for. We can
How
do
do I
it
know
for the
the
general
truth?
public. Who else would you trust?
I don't know, like, sir. I don't know. There's nothing that happened at any house. Nothing that happened at any house that would have hurt, harmed, murdered, done anything to anyone. Okay? Wrong place, wrong time.
You were in the wrong place, or Gannon was?
I was.
What about Gannon?
We all were in the wrong place. Even my family was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even Lena, even Harley. Okay? There's all of us in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I
So-
swear to you on that.
So
But I gotta get
just like
help.
you have trust issues, let me tell you where I am.
Okay.
So I'm with the FBI, when a child goes missing, if they're underage,
Right.
then we can get involved, and it can be even a kidnapping. So if Gannon is moved from one point to another without his, will, then it's a child kidnapping.
Right.
And so that's what we're working with as. And with me as a federal employee,
Mhm.
with me working a federal case, because right now it's filed with the district attorney,
Right.
but the U.S. attorney could file it as well. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
What do you mean?
The U.S.
Does it make-
attorney is the federal
Okay.
prosecutors.
Gotcha.
Right now it's on the state. When you're talking to me, we are recording this for your integrity and mine.
Right.
But if you'd rather not say something, if I would rather you just say, I don't want to answer it, instead of telling me something that's not true.
Okay.
Because there's something called false statements, which is it's U.S. Code 1001, to where if you lie to us during an investigation, that can be a year of prison time.
Right. I got
So
you.
that's why I said on this last one, if you want to not answer a question, I'm not going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. So with these people, taking Gannon or whatever else, if it's not true, just say I'd rather not answer that. Okay, because we're different than your local detectives and whatever else. It's not a felony to lie to them.
Okay.
Okay. So my goal though is to find Gannon.
Right.
And if you need protection, if there truly is someone out there, we can provide that.
That's not me lying.
Happen though, I will need you to explain what happened from that night,
Which night?
the night that he disappeared.
So I've stopped it at 12 minutes, Judge. Just as a pause. In the beginning portion of that, Mr. Grusing, when you're advising her that she's been charged with murder, it appears that she acts like she's confused. What was your impression of that?
Yeah, so eventually she asked me, so Gannon's been murdered, but yeah, she appeared to be confused as to why she was there and what investigation might have been going on at the time.
She makes a statement, you could have just called me.
Yes.
Was that basically indicating that could have just called her and she would have come in and talked?
Yeah, and that's something I've heard multiple times over my career of why didn't you just call me instead of I have to be arrested for this?
Were you aware that very early on in this investigation, she was resisting calls from Detective Bethel to come in and give an interview?
I was.
She makes a statement that she's been begging every single day for somebody to help her and says stuff like, I can't help if you don't help me. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, I think I could couple that with when she said that she would need even more help than the FBI could provide, whether it's DEA. And then she rolled into she needs secret identities for herself and multiple people. I think she was giving me a task that she thought I couldn't meet, and therefore she might not have to talk about difficult things.
Is the FBI equipped to do those things for witnesses that need protection?
We are. It takes a very extraordinary circumstance, but they could if they had to.
Okay, so I guess the question is if that was actually necessary here, could the FBI have provided that?
Yes,
So you were the right person to talk to if that was the eventuality.
I could get the right person for her.
Okay. You're not omnipotent.
No.
I want to jump into the next section. Did you have a chance to talk with her about the calls that we'd gone over, those consensual recorded calls?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to 12 minutes and 30 seconds, Judge. I can find my mouse on the screen. There it is. It's actually 12 minutes and 33 seconds. I can't get that 3 to cooperate with me.
You mean like talking to him? Oh, okay. So let me just explain that to you. And you might think that's like super, like
I'm not going to
whatever,
judge you here. Letecia.
whatever. To him was the reason I already knew someone was listening,
Mhm.
but because of him not ever like being like supportive, and I tried originally to talk to him when he first got there. That was the only reason I said those things to him, was just because I was out of anger and out of like hurt and not being able to have like support. It was nothing to do with like I'm sitting here going to tell you these things. That was just anger, stupidity.
Council approach, please.
Let's pause that 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Picking back up from where we left off, it's at 13 minutes and 11 seconds and playing again from there.
And I already knew, like, if you heard it, you heard me say a lot of times, I know people are listening because I know the same time that someone called, every time I could hear people.
Right.
I knew that. So me saying those things to him was just being, what is the word you want to call it? Selfish or facetious, or whatever you want to call it. Just because I was hurt by him not wanting to work together to figure this out, because I did have like originally initial different thoughts on certain things, and that was me trying to like basically read him and try to figure the situations out. So I understand that you may have heard those or whatever you may have heard, and that's okay, because that totally was not it. That was not me trying to be.
Right.
That was just being stupid to him.
So I have a question.
So, and it's paused right now at 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Grusing, what were your impressions of her saying that she's giving all this misleading information in those phone calls because she's just angry?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to comment besides that. Instead of being focused like Al was and the rest of us of trying to find what happened to an 11-year-old boy, she was again focusing on her feelings.
Does it also, though, show potentially that it's very calculated, that she's doing things in response to what's happening in the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we'll just play from here until 15 minutes and 42 seconds. In this particular section, do you remember asking her about mental health and sound mind and those types of things?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll play starting here and go to 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
In regards to that, were you of sound mind? I mean, did you have, are you undergoing any treatment for anxiety or any depression or anything like that right now?
I mean, like, you mean, like,
I mean-
I've had anxiety since I was like 16, 17-ish. But like, as far as like, undergoing like any kind of special treatment, you know, like sometimes I might have to take like a little rest.
Right.
But I didn't see like counselors or like, anything for any kind of like, depression. And then plus two, like right now with we already got medical records. I'm 8 weeks pregnant, so I can't take any kind of like I mean I wish I could, because then it would help a lot with the anxiety, but
Right.
I can't.
Okay.
But
So you were of sound mind when you were talking to Al. You were upset with him and upset with the situation of him not being by your side through this whole thing.
Right. But then at the same time, like I have to sit back and think, you know, in a person's brain, you hear 100 different things. You do get, do whatever. I just wanted him to know, because he knows, like I've been taking care of our kids like for so long while he was gone. I'm not here to bash either one of them. They had a lot of different separate situations going on that I've always taken care of the kids. And so there's been times I've protected them from so many people, you know.
So it's now paused again at 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Why are you asking these types of questions about sound mind and mental health based questions?
Well, I spoke with the district attorney's office before the interview, and they suggested that I ask them. I don't always ask these of people that I'm interviewing, but because of the varying stories and because of the district attorney's office and investigators looking forward to trial, we wanted to make sure that she knew what she was doing while she was talking to Al during our investigation, and then while I was even talking to her at the present.
When these types of investigations are ongoing, is the investigation goal to try to build a case that will plead out, or do you have to assume that it will go to trial?
We assume that it'll go to trial.
You asked her, was she sound mind during this time? Do you remember what her response was in that?
She said that, well, I can't remember right after that, but she referenced the reason why she was doing what she was doing to Al
Okay.
was to make him come back to her in the relationship, basically.
In that particular call, or I'm sorry, in that particular portion of the interview, it's at 15 minutes exactly when you ask about, were you sound mind? And she says, right.
Yes.
And then she goes into that description of taking care of the kids. Does this start to build in your mind when we talk about that pattern of behavior and then that pathway to violence that you talked about? I haven't gotten to the question yet.
I was going to say, let's get all the way to the end of the question first, and then we'll see whether it's leading or not.
Does that information that she's giving you there build into that grievance portion of that pathway to violence?
Yes.
In what way?
She was articulating that in her mind, she felt like she was a good mother and she was a good caretaker for Gannon. And that she had, over the phone calls, expressed multiple grievances. And we actually addressed that later on in the interview when we go through her phone searches. We go into more of the grievance portion later, but just that she brought up her being the caretaker initially is something that we address later on in the interview.
Yeah. Do you remember asking her about what kind of dad Al is to Gannon?
I don't at this
Okay.
point.
Well, let's jump to that portion of the interview, starting at 15 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm actually going to jump to 15 minutes and 49 seconds, and we'll play it to 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
Like I've had to step in and protect them a lot, so many times.
What kind of dad would you say Al was to Gannon or is to Gannon?
Oh, he's a good dad. Like, I mean, as far as like being like there for him and like, you know, how can I say it? Like, if he says, hey, I want to go do something, Albert works a lot, so he's tired and his hours are like kind of, you know, up in the air here and there. But for the most part, he like is always trying to make sure he put, you know, like the kids, military first, and always will be, and that's the mindset. And then
Did you go into the marriage knowing
the
that?
kids.
That military
Well,
was first?
I grew up like knowing that my stepdad was here. Actually, that's why I was looking at that guy's name. But my stepdad was here. I lived on. So, like, I maybe didn't understand it from parent perspective. I mean, I'm sorry, spouse perspective, like my mom's perspective.
Right.
But I did understand it from like a child perspective. But the thing about it was, is Albert didn't have to like go be deployed or anything like that. It was mostly like work through the night type thing. So it was like we were blessed in that way of not having have to see him go overseas or something like that.
Right.
So when you're asking her about how Al is to Gannon as a father, she references that she grew up as a military child as well.
Correct.
She mentions her stepdad. At any point, either during the phone calls or up to this point in the interview, did she ever mention any abuse by stepdad?
She did not.
In that last section that we heard where you're asking her about being in sound mind, she mentioned having anxiety and taking lorazepam. Did she mention anything during that section of this interview about having any severe mental health disorders or diseases?
No.
Did she ever mention being in treatment for extended periods of time for any mental health issues?
No.
Did she ever mention losing consciousness and not showing up someplace else that she didn't recognize?
No.
Did you go over family history with her during this interview?
Yes.
So let's watch that next. And it's essentially 17 minutes and 12 seconds to 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
And you guys have been married 6 years, 5 years?
5 years.
5 years. And you came to the marriage with Harley.
Right.
And then Elena's the youngest.
Right.
Okay.
And then we had like maybe I think 4 or 5 went to like kind of midterm miscarriages because we always tried to like have kids. And I don't know, like something must have happened. Like when I get to a certain point, like, would have been more kids.
Right.
But yeah.
Do you think Al was faithful to you? Was he cheating on you?
I don't like. We never had like any conversation until like, of course, Matt, like recently. But like prior to that, we never had like like buses or it might be something like Albert's type of person. When he got work, he just liked to come home. He wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna go do this with people. He just wasn't. That was the good part because he wasn't. You know, like not saying you can't. Like I'm sure you might say if a football game's on. You know, watch it with your friends.
Right.
But usually, for the most part, we do it together, do something together. But it was never really like having our own people that we did things with. But we never like had issues of anything like that. Most of the time, the issues that we always had was I never wanted the kids to ever come back here. A lot of times during their break, and we would get. But he would always say, well, I have to, I'm obligated.
So you don't think he was cheating on you prior to this whole thing going on with Gannon? Did you suspect or no?
That Albert was cheating on me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, there's been times in the past where I saw that he's talked to other women, you know, like on messages and things like that. But then he's also like, you guys have my phone in the past, you would have saw that he's always apologized for, like this.
Were you guys considering divorce or no? You and Albert?
I didn't know anything about any kind of divorce. Like, I know, like, we've used the term loosely, because there was a lot of stress having to deal with, like, the situation with Landon. There was a lot of stress because, like, we fought so hard and so long to get kids to, like, a safe, situation. So it was very hard to, like, you've read someone and they're so emotionally like upset about the kids not being with us and we not being able to protect them that it was kind of hard. It took a lot, toll throughout that time frame of like Alaska, I'm sure time in Alaska. So during that time in Alaska and stuff, it was very hard to like have to see him be so upset from so many miles away. We get calls that kids didn't have a place to stay. We get calls that there were guns in the back of their car and people were being arrested. And so that took its toll in the terms of like figuring we should not have to like go through these things. But then once like we got to Colorado, we all could be in like one place. And then it was like first it was like kind of hard because we've been, like back and forth to Alaska for so long. Because, if you know the background, I had the kids here for their school year for Gannon and Lena. So it was Lena's, was it first grade year? Again, fourth grade year. Yeah. So they would have went to school here. So I had them here with us then. Still with that, it was like being apart, going back and forth, traveling on holidays, things like that. So that would have been the most, just by the time, like, so when we got to Colorado, it was just like, okay, we're here. We are together. And we said stupid things to each other. Like, but like the things that we could do to be like, okay, we'll forget all this, or if you do this, we'll do it and forget all this.
Right.
But it's silly stuff.
So it's paused at 21:20. And before I jump into these next questions, just noticing the time, do you want me to go to about 10:30 and then?
It's up to you. I was actually just going to say whenever you could find a break in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay, sounds good. This particular section, Mr. Grusing, was she able to recount details over this 5-year period that her and Mr. Stauch had been together?
Yes.
Did she indicate any trouble on remembering these details?
No.
Did she also even give you recounting silly arguments that they would have, that kind of thing?
Yes, she did.
Did that indicate to you that she appeared to be able to recall things fairly easily?
Yes.
Do you remember talking with her about where she starts talking about people are being upset and she uses the words hard part, this is the hard part?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch that section. And this is from 23:45 to 25:51. I'm actually going to start at 23:35 and then we'll go to 25:51.
From a distance going through that, because I still deal with dads 14 years later who are looking for their daughters at bus stops and malls and whatever. So,
and see, that's the hard part is like people are like, being upset. And I'm like, I haven't had the opportunity to like even just sit down and be like, okay, well, I've given my life to take care of these children. I have. They shouldn't. And that I've done that. And it's so hard because inside that, I don't get to express that emotion to have that, to say to anyone, anything like that. And that's the most difficult part because I've had to just be like, how can I make the situation back, let's be honest.
I'm John. By the way.
John.
Yeah.
I mean, like Albert was talking about, and again, whether you make mistakes or not. I mean, literally, woke up on Christmas. I always make it about the kids on Christmas because they don't get to spend Christmas with them. So, like, if they went home for holidays, they might leave, school gets out. We might not see them until, January. So, I always spent my time trying to make sure every time, I didn't believe in certain holidays, I did Halloween, but to make sure every holiday was like revolved around the situation. So if you look at the situation, I went, we have every house and cars and we have whatever. So I worked my entire life in education.
Mhm.
So to me, it's like everything I work so hard for, everything I work, whether it's in the military or, service and things like that, no matter how much we had did on that, it took us everything to get to
Right.
and that was where we were at in our safe spot. So for a person who can, take care of everyone and do everything for everyone, and then just cannot do it for a split second, that's the hardest part.
Mhm.
Knowing that this is an image getting fed on me, all these horrible things, all these things that are just not true.
Well, that's what we'd like to get to today.
And that's
And so, Mr. Grusing, where she's talking about, I've given my life to take care of these kids, is this building more on that grievance portion that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I was asking her about, well, I was talking to her about when kids go missing, how hard it is on parents, families, society, et cetera. And then she, talked about herself again, and then what she tried to do to be a mom. And yeah, I would see that as, and then she went from there to holidays, so she wasn't going where I would like her to go to see the gravity of us looking for an 11-year-old child.
Is that another indication of trying to distract away from the main focus of what this investigation was about?
Yes.
Judge, this might be a good time. The next section is about 13 minutes long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you all back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Mr. Grusing, you can go ahead and step down if you would like. I just want to alert council, I think this afternoon, at some time, we can either do it before we start the afternoon session or towards the end of the day. I would like to go through, because I think we're fair amount into the evidence. I want to go through and compare admitted evidence exhibits, make sure that we all have the same ones. And then that way, if there's something that is amiss, you can think about it over the weekend and we can figure out some sort of solution. But with that, we'll see everybody at 10:45.
Okay, thanks.
All rise.
see the sunshine dripping out your sleeves onto my lifeline. Oh, good. Oh, you didn't mean to leave a trail for me, but you didn't know I'm Trevor. It's alright with me. If it's alright with you, then I could be whatever it is that you need me to, my love. 'Cause you're golden. 'Cause you're golden. But you're shy like one would be if they hadn't been loved right. Sleeping all the time, I know why you stay inside. It's safer to save your life. Whatever it is, it's alright with me. If it's alright with you, then I could be whatever it is that you need me to, my love. 'Cause you're golden. 'Cause you're golden.
Case TR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to bring a matter up
Go ahead.
with respect to the agent time now.
Agent Grusing.
Yes,
Okay.
but he's testified that he's a, essentially an FBI profiler. That, he's got a lot of experience with that. He's been an agent for a long time. He's mentioned lots of cases. He compares. A very experienced FBI profiler. Your Honor, under People v. Stewart, Colorado Supreme Court, I would object to any, in essence, or tantamount to the agent. We're talking about language of, oh, well, these are grievances that lead to the pathway to violence and stuff like this. This is expert testimony. And this testimony was, or this information that is being used in this testimony was gained by being an FBI profiler. And, regular people, lay people, this isn't a lay opinion. They don't go around talking about pathways to violence in this grievance language that leads to pathways to violence. This is information and testimony that comes from, and is directly from being a longtime FBI profiler. We have to speak in expert reports about this FBI profiling material. It's not endorsed as an expert. If we had known that this testimony was going to include this expert FBI profiling type testimony, we would have done a Shrek hearing. There's, a lot of information out there in other reports that, talk about some of the problems with profiling in general, that it has a lot of holes in it. There could be a lot of problems with that. So based on that, I know he's got a lot of good, relevant information to testify to for the people. But them trying to elicit this pathways to violence and grievances leading to this and, this other information, I think is wrong. I think it's moreover, we want expert information and testimony and opinion.
Okay. So in summary, what I understand is that, first of all, do you have a citation on Stewart?
I do. Oh.
And while you're looking for that, as I understand it, the summary essentially of the argument is that Mr. Grusing was not endorsed to testify as an expert, has not provided any expert reports regarding the pathway to violence, which he has referenced. Is that accurate?
I could clarify one thing, Your Honor.
Okay.
He actually was endorsed as an expert.
He was endorsed.
He was endorsed as an expert. I have filed a motion for expert disclosure for support granted.
Mhm.
I asked for a summary of their opinions on the basis for them. We were then told that all of the opinions of the expert were provided in the reports. Nowhere in this agent's reports does he mention anything about FBI profiling or that this was a pathway of violence or that this was grievances or any of this type of information. It's not disclosed in any of his reports. And so we specifically asked for that so we could be prepared for expert testimony to rebut some of this type of information. And we're told that any type of information was provided in reports.
Okay, so now I understand that he was endorsed as an expert.
Yes.
I'm
But
sorry, Your Honor, I
the-
misspoke.
But this information was not provided in his expert report.
He wasn't even, we didn't get an expert report for him. All we have is his FBI, the reports like every other agent gave. And we have no report. We have a CV from him, but nothing in any of his reports that he was going to be given this type of opinion testimony.
Mr. Allen?
And Your Honor, just while I have it up in front of me,
Yes.
it's the Colorado Supreme Court, as I said,
Mm-hmm.
and 55 P 3rd 107.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
So Judge, he was endorsed as an expert, obviously didn't move to have him qualified as an expert. In discovery, we released his CV, which starts on page 45-0168. It's a 24-page CV, which might be the longest CV that I've released in discovery, but it's got extensive information about his background and training and things that he's done, including things with BAU, talking about serial killers, all that kind of stuff, school shooters, Scott Kimball investigation. And the basis of his testimony has been, and my intention is to continue to have him testify as to his experience and training and how he is using that in this interview to gain information from this defendant to continue on with this particular interview. That's been the entire basis of these types of questions. And a grievance is just really somebody feeling like they have a grievance. That's all that is. There's no specialized training for that necessarily. If somebody is complaining about something, people understand that to be, they think that there's a grievance that they have. We're not asking for expert testimony. Didn't qualify him as an expert, went through his background because that is important. It does inform how he does this interview. And I would ask the court to, well, one, I'm not sure exactly what the objection is from defense because we've had both attorneys talking about it. And it's been different statements from both of the defense attorneys. And so just allow us to continue to go through his direct examination.
And I will clarify exactly what my objection is.
Okay.
To the degree he is testifying as a lay expert, his opinion based upon his training and experience is banned by people with Stewart. To the degree that they want to qualify him as an expert, we have a violation of the court's order regarding experts.
Okay. All right. Is Agent Grusik, he is back there. Okay,
Yeah, he's
good.
back.
Here's how I see this. I did enter an order that required that if the witness were going to provide expert testimony, that a report regarding that expert's testimony needed to be provided so that it could be disclosed. I understand that Mr. Grusing has been endorsed as an expert. He's not been offered as an expert at this point in time, but he's been endorsed as an expert. It's not clear to me. It appears to me that Agent Grusing did offer some, or he's mentioned in the reports, or he has some reports, but apparently does not have or did not disclose the opinions that the defense is requesting. What I would order is I think that Agent Grusing needs to stay away from the phrase pathway to violence. I think he can testify as to why he was directing the interrogation in certain manners. I think the issue of him saying, well, I wanted to keep her talking, I don't really know that that's any different than anybody else, frankly, that's testified here. I was telling her this because I was hoping that I would get her talking. At one point, I think it was in the video. I don't think it was independent testimony from Agent Grusing, so I think it was in the video. At one point, he mentioned something about the Dylan Redwine case, but I think that was in the video, and he was trying to get the defendant talking about that and trying to explain his experience. I think all of those are appropriate. I think it's appropriate for for Agent Grusing to say, to an extent, this is what I was trying to get her to do. I think it is inappropriate for Agent Grusing, and Agent Grusing would be prohibited from saying, for instance, in this case, well, I was doing this investigation, and because of a technique that I learned in the Dylan Redwine case, this is what I was trying to do here, because I think at that point, a jury could conceive that he, based on his education, experience, and training, is equating Ms. Stauch with Mark Redwine, and that does not appear to be the case here. So I think that there are things that he can talk about. I've not heard him say that, even though he is a profiler, I've not yet heard any testimony that he developed a specific profile about the defendant, that she had certain characteristics or certain traits which would be consistent with, for instance, a serial killer or something like that. I've not heard any of that. I remember we got an objection about that. And Mr. Allen assured me that we were not going there. We have not gone there. So I think that he can say, I was trying to get her to talk. I was trying to get her, and my hope was that so long as we didn't directly, I'm not sure it was Agent Grusing, but somebody at some point in time said, so long as we did not directly accuse her of murdering Gannon, we thought we could keep her talking. I think that's appropriate. So far, I have not seen anything from Agent Grusing's testimony that is outside the parameters that I've already mentioned. So while the objection is there, at this point in time, it's overruled. If it becomes more prevalent or you think you need to lodge an objection, you can and ask to approach, and I'll deal with it then.
And the only other thing that we just do at this point in time too, we are objecting to this agent giving an opinion regarding her sanity under Rule 403. And the reason being is we've had a lot of, he went in for quite a length about his training as an FBI profiler, as his experience with serial killers, all of this kind of stuff. And I think because we've had all of that under 403, I think the jury would give more weight based upon his training and experience. And I don't think under 403 that's cured even by saying in your lay opinion, because I don't know how you take out 20 plus years of FBI profiling to give a lay opinion on this. We've had a plethora of lay witnesses testify that it's her sanity. This witness, because of the background that was given at the beginning of his testimony, I just think under 403, I'd ask the court to prohibit.
I'm going to require Mr. Allen that you not ask that question until we get to the end of the testimony, and then we can take it up then. I want to see what other foundation is laid at that point in time regarding his contacts with Ms. Stauch. It appears it's primarily this video.
Well, no, that's not accurate, Judge. If we're saying contacts, we've got a plethora of recorded phone calls. We've admitted 16 of them, but there's even more than that we didn't decide to admit. As you know, there's some that are over an hour long. There's some that are shorter in length. We're talking with this interview, which is almost 5 hours long, plus all of these others, that it's, as far as law enforcement investigators, some of the longest contact with this defendant of anybody.
Okay. I want to wait until I get to the end of
Yeah.
his direct, and before you ask that question, ask to approach, and then we'll see where we are there. I think I understand the issue from the defense is not so much contact as it is because of this witness's background and expertise. They may give more weight to his opinion than they would to just a lay opinion. So,
Yeah. No, I understand that as well, Judge. I think that if we are making that sort of decision, and we can talk about this again later, but if we're making that sort of decision that based on we're guessing that the jury is going to give a particular witness more credibility or less credibility, I think we're invading the province of the jury. They get to understand and make those decisions in private in their deliberations, and we should not invade that. And I think case law is very clear about that.
All right.
One last thing, Judge, just so that the record's clear on the prior cases, examples that Mr. Grusing gives during the pendency of this interview and that sort of thing. You notice I haven't asked any questions about serial killers or anything like that, trying to draw parallels. I'm not even asking about prior cases, even though it's prevalent in this particular interview. If there were concerns from the defense about those issues and topics coming up in this interview's been out in discovery for, years. This is the first time we're hearing about it in the midst of trial, in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. And I just think it's improper to do it now under these conditions when there was plenty of opportunity to do it prior to, with the caveat that obviously I'm not drawing special attention to these issues. It's just going to continue to flow in this interview.
Okay. Mr. Twin.
I'm not objecting. The fact that he mentioned red wine in the interview is not the source of my objection. It appears to me that he's inferring some traits as far as a serial killer. Saying like the grievances lead to the pathway to violence, lead to somebody committing these type of horrible acts. That's the kind of opinion testimony that we're objecting. That I'm noticing she had these grievances, and that would then be a motive for her to commit this type of violent act based upon the training and experience. And it's not all the way there, but we're getting, to me, it's getting pretty close when we're talking about grievances lead to the pathway to violence. And that's specific one, and we were unaware of it until this point in time. I'm not, the stuff in the interview technique, that's fine. And the stuff I need to keep her talking, that's fine. It's the stuff that's, I notice this, I've seen this in other people, and it seems like he was leading up to this type of thing. That's the specific thing that we're.
Okay. All right. I think we've all made the argument. I've given us a pathway forward, and that's where we will go. Agent Grusing, do you have any questions about the parameters that I expect?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? Anything else? Okay. Let's go ahead and
Do
bring.
you want Mr. Grusing back on the stand?
Yes, please. Agent, if you, Special Agent Grusing, or I'm sorry, it's now Mr. Grusing, if you would.
Only
resume-
Mr. Grusing.
If you would resume your seat on the witness stand. I remind you that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect. With that, Mr. Allen.
Judge, we just need the screen back on.
Right.
So, Mr. Grusing, in this next section that we're going to watch, which is 25 minutes and 55 seconds through 38 minutes and 28 seconds, you discuss victimology. Just so that the jury understands what victimology is, will you explain that?
It's just simply the study of the victim. So for someone like Gannon, we just try to find out as much as we can about him to maybe lead us to what happened to him.
Okay. We'll start that now at 25:55.
But first, let's go to Gannon, because what we do is called victimology. Have you heard of that before?
Sure.
So victimology is we find out as much as we can about Gannon, the victim.
Okay.
And even if he's safe somewhere, even if he's not, knowing more about him, especially since you were the last person with him, helps us to try to figure out, like, say we don't have a suspect, somebody killed, but we have nothing.
Okay.
Then we will look at that person to see what drew that homicide there. Why did those two people interact at that time?
Okay.
And then we'll also do things like it's the subject, the situation, and the location. So something happened. Gannon's here. You have someone or something that did him harm, and then you have why the location.
Okay.
So we have those three things. And, we've looked through your house and, done the CFI stuff and looked at all the, body fluids all over the house and garage and whatever else. So that's all been done. I'm curious to see your challenges of Gannon here when you had to be a parent, and then there. Challenges, successes, whatever else. What special attention did he need? What can you tell me about him?
Well, here he was younger, mature a little bit, hitting towards, like sixth grade.
Uh-huh.
So like here he was more so of like, let's see. Like at that time and situation here, okay, so prior to that, we never got to see him at some, like every other weekend for the longest time.
Okay.
Right. All right. So then when Albert, we finally pay all the money and got the or whatever, Albert had to choose between getting out of the military or the kids in a way, kind of, because mom wasn't given any or whatever. So then that's when we step in and say, we're gonna keep them here in our home here, and I'll stay here with them, and then we'll go from there.
Right.
So during that time, he also didn't get to see his mom. Aisha didn't have a place to live. Aisha also, she had a baby, but then mainly to her, I'm not going to trash her. I'm going to say she was married to someone who didn't take care of, who wouldn't take care of them like they should, with her being pregnant in that situation. So with mom not having that foundation support, she wasn't able to come to the house a lot. And when she did come to the house, there's times she came that she was like, oh, she just wasn't in a good place. So I let her stay at her home. And Gannon had a tough time every time because in his mind, he just wanted it to be like a stepsister.
What? His stepsister?
Yeah.
You mean Harley?
No.
Oh, Landon's?
Yeah. No,
I don't.
Mia. Mike.
Got it.
Mike, right?
Yep.
Okay. So he wanted it to be like Mike started, which was they go to his dad's house for a week.
Right.
So
Got it.
that was Gannon's mindset when he was here. Grandparents, amazing people, which is Landon's family. Amazing people, Grandma, I think Nana and Poppy. Great people. They would always come get them on weekends and things like that, so that I'd have time to do whatever I needed to do, or if I wanted to go shopping or go hang out with people, whatever. So we had all that, going on here. The missing piece was, Albert had, their country.
Yep.
Gannon would do his schoolwork, very smart. I think he made all A's here in 4th grade. I'm pretty sure he made all A's here. So made all A's here. Didn't have like an issue at all.
What was he like when he got home from school? Because Albert's out, you're having to take care of him.
Well, to be honest with you, I got him from after school, which was about like 5:30ish. So by the time we did homework, and all those things, it was almost time to get ready for bed.
Are you doing his homework with him? Is he doing it on
Right.
his own? What?
See, the difference between schools, and I'm not trying to talk about Colorado if you're from Colorado,
No,
the difference between Colorado and South Carolina schools was South Carolina did a lot more with history and those type of things, where Colorado is always relevant books and reading. So he did struggle with history, so we had to sit at the table a lot of times and really work on he was a mathematician. He's so like his dad. Gannon is just like his dad. He is so mathematically inclined, like an engineer type brain. So when it came to history and reading science stuff, unless it was something he liked, he didn't like. So we spent hours sometimes, working on those things. But with knowing the curriculum, it was easy for me because I already knew. And so by the time we did that, it was time for him to go to bed. Yada yada yada. So that was.
That's here. So
Yeah.
then what about in Colorado? How is that different?
Well, when we get to Colorado, of course, I start them in school, which would have been August. Okay. So I start them in school. It was a big help because Gannon is at this point a little bit more mature, and he knows he stay with us. Because see, I took him to Alaska and homeschooled him before we got to Colorado. I homeschooled him for those 2 months. And then we transitioned into Colorado. Actually, it wasn't August. I'm sorry, I told you the story. It was that January that we got here, because I homeschooled him November, December, not of this past time, but of the year before.
Okay.
Sorry.
So January 2019.
Yes, so I homeschooled him 2018, November, Christmas time, because mom couldn't get him in for whatever reason. Then we came on to, but I think she ended up getting them, and she flew them back to Colorado for a week or something. She got it for a week maybe. Flew them back to Colorado. So January 2019, we would have started school in Colorado.
Okay.
Right. So get them in school, which Colorado, I think it was May, middle May, they would go to Colorado.
Right.
So January, February, March, April. Okay. So it was pretty simple in the terms of we would do he never had homework in Colorado for some reason. So it was always Albert would be make them write their labs or, it was time for them to go to summer.
What time did you normally get home from school?
Well, around that time, he went to another school because this new school wasn't built.
Okay.
So it would have been 3:45, 4 o'clock, maybe, just because it happened to come from across town. And then coming with the fall. Yeah, so they came back in August. So we went on Gannon went with us on a big cruise in the summer because he didn't want to go home. Right away, we gave him a choice. You want to go on a family cruise or you want to go, to, he said he wanted to go on a cruise. So I went on a big family cruise, Dominican, and I forgot a couple of places. So it was just me, him, Harley, and Albert. Those are the four of us, and Lena didn't go. So we all went on this family cruise and had a great time, whatever. And then, of course, they come here for the summer, and then they get ready to come back for fall. So they come back for fall, and at this point in time, I was working. Albert was doing like the shift, like 3-2.
You had your teaching job and
3-2, 3-2. He was working and all these things.
Okay.
Well, Harley was working, I think, and starting Pike Peak College. So we were all pretty busy, like throughout the day, and then in the evening it was kind of like come in, grab this. But then I was coaching. So as I was,
what were you coaching?
Softball. So as I was
at your school?
At the high school.
At the high school.
So as I was coaching softball, I probably didn't get home sometimes till like 5:30, maybe sometimes later, just depending on if it was a game, a practice, or something like that. So honestly, a lot of the help had to come from either Harley doing a lot of it, if Albert was working, or Gannon had to independently, do a lot of it himself.
How did he get home?
Which we were teaching. At this point in time, they were in the new school.
Right.
So the new school, because we lived 1.5 miles out, the new school allowed him to take. If not, they had the rest of the way they had to.
Okay.
So coaching was over, probably around, it's weird because they do softball for him, not for him. So coaching was over maybe around October. Gannon started having a hard time because he was wanting to go home for Thanksgiving. When I tell you Gannon, he loves his Nana. Like that's his. If it was up to him, he'll be at Nana's house all the time because he loves Nana. So he wanted to go because he has two little boy cousins. If you know, Gannon has 4 sisters, and he doesn't have any brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So he, in his way, those 2 little boys are like his brothers.
Okay.
So if he goes to Nana's house, he can spend a lot of time with his little cousins. I think and then they can all just hang out. He didn't get to go for Thanksgiving. Albert had to work. So we I don't really cook. We've always eating out whenever it's my turn. So I just said, hey, listen, we'll go out to dinner. We did all this Thanksgiving, tried to make it up the best that I could because I'm not his mom, but he wanted to be there with the family, because the holidays and that's what he always used to. And then of course Christmas came around. And same thing kind of happened at Christmas, but then we worked it out and we figured out a plan to get him home for Christmas. They
went to Nana's for Christmas?
Spend time with the family, yeah. Because Mom never had a house. So Albert said it's okay if they go and then they have to get Nana's house. And that was our biggest worry. Have you ever been here before today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you look on the boulevard and things like that, there's a lot of not the best places, and that was where they were staying at one point, when they would come. And so that was why we were no.
Right. Yeah. So then is Gannon responsible for taking his own? He has ADHD medicine, right? Does he do that on his own? Do you help him with that?
Most of the time, how it worked is I got all lunchboxes ready, set them on. We've been in the house with the stove that's in the corner by the refrigerator. We would set the lunchboxes out, snacks, and let them pick. And he always pick before Lena because he just knew that he could get it. If he beat her up, he could pick the snacks he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So he would pick the snacks that he wanted, and I would lay if Albert wasn't getting them up, I would lay his ADHD medicine, his Vyvanse, 20 milligrams. I would lay his Vyvanse on. And so
what form is it? Just tablet? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would lay it on the counter, and he would know, come in and take it.
How does he take it? Is it with water?
Yeah. He doesn't even use water half the time.
Okay. Right.
He's been taking it since he was 5.
Okay.
So.
Is there any other that he's on or no? Like Adderall or anything?
No, I don't know. I think when he was 5, they tried one medicine, but the Vyvanse worked. That was it. That was the one.
Any of the other kids on medication?
Mm-mm.
Hardly.
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
What about you or Al?
I don't know anything other than when I told you
Yeah,
about
uh-huh.
lorazepam. But see, the thing about lorazepam was they might give it to me and I might not get it again. 30 tablets, but it was only for like panic attacks or things like that. As far as Albert, I know he has the gout, so I know I'm
Right.
sure it's nothing that.
But nothing that he could, Gannon could mix up medications with or whatever. Like somebody else's meds or anything.
Not that I'm aware. Now there's stuff in the counter from like probably old stuff or like, like Harley had her wisdom teeth taken out. I think Albert did, but I'm pretty sure he might have been smart enough to get rid of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But none of us had like any like
Right.
anything like that.
That's
So in that particular recounting of, you lead into asking challenges with Gannon. Again, from your perspective, does she appear to be able to recount things and have strong memory recall ability?
Yeah, she walked us through his childhood, South Carolina, Alaska, Colorado, when he got home from school, what courses he did well in, what courses he struggled in. So, yes,
Did it sound like fairly normal family life?
it did.
Did you ask about bath salts and the hike from Sunday, January 26th?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. It's going to be from this point up to 4330.
I'm asking you that because of the bath salt deal that he came up with. That was on the hike day, wasn't
Okay,
it?
so the bath salt thing was just totally because they did this drug class, which is the same class that my fifth grade did too. And it's where these people came in and they dressed up in like, I say dressed, they were professionals. They are medical professionals. They dressed in their outfits and all those things. And they let the kids like pretend they were working on, whatever you call it. Like as if they were doing CPR and all that. And during that time frame, they went over all these different drugs. So they talked about what your life is on crack. They talked about like all these, like it was very, very like in depth for fifth grade. But at the same time, you got to think it was probably a good thing to.
So was Gannon telling you about this, or did you find out from a teacher, or how did you find out they had this in-depth conversation?
Well, I knew because they did it at our school first. So they did it. They did our school first. So it was something once they found out they did it at our school and they saw like all the cool pictures and things like that. Other teachers wanted to know about it. So when the other teachers wanted to know about it, they went around different schools and they signed like I think Albert signed a permission slip or maybe sent an email to the teacher or whatever that it was okay for him to do.
So was Gannon fascinated with the bath salt thing, or how did that conversation happen? Because I know that seemed to be important, during the hike and afterwards and whatever.
Well, he was like, okay, so my parents would deliver these, and we never knew what they were. We were told meat, we were told whatever. We don't know. But Albert would always talk to Gannon about anytime people had anything, like drugs and things of that sort. He would always say, like, these are bad people, things like this is bad things. So
Right.
Gannon already had, like, some sort of base foundation about it, and because he had, like that sort of base foundation, he always had, like, questions because like
right.
that, and that was always the thing. Is that he was born is baby Nova gonna be? Is baby Nova gonna be? And that was like his main concern, was wanting to know these things because he was just curious of how like all.
So were you guys on the hike when he brought it up, or where were you?
He had already brought it up prior to the hike.
Okay.
He had already said something when he came home after this.
Was it a concern for you? Tell me what he said and how your conversation
I don't
went.
honestly, sir. I don't remember. I just remember he was telling us about the different things that they were talking about. And then I was like, "Oh, did you guys do this?" And they would be like, "Yeah, I don't know what we do." So it kind of like mimicked the same way. So we did talk about that a lot.
Was that before hike, you said?
Yeah, leading up to it, before the hike, there was a lot of talk about it, for a little bit. And then, of course, the hike, I think he said a few things.
What did he say?
I just remember he was talking to me.
And was it
randomly.
concerning to you,
Like,
what he was saying? Like he really wanted to try these things or what?
like, I didn't think anything about him wanting to try any of it, do anything with it. I know that he said something about it, and I gave him a bath bomb.
When he said something, what did he say?
He just asked me about, in general, about if we had bath bombs. Because, to be honest with you, he had already pooped how many times?
So he said that after he pooped on the hike?
He pooped a couple of times on the hike.
Yeah.
Like, when I say poop, I don't mean like. I don't want to be like
Just a little bit to where it's
Right,
uncomfortable
right.
and whatever.
Right. And so it was the whole thing about bath salts was just, I think he just wanted to like relax because he ended up taking 2 baths. So
Now,
I
do
think
you,
he wanted to.
and this, I don't want to be weird, but are you giving him baths? Is he taking it?
No.
himself, or-
And then goes by himself, and he's very like helpful, independent. Like I've taught him so many independent skills where he can go in there and just now he'll forget to like bring his clothes up or
Right.
simple things like that. But
Okay. So he takes 2 baths that night, or 1 bath that night, 1 the next morning, or?
I think when we got home, we took one. Me and Lena went to go get food. And then I think he had used the bathroom again. I took another one. I think when me and Lena got back. And then she took one somehow.
So, Mr. Grusing, in that portion of the interview, we're talking about the hike and bath salts. Again, did she appear to have ability to recall those details as well?
Yes.
Is that markedly different than when you're talking about trying to get details as to what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
In what way?
She's comfortable talking, and as you mentioned, she's giving details, and she can clearly remember what was going on, just even from her comfort in talking to me.
And this is from what she's describing here is from the hike that occurred on the afternoon of January 26th of 2020.
Yes.
Did you ask her about what does it look like if her and Gannon argue?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. We're going to jump to just a little bit ahead, 44 minutes and 45 seconds. And we'll play this through 49 minutes and 12 seconds.
So what does an argument look like with Gannon? Have you guys ever argued?
Like maybe like in Myrtle Beach, we would have been like we're so much alike. So we are so much alike in terms of we both have stomach problems, really. We both have like anxiety, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
And he's so kind and like kind-hearted, and then the point of like we can get upset about something, but then the next minute he'll be like I am. He'll be like, oh, look about something. We'll just say something, or he had tremendously increased the amount in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I ever heard him do it. I love you, or like, I mean, like the holiday might come, they just say, oh, stress, something, whatever. But like since having him all the time, it became more of like I would hear I love you like all the time, and so I feel like it was
The holiday, the Christmas before? Is that what you're saying? He disappeared?
You what now?
When you said around the holiday, he was saying, I love you?
I'm saying like once we started more and more having, then he and I became a lot closer because of just like wanting to have that connection with both the kids.
Surely you had some arguments with him, though. Did you ever have to discipline him, or no?
Well, I never spanked any of the children, never, because I just don't believe in spanking other people's kids. So we never had that. Now, as far as like, okay, you are in trouble, you're going to do this. Yeah, that's any kid with any of
Well,
them.
what's the biggest disagreement you had with Gannon?
The biggest disagreement, probably because he doesn't and again, he probably shouldn't have this on him as a kid, but not like seeing the light. How he couldn't go home. He was so like, kind of forgiving. It's okay, mommy don't have money. If I said anything like, well, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did, I would be like, well, if she quit doing this, she could pay for it. And I would always figure out a way. But then it was like, I'd say, I wanted him to see
So was
that.
this a certain incident?
Do I know?
The biggest disagreement you had, was this a certain time, or you
No,
just
we never
talking?
had like big, like there was never any like big all out. When you say disagreement, like clashes or like screaming,
Well,
shouting?
I'm a parent, so I've had mine.
You mean
Disagreements,
like
yelling at the kid.
like that kind of disagreement, but never not like a
So what's the most
physical,
upset you've been with Gannon?
where we've like
Where you've had to
fussed at each
yell,
other.
and I've had to yell at my kids.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So like where we've had to like fuss at each other
Mhm.
over whether or not he did something. If he did something or
That
not.
has to happen if you're a parent. I'm just
Right.
saying, I'm
I
not
didn't know what
judging
you
you.
were saying. I thought you were asking me
Again,
like
no,
you were like.
I'm more looking at this from Gannon's point of view. I'm not judging you.
No, I thought you were asking me more of like, like whippings or like
Beating or
switches
something like
or like something like that. No.
So what's the most intense time you've had with Gannon, as far as you're yelling, he's yelling, that sort of thing? That has to have happened, especially with that kid.
I mean, yeah, of course.
So what time do you remember?
Probably times that I don't remember specific times. I say all around Albert, like not being disciplined,
Well,
disciplined enough.
When Gannon was just doing something that's totally irrational and unreasonable. I have a boy, I know.
Yeah.
They don't behave all the time.
Right.
So what did Gannon?
I don't know of any like specifics. I just know that we would have, like if it would have been something that wasn't in what our teachings were, we would have, of course, yelled.
So you never had to yell at him that you remember?
I just said that to you. I said there have been plenty of times.
Yeah, but I mean a specific one.
So, Mr. Grissing, in that portion of the interview, when you're asking about the biggest disagreement that she had with Gannon, she referenced Gannon's mother. Did Gannon's mother and the relationship that Gannon had with his mother become a fairly consistent theme as it relates to her feeling like she wasn't getting credit?
She mentioned that a couple of times, yes.
Okay. And in that particular one, she mentioned that he's very forgiving to his mom, and she being the defendant, wanted Gannon to see that his mom wasn't doing the right things,
Yes,
almost seeming to want to discredit Gannon's own mother
correct.
in Gannon's eyes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask, or did she eventually give a description of Gannon being in a very upset rage and having some sort of a knife or box cutter?
She did.
All right, let's jump to that section, and we're jumping ahead about a minute to 50 minutes and 10 seconds. And we're going to play it to 55:32.
Gannon wouldn't like yell back. Gannon would not like yell back and be like, like confrontational. So Gannon would not like. He might say something smart.
Well, how did he react?
Under his breath.
Do you have an incident you remember, or no?
No.
When you had to put your foot down and say, Gannon, that's not acceptable.
No, like if I said that, he pretty much listened to what I said.
Yeah.
It was like not. I don't remember him screaming back at me at any
Or just go in his room, slamming the door,
situation.
anything like that.
Slamming the door, room. Weak.
Well, no,
Maybe more so me like saying something that Albert might have been more of if there was slamming doors or anything. Could have been like going back and Albert, you need to make sure he's not doing this, and then go from there in that situation.
Okay.
Like Albert was teaching him how to use a box cutter and like different things like that. And there were times that I might have been like, "Oh, Albert, I don't think you should have done this because he was acting weird in this way." But that would have been early in the beginning before we started getting into like counseling. But once he started getting, like,
Now remind me, the counseling, what was that for?
do what now?
The counseling?
So Albert said that he should get counseling through the military, just for like all the transitions and being like in and out of school and like all the different things like that, just to make sure that his mental like well-being was fine. And Albert said that anytime he would, of course, counselors can't tell you, what was going on unless it was something, pressing. And of course, Albert would always come out and say that everything's fine, and then Gannon would come back and tell us what he talked about. But as far as like,
Did Gannon ever come at you with a knife or something? Wasn't there an incident?
well, that's what I was just telling you about. There was when I told you Albert was trying to teach him how to use
That's the box cutter
a box
thing?
cutter, yeah. So Gannon had this thing about the knife, and he was doing like this, and whoever told you that it was coming at me, that is not.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I'm getting the real story here.
No. You've got stories from everywhere, and you probably are not looking at me for mine, but that is not what happened. Gannon was in a upset, which the video was shown to the counselor lady,
Okay.
and Albert was so upset because he was like, you should have let me get the video or something like that. But Gannon was in more of like an upset rage, because this was in the very beginning when he had to first transition to yet another school.
Was this fall?
No, so this would have been, I don't know if it would have been fall, but okay, so 4th grade, new school, home school, then they went to the first school in Colorado, and then a new school opened.
Correct.
So it was somewhere between that time frame of Gannon it was too much transition for him. That had nothing to do with him being mad at me or being mad at Albert or Landon or whatever. It was too much transitions for him that he was so upset, like.
Well, where was he when he was doing this? Was he in his room, in the
I feel
garage?
like it was in the kitchen.
And where were you?
I don't really remember. Ask me something that was a while ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
Were you threatened by Gannon doing that? Did it make you nervous?
Well, I told Albert, I said it has a mentality. Like in my mind, I said it has a mentality of like he's going to want to not hurt himself, or not just specifically hurt someone in general, but specific, but in general. And so like I was a little worried, because I thought he had so much anger and aggression for what was going on. Because it honestly was, Albert hadn't even got there yet, I feel like Albert had just either got to Colorado or hadn't got there yet.
Right.
And so he had to go from being with his mom back to me, and then Albert wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, okay, like, I got to start new school, I got to make new friends, like all those things.
How did you handle it? How did you calm him down?
He was typically always,
I'm specifically with the box cutter thing. How did you calm him down?
I don't know if it was a knife he had then. I was just saying, like, he had been using a box cutter, so that's how I was teaching him. Okay. So I remember I took his amiibo. He loves amiibos. And I took his amiibo, and I just threw his amiibo out the front yard. And I told him, I was like, the amiibo's gone. We're never getting it again. And I made him call his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't remember what we exactly said, but I know she was basically saying, like, you better listen. She gets upset and sends me a message. I send her a message back, and we were both like mad at each other, as in me and Landon. And then it was kind of more of like, okay, it's calm down. But this was a year ago, so that was the gist of that. It was, he needed that outlet.
Okay.
He needed that counseling.
Well, that helps us.
So pausing you at 55 minutes and 32 seconds. Again, she's showing a good ability to recall different events that have occurred during her time with Gannon.
She is.
She says that there's some video of some knife or box cutter incident. Did you ever see such a video?
I did not.
Do you know if one even actually existed?
No.
Was there a portion of the interview that you did with her where she relays to you that she had somehow convinced Gannon to call her different names?
Yes.
The way that she's talking about that with you, did that seem like that was a calculated move on her part, meaning that she's trying to convince Gannon to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Let's jump to that. That's going to start at 57 minutes and 15 seconds. And we'll play it through 57 minutes and 47 seconds.
Sir, it's so hard because
John, don't call me.
I'm sorry.
I'm old, but
I'm
don't call
sorry,
me.
John. It's so hard because if I get up in the morning and Gannon would even say, "You want me to take the dogs out so you can have 10 more minutes of sleep?" And I convinced him into changing my name.
Mm-hmm.
So I had him on board of like calling me a different name. You know. I didn't ever like my original name, so I had him on board of calling me a different name. So the helpfulness.
So as it relates to those, that different names that she's referring to, the reason that she gives in the interview was because she didn't like her original name.
That's right.
Did she ever talk about that in any other time, either on those phone calls that you were a part of, or even during this interview about how she would go as a different person or different name?
Not that I was a part of, no.
Did this appear to be the way she's describing it, a voluntary act on her behalf, to get Gannon to call her a different name because she didn't like her original name?
Yes.
Did you ask her about the candle incident and the fire in the basement and keeping Gannon home?
I did.
Why'd you ask about that?
We as investigative team were very unclear on what happened with the candle incident, and she ascribed a lot of injuries to Gannon, including burns on his arms, blood, that sort of thing. So I wanted to see how she would talk about it to me.
Okay, so we'll jump to that section next, and we're going to jump to 1 hour and 1 minute and 20 seconds and play through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds.
The candle incident. Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so Gannon wanted to, I don't remember if he wanted to stay up 30 minutes. I can't remember. There was something he did that allowed him to earn some extra time. There was something he did. But Albert had grounded him from playing the Switch. So he wasn't allowed to, play a Switch or whatever. He was only allowed to, like, wanted to watch a movie.
Right.
Well, on the hike earlier that day, he was so helpful with me. People think he was sick and he's still whatever, but I have severe stomach issues and still have to operate. But he was so helpful with taking care of the dogs and stuff. And I had told Gannon that, so like that Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep, I remember that.
so we sat around and, we had like, before we left, we were like on the sofa and I'm just like crying. Like he didn't know who that was. Like he knew the name, but not like growing up in like my generation to like know who that was. So we just sat there and like talked about it. And I told him like, Kobe had and so James started relating in the terms of being like, oh, like me, I have all sisters, and so like, we were talking about that. And in between some of those questions might have been certain questions that led to what he was asking me about what went on in the thing, in that talk.
Right.
And so that led into on the hike that day about what we talked about. So then that evening, I don't remember what he did, but I remember I said he had 30 minutes of something extra. And I knew it wasn't his Nintendo or things like that at the time because he wasn't supposed to earn that back until the next day. And so then we had, I think I was upstairs, Harley wasn't there. Harley had to work. Like this. Harley had to work until, I think it was like, and then Gannon had, what was he doing? He was doing something, I don't know. So I go back upstairs, then I hear the machine was saying, like, beep, 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 like, is this someone coming in the house?
Okay.
So I put the code in thinking, so why is the alarm thing went off? Open, or none of that stuff. No doors open. So then I go back where Lena was at, and I see she was faking sleeping, but not really. And then, but she had like the cover over her head a little bit, and so like she was doing like whatever. And so then I hear the thing saying fire, Like the,
Does it actually say fire?
it said fire.
Okay.
So that was the crazy thing because I never had heard. I didn't know what. I thought it would just be like that.
Right, like a siren.
But I don't know if it was the detector thing saying fire or if it was the actual. But it was just like fire, 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 whatever. So then I run back in there and I look and I see, I don't see anything laser, I don't see anything that was downstairs, and I don't see anything. And it was still going. So I grabbed Lena. I'll tell you exactly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I grabbed Lena first. I grabbed the dog. I think that's how it went. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure it was in that order somehow. Yeah. And we run out to the truck. I feel like either I open the door. I don't remember. Somehow they get to the truck.
Okay.
And then I run back downstairs because at this point I already know I'm up there. And so I run back downstairs and Gannon was awake but not awake. Like, you know how you can almost like be asleep but not asleep type thing. And
So he's in his bed?
No. He wasn't in his bed.
Where was
He was on the sofa.
he? On the sofa.
Right. So he was on the sofa. And so like when I pull the cover, I pull Gannon with the cover. And so at this point in time, then I put the fire that's out.
So what did the fire look like?
It wasn't like huge.
Where was it? In the carpet? On the sofa?
I feel like it was on like one of the covers.
On the covers? Was the cover on the sofa though, or was it on the floor?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in a small location. It wasn't a big enough fire to
What color was it? Do you remember? Was it yellow, red, orange?
I don't remember. Wasn't in a color to like. Wasn't
Because I think blue burns the hottest. And then you have stuff. If stuff gets involved in the fire, you have a yellowish or reddish color.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
How can you show me how tall it was? Like, do you remember?
It wasn't tall.
Wasn't tall.
I don't feel like it was that tall. I mean, but my tall might be different. I don't want to. I don't.
Still, a fire's going to freak you out.
Right. Yeah. So when I pull the cover, I pull him with the cover too, and we run out.
Did you put out the fire or no?
I know that we took the covers, both of us. When he sees what's going on, we took the covers and like we smashed down on it. Yeah, because my honest thought was oxygen, put it out.
Right.
That was all I could think of. Put it out, whatever.
Did it take much? Sorry to interrupt. Did it take a lot to put it out or no? Or did you just smother it and then move? Or was it something in between?
Was there what now?
Something in between. You know, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Something in between?
Like in between, just it happened real quick, or you had to fight it for a while, or?
Oh, it wasn't like fighting for a while. Like there was already a bunch of covers on the side that that I had grabbed them all and put over here, which is why the whole thing was balled up with covers. There was like covers balled up everywhere. There was like stuff there. And then I run, and he's running behind me. So as I'm running up, he like trips or whatever, but he's right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think I exit back out the garage. I feel like.
So the truck was in the garage.
No. It was out front.
Oh,
I'm
out
saying
front.
like I think I exited back out the garage.
Okay.
Because I feel like I just ran back to that door. I'm not 100% positive. I know we ran out. Then Gannon runs right out behind me, and when I turned around and I'm saying something to him because I'm like, hey, because in my mind I don't remember if I had gotten the dogs, even though I had already had grabbed the dogs. And so like I don't remember what we were saying, but we were all in a frame, whatever. He jumped in the passenger side, and I'm in the driver's side of the truck.
Okay.
Lena is in the back, and at that point we drive off. So we drive off for I don't know, a minute maybe. We drive back, but there's no gas in the truck.
So was anybody burned from that?
So Gannon had.
You or Gannon?
Gannon had little burns on his arms from that. And then, but at the time, Gannon always lays with like his, either like his underwear on or like something like that. So at the time when we ran out, I feel like, did he have a shirt? I don't remember if he grabbed a shirt or grabbed another cover. But I knew that he had some burns on his arm, but I know they weren't bad, like burns that were bad. They were just like you can feel it or whatever.
Were they discolored then? was it skin reddish, pinkish? What was it? Did you see it then or later?
No, it was not till later that I really like paid attention and should have been like, okay, well, because I did later on on it, but
Okay.
so yeah, so like his arms, and then we get in the truck or whatever, and we'll drive off. So then we come back, and so I'm of course, and like I text Harley, I text Albert, you know, what had happened. And I said, you know, this is what happened. Tell Harley this is what happened. Don't panic when you come home. Because the house at this point in time we get back in smells like nothing but smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And so nothing but smoke at this point in time. And it was just like I couldn't get the smoke out. Even opening up the like windows and all these things, I couldn't get the smoke out. So that was
So what
like
what happened with these covers that you used to put out the flame?
well, the covers were either left there. I remember getting the stuff, some of the stuff, and putting outside in the trash can, which I even showed the people when they got there that I put in the trash can.
Do you guys have singular trash cans for each house there, or do you have a dumpster or what?
Really, like it's a big trash. It's just a big brown trash.
One of the wheel ones you wheel
Yeah,
out and put by the curb. Okay.
Yeah, so it was just one of those. It was no one was like whatever, but we did want Albert. So like come home, like come not necessarily come home and meet for that, but we maybe like had updated a little bit to Albert because we were like thinking, you know, like said and whatever, you know, like whatever. So in my message to Albert probably was a little bit like a little more over exaggeration, just because that was
When you say we, did you talk with the kids about let's get Albert home?
No. We did sit down, and because when I was asking him, like, was this, you know, did you do this on accident? Was this an accident? You know, whatever. And so we were just talking about, you know, like the whole thing. Everybody was in one room. We were all in the bedroom at the time, which was our bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
So we were all in the bedroom upstairs, and talking, and, you know, whatever. And I said, I got to let your daddy know. And then I was not going to tell him. That was the original thing. Was not to tell him. It was just to fix it and not tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I was like, if I just do that, then we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But then that was just enough to be like, oh, well, maybe Albert would be like, well, or, you know, 'cause it was hard, like, you know, always all of us was there, going through all these memories and doing all these things without him, you know, like being there.
No,
Whatever.
I get it.
So that was
So
the
did
hardest
Gannon agree that was a good idea to kind of play it up a little bit?
part. Did he agree?
Yeah.
We all were in like an agreement.
So how did you play it up? Was the fire really not that big, and you made it like it was a big deal, or
Well, so whenever
just
we
to
were,
get Al to say, hey, maybe I should get back home?
when we were explaining it to people in general, like that was our whole like, oh my god, whatever, like, because I'm like, oh, you saw that, like, if the people that we messaged, we made it more of like a situation, like than what it really was.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand how a candle could make a big fire, because my wife lights candles all the time around the house, and if we knocked them over, and if you knock it over, kind of nothing happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it might singe the carpet a little bit. But
Yeah.
I've seen the pictures, and I'm surprised that, you know, that much of the carpet was burned.
Well, it was probably because I don't know, but I know that we did go like push down on the carpet, and it was covered, which was the cover was wrapped up on him.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know, like.
That's what I was just curious about, the burn itself on the carpet, because that
Yeah.
looks awfully big for a candle.
I
just
didn't
to
even
be-
think that was even big. Was that
Well,
really big?
Yeah, I mean,
Uh-huh.
that big for a candle, because like I said, my wife, we look like a church sometimes with all the candles she lights.
Yeah.
We have dogs running around and kids.
Yeah, yeah, no, it
I
was.
was just surprised a candle could make, you know, a big black thing in the carpet that much, that it might have been held there for a little while.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried to set. the
Yeah, I
fence
don't
on
know
fire or
about. But see, the thing is, I don't know that Gannon would try to like purposely, like, set something on fire. I don't know. I know that he did tell me later that he thought that I was coming downstairs, and he was playing his game. So I
So
don't
he
know.
was playing his game when he knocked the candle over?
Yeah, so he did tell us. He told me and Lena and all of us that talking together. He told us, thought I was coming downstairs, like to catch him on his game. Whatever.
Oh, that's why he knocked it over.
I don't know.
Trying to
I
get
don't.
off it.
I don't know if he accidentally or thought, whatever. I just know he said that he thought.
But did he take any responsibility for knocking the candle over, or did it just say it happened, or what?
No, he did say that.
Okay.
He did say that he had done it, that he had started it or whatever. And I asked. That's why I kept asking him, like, did you do it on purpose,
That's what I'm curious about.
or did you, was it an accident? He told me an accident. He thought I was coming downstairs. So, and to me, sir, we could afford to buy another
Yeah, for sure.
sofa and another carpet. That's not a problem. Like, I mean, you're talking about like things that we had and nice things that we can afford to buy that. So that was not a point of contention, and Gannon very well would have known that too.
So did it burn? It burned the sofa also?
I don't think it burned the sofa. I'm just saying, like, in general in the area, whether if it would have burned sofa, TV, all that.
Right. Did he light the candle?
We could
Or
afford
who
to
lit
do
that
it.
candle? Do you know?
The candle he had already lit the candle because the dogs were, and so he had already lit the candle, which we
Does he
allowed.
normally do that?
Yeah, we allowed him he could light the candle if he wanted to. He was allowed to open like packages that came. That's where I was telling Albert taught him how to use like the box cutter and stuff like that. He was allowed to do those type of things. As long as, he was usually within reason, like, okay, I'm not going to go like, or
Mhm.
something like that. When I was little too, like I did the same thing about curious about matches, but we had already given him enough of, like safety talks about, like Albert, when he talked to him about using the box cutters and knives, he always showed him the right direction, not to just go to like, cut them from boxes and stuff. So he had already had these, talks about the correct way to do
Right.
these things.
Well, it explains those two. So about the bath salts, the candle, and now the foot injured in the garage. Tell me about that.
The foot injury.
Oh, sorry, before I go there, so we don't forget, you said peeling these later.
I just remember that on Monday his arm had a little bit of peeling to it, and that's when I said in my mind, and like I told the earlier here, that I did at that point say, I probably should like think about if I need to, if later on after I put stuff on it, I need to think about if it gets worse, monitor the situation. Like those type of things.
Did you put stuff on it or no?
Well, we had took that green aloe stuff and we had took and put the little, the dog had just had get bit before, so already had that little wrap stuff.
Okay.
And so we had already done that in that situation.
Did you put them
Now,
in both arms?
I think it's on the right arm, I feel like.
And then when did you do that? Was that Sunday night, Monday morning, both?
I think it was Sunday night. No, actually it wasn't. It was through the night because we stayed up late. So it would have already been Monday morning hours, like into Monday morning hours.
So why were you guys up late?
Because we couldn't breathe. The smell was so like it's like stuck in the house from the smoke. We couldn't breathe. And I don't want to do
So
that.
where did you guys hang out until you could breathe?
We slept in our room, and then we opened all the windows downstairs.
Okay. And all four of you slept in?
So Lena, Harley, me, and him were in the room for a while. Then Gannon went to yeah. So then Gannon went to Lena's room for a while, but then he was in his room by the time he woke up. So I don't know if he got open.
What time do you think you went to Lena's room? Was it after midnight?
Or I don't know.
When did you call him in sick? It was pretty early in the morning.
Well, we didn't. What happened is we didn't. All I did was I called and asked about his stomach. It was nothing to do with anything to do with the fire. My question was, I'd already given him Miralax, which was like,
Mm-hmm.
So we had a prescription over the counter. I say whatever it is, prescription Miralax, whatever
Right.
it's or whatever. And I'd already given him that. And so then also had X-Lax. And I thought, at what point can I not? Like how much is enough? If I can't get him to pass this, at what point is there enough, or can I go ahead and do it? Like, Albert can tell you, I've given him animal before and like things like that because it gets so bad and they're just so big and they get clogged up. So that was the concern about how to get him to pass.
Mhm.
Because like for me, I have to like I can drink 10 scoops of Miralax and
Won't affect you
it
like.
won't affect me at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I didn't want it to be where it was. And then also, the combination is different in my stomach because, like I said, if I take 10 of them, I'm okay.
So he's having the squirts from and he started having those in the hike, but he couldn't pass that whole evening. Is that right?
Right. He would get out, but like couldn't get like the whole thing out. And that was sometimes if he finally, and then when he
It
finally
had to be
gets
painful,
one out.
wasn't it? Or,
For me, I lay in the bathroom and I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Like whenever.
was he telling you he was in pain?
Well, he sits on the toilet. His common thing is that he'll sit on the toilet and just sit there and sit there and sit there. So as long as he's got something to focus with, Gannon's pain tolerance is very like high when it comes to just sitting there and focusing.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
So he spent a lot of time in the bathroom that evening, just sitting there.
yeah, off and on the bathroom. We got kids meals, but he came out and ate his kids meals. So better. So I said
McDonald's or what?
no. We
Or-
Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had originally said Burger King, but that's not Burger King right there. That's Carl's Jr.
Got it.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I never go to Carl's Jr., but we got 2 kids meals, and I think I got one too. Lena went with me to go get it. So he ate the kids meal when we got back.
But he still hadn't passed yet.
Well, if he ate, he had done something. He had already used it some because he wouldn't have eaten.
And had you given him the Miralax before the meal then?
I had already given him Miralax like throughout the week. We always had this thing where if I went in there and took one of my shots, like of I say berries or something like that, he would take one too. So it was common for me to be like, okay, here, mix. And Albert would always say, go mix him up one of the drinks because we put in orange juice. Well, he didn't like juices as much unless it was like Kool-Aid juices, like Kool-Aid. So it was a common thing to always try to give Miralax to regulate the system. But the problem is, if you don't take the Vyvanse, say you don't take it for a day, like he didn't take it on Saturday, because family was in town, and say you don't take it on Saturday, and if you don't take it on Sunday, that's when it starts to happen. So that's when the constipation and the diarrhea kind of comes out. So like, let's say if he would have took it Saturday, and let's say he would have took it Sunday, he wouldn't have been as bad. But then the problem is, Albert always would want him not on it if we're going to go do like a big time activity, because instead of having him like, zoned out, I mean, zoned out or something.
Yeah.
That was
The Vyvanse stuff.
right.
Yeah.
And so like the thing was, if we go somewhere that requires him to have like things, then that we don't want him to be under that Vyvanse and just have to be like zoned in. We want him to be, especially like on the hike, I wanted him to be able to like run around and do things, because me and him were always on the top of all, like if we had hiked, we were always on the top of hikes. We were always the one, like,
Right.
leading, doing everything.
So was he bleeding that night? Do you know?
From
Rectally? Anally? Yeah.
So what happens is from him squeezing,
Well, I'm trying to figure out, things are going on with him these
Right.
last couple hours.
Yeah, so like from him squeezing and stuff like that, his does the same thing as mine does, and mine doesn't. So that's why I told you we're so much alike, and we could relate on that, because it was like, oh my gosh, your butt, and then just from squeezing and things like that, and that wasn't like boring.
Okay. So it wasn't a copious amount.
Yeah.
Just
So,
because of him struggling with that all night, or that evening into the night.
yeah.
You don't know when he eventually felt good? Or
How it works is he might feel good, and then it gets where it's hurting still until he gets it all out. It's not until he returns like 100% and being like, okay, I'm back to game.
did he get back to Gannon that night?
For Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was fine. I told you he earned extra time
Right.
to like, be able to stay up and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought, was he not struggling with this after the candle incident?
Right. Like what happens is, I mean, if you want to call him a GI person, but he gets where okay, and then a little bit more, okay, and a little bit more. They happen every once a month or ish,
Right.
where he goes through those episodes of his stomach and mind those things.
So when you guys were up in the bedroom, how was he?
You mean like after
The flame and fire and smoke?
He was upset and like crying because he thought he was going to lose his switch, like for a long time. Like he thought, that biggest thing was, I don't care, we'll just do whatever. I knew whatever. I would be quicker to cover up because we just related on the same page, more so than Lena, because Lena would be crappy and sure, whatever. Anna could be more of like, we can have a secret and talk and say,
Right.
so I'd be more inclined. Don't tell anybody, we'll fix it. And so that was kind of like our conversation, what we were talking about. Yeah, he was upset, like very, like upset and hurt and just trying to do whatever, but we also kind of just.
So how late do you think he stayed up with you in the room until he finally left?
I don't know.
Was it past midnight or do you know?
I don't know. At this
But he
point in
left
time, I
on his
don't know.
own.
At this point. So whenever he went to Lena's room, I think he walked down. I don't remember exactly, but I know we all four of us couldn't fit in the bed plus 2 dogs. So at one point in time, we had to switch the whole. And I feel like at one point Harley was sleeping on the sofa, and then Harley and Lena switched because we were up. Like I said, we couldn't breathe. It was very smoky. So we were all like, when Lena went to school, I'm pretty sure she probably went to school. Like exhausted.
Right.
Because like
So Lena was real sleepy, but she went to school.
yeah, like what I'm saying is when she woke up, she probably was like really, really like felt like she could have used a couple more hours.
So why did you call Gannon in sick and not her?
Well, she wasn't struggling with stomach problems.
So he still had him in the morning.
Right. So it wasn't, I even had messaged Albert through the night and said, hey, I asked him. Like I asked him, and they said, okay, it's getting things out. And so that was.
Yeah.
So he didn't respond because he was on a different time zone.
So you called in sick though too for your work.
Judge, that's at 1:26:58, which was where I intended to stop, and this is probably a good time for lunch.
Yes, it is. All right. Mr. Grusing, you can go ahead and step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we could be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of this case. With that, we'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No.
Defense? All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
sick of hearing the same story. Tales of another time. Encourage yourself, lose your strength. Get lost in between the lines. Echoes from another time. Your words will never die. Your words will never die. I hear them resonate through my mind. Your words will never die. Your words will never die. I'm sick of hearing you say sorry, admitting to all of your crimes. You buried yourself, lost your strength, destroyed all the good in your life. Echoes from another time. Your words will never die. Your words will never die. Hear them resonate through my mind. Your words will never die. close to the sunshine. Nothing can stop us, we're on the best ride. Only you can keep me smiling. Beautiful that you are hiding. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Whoa, the sunrise and you are golden. You are the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden. The sunrise and you are golden. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise on the loneliest night. Oh, the sunrise and you are golden. Just give me one chance, one dance. I fought off my anxiety to walk up to your body. Your touch got me hypnotized, but I'll read between the lines. Your eyes don't tell a lie, don't lie. Ask, take my hand to the dance floor, girl. Ask, hold on tight for the night, girl. Ask, take my hand to the dance floor, girl. Ask. Walking home in the morning light, you're the one thing running through my mind. Could this be the start of something good? 'Cause all I know is that it feels right. You live once and I don't wanna think twice. Could this be the start of something good? I was walking through the desert, searching for the truth. Left everything behind me, went looking out for you. Walking through the daylight and sleep under the moon. Watch every single sighting, a mirage just seems to move. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. If you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight, stay tonight. Went swimming in the ocean, don't know which one it was. I was diving to the bottom, searching for your love. I heard it was a treasure no one has ever seen. You hide inside a locket, buried in the sands beneath. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. If you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight. I've been running around in circles, trying to find you, it's feeling eternal. I don't wanna live like this. My life feels empty, you're what I miss. I'm standing here all alone, waiting for someone to make me feel at home. I've been craving for somebody, somebody to hold me. Trying hard to set myself away from you. Oh, moving on from what we had. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, all the emptiness is gone without you. Circles are outrun. Every single step I'm taking guides my way to the sun.
Judge, just briefly, this is really sort of just a continuation of the last conversation we had without the jury being present. And it relates to Mr. Grusing's prior testimony, at least as to his qualifications, and was part of the basis for why defense was basing their objections on. At the beginning of his testimony, we went through his background and experience and trainings and whatnot. He started talking about having trained with BAU and being trained by profilers, but he said that he's not himself a profiler. That's in testimony. And I think it's important to keep that in mind too when we're talking about the things that defense is bringing up.
Well, I actually was thinking about it over, I was thinking about it over the lunch hour. And if we get to that, if we get to that place in this testimony, I have an instruction that I'll be giving that essentially mirrors 16.8.109, and in addition informs the jury that Mr. Grusing is not being offered as an expert on the subject of psychiatry or psychology, and you should not accept his testimony as expert testimony. And so, and it gives them the language of 16.8.109 that he can give an opinion regarding conversations, context, those sorts of things. But that was the last sentence. So
yeah, and in relation to, I think what you're talking about there, Judge, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm on the wrong track on this, but as it relates to that question that we've been asking some witnesses about, did you develop an opinion as to sanity?
right.
Again, just further record of what Mr. Grusing's basis for any opinion would be in this interview, and we've already heard part of it, where he's asking her direct questions about mental health. And she says in her own words that she was of sound mind. He asked the question, are you of sound mind? She says, right. And then she gives an explanation. She gives explanations about having anxiety and being on lorazepam. And so any opinion that we would ask of Mr. Grusing would be based on those phone calls and this particular interview, which there's, I think, enough record being made for him to do that under that 16.8, and you just said the statute number, but I'm blanking on it right now.
16.8.109.
109, thank you. I think there is a sufficient basis already for him to do that. Obviously, we're not to that point yet that I'm going to be asking that, but there certainly is a sufficient basis for that.
All right. Well, we will cross that bridge when we get there.
Yep.
Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time?
No, Judge.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Yeah, that camera's right. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, no, that's true. You can't. That's over here. I don't know what it's related to, but the buttons are mine over here, so you don't have to worry about that.
And Judge, when we get started, we'll need the screen turned back
Right.
on. Yeah.
And Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. okay, Pam? Okay. You need gloves? Oh, that's right. Okay.
The court doesn't have blankets to hand out to everybody?
No, I was about to suggest that everybody can keep their jackets on. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break, we were in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so that we're on the same page as far as the record, we just listened to and watched a portion of the interview from timestamps 1 hour, 1 minute, 20 second through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds. In the beginning of this portion of the interview, you asked the defendant to describe that fire in the basement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
She gives you some extraneous information there, specifically like Kobe Bryant. Was it consistent that when you would start getting into particular points of interest as it relates to the alleged crimes here, that she would give these extraneous details?
Yes, and that was consistent through the phone calls as well.
From your perspective, was that another distraction attempt to sort of create these tangents off of the main path of what you're trying to drive towards?
Yes.
Cell phones, please.
Apparently the cell phone wants me to repeat it, Judge. I don't know.
That's the year or whoever.
You had asked about details about this fire in this particular portion, in like color of flame, those height of the flames. Why were you asking those questions?
Well, as I explained before the video, the candle was a significant incident. She had been talking about that since February 13th that I came on, that Gannon sustained serious burns from that caused him even to bleed. And I wanted to see how she described not only the candle, but the fire itself and how he was injured.
What was your perspective of that, either reluctance or unwillingness to share details of the fire, the colors of the flames, the height of the flames? Why is that potentially significant to you in this interview?
Well, I tried multiple times to get her to explain to me what she saw. And I tried to give her different prompts on maybe even motioning with her hand, how tall it might be, or how hot it was, or colors. And she was not comfortable doing that.
Okay. There was also discussion about the burns on Gannon. She describes on one hand that there were little burns on his arms and then says by Monday they're peeling. Any significance to that for you? That seems to be some divergent statements as to the severity of these burns.
Yes, in our phone call on February 13th, she was saying that Gannon was peeling and peeling his burns and that they were very bloody. And that's a lot different from how she was describing those to me in this interview.
In that particular, and you're referring back to a different one of these recorded calls that we listened to.
Correct.
Did that appear to be, from your perspective, a way to explain why there would be blood on his walls and in his bedroom?
Yes.
So again, to explain away important details in the investigation?
Yes.
In this particular discussion of the fire in the basement, she gives a long description about opening windows and how people are sleeping upstairs, everybody is, but then Gannon ends up downstairs. Did that appear to be an isolation of Gannon based on the way you're hearing that?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me at the time on why he would be back down there, but I decided not to press it.
Does that also, I guess building on that, the fact that she describes all the windows being opened, we're talking about mid to late January, likely very cold in there. Was that significant at all to you?
Yeah, I wasn't really taking in all of that, but I didn't think from talking with El Paso, the sheriff's office, that there was such a cause for so much smoke and inhalation and windows being opened.
Okay. Next, I want to ask you about during this interview, did you ask her about whether she went to work on that Monday, January 27th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So we're going to jump to 1 hour, 27 minutes flat. And we're going to play from 1 hour, 27 minutes to 1 hour, 29 minutes and 42 seconds.
What I did was I said, I told Albert, I said, hey, I'll just stay at home. Zach or anyone. But the plan was I wasn't like, going to go back. Like, that was like the plan was I was not going back to teaching.
So starting, when was that a plan?
I think it was like December, so I was just going to try to use like days, you know, whatever, because I didn't want to.
Right. What did you tell your school as far as why you didn't show up that day?
For that day, I didn't talk to them about anything that day.
Your school, you didn't?
Not that day.
Did you just not show? Or were you have classes waiting on you? Or?
No. Okay, so what happened was I transitioned because I was like, okay, I wasn't going to be a teacher anymore. And I was like, okay, I have to do something until this, like, the whole flight attendant thing started. So I had to do something and just not have money or whatever. So I got on DA. I would do a long-term sub position or the regular subbing position. And then, I just, at that point, was going to just call in whenever I could work. I have it in my email.
Right.
I could just call in whenever I worked.
So were you scheduled to show up then Monday morning?
From the school that I wasn't going to work at anymore. I didn't even complete paperwork with them yet. So it wasn't even, I wasn't
They
even.
weren't counting on you to show up that day or what?
What do you mean? But I hadn't signed any contracts. I hadn't like done anything with them because the whole plan was I was not going to be teaching.
Okay, yeah, I get you didn't sign contracts, but were they planning for you to come in to do something on Monday and you had to call in?
I never called it on Monday. I'd already told them.
Did you text down or something?
No, on Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them. Okay. On Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them that I wasn't coming in. Like I didn't go in Friday either. Like I'd already told them I wasn't. So it was like, you're asking me about if I told them Monday, but I'd already told them prior. That
you'd already told them, so you didn't have to tell them you're not coming in on Monday?
Right, because I had already told them because, see, on my dad's side, there was someone who passed away. The prior week. So that's.
So, Mr. Grusing, when she's giving you this answer, what information did you have already about her employment on that Monday?
I had, I think in the 4:00 a.m. hour, she had texted to say one of her relatives had got hit by a car and was killed, and that's why she was not coming into work.
And the way that she's describing it, it sounds like she's saying that this was a text that she sent the previous week to a different school as opposed to the one that she was now supposed to work at on Monday, January 27th.
That's correct.
What was significant of that to you?
I was attempting to walk her through her own timeline that she had provided us on the Sunday night burn injuries and then what happened Monday morning. And that was the next logical thing that she should have been describing to me. And then,
Okay.
like you said, she put it back on either Thursday or Friday.
Okay. The reason that she gives in that portion of the interview is that she didn't want to go back into teaching, right?
Yes.
Did Did she ever say in this part of the interview or any other part of the interview or phone calls, having any sort of mental health anxiety issues as it related to teaching?
Not that I listened to, no.
Was it more along the lines of she was just not happy in teaching because of the current environment in schools?
Yes.
Following that portion of the discussion, did you ask her to give you a statement about what happens on Monday, January 27th?
I did.
Does she then, in her answer, is this where she's asks you, I'm going to need some help from you?
Yes.
Right, Your Honor, we're going to jump to 1 hour, 32 minutes and 47 seconds and play through 1 hour, 46 minutes and 45 seconds.
That's kind of long.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So tell me about the next morning. Then. So now you're at home, Gannon's at home,
Right.
Elena's at school. Tell me what happens now.
Right. So this is where I need help from everybody.
Yeah. And you can get help. Like I said, I've had some high-level informants that have told me some horrific things, and we've had to relocate them. We can get different names. But to do that, to kick that in motion, we need to know the story. We can't just say,
Right.
oh, someone got really important information.
Right. Well, that's where I would need someone to help guide me through this because I want to help more than anything. But
That's why I'm here, because I'm representing Denver FBI, and then I have the ability to pull resources from Quantico, which is our behavior analysis unit. Everything comes out of there.
Right.
It's called CERD, which is our incident response group. So this was a big enough case that the supervisor of the FBI asked me to come down from Denver, and I get all my training out there. So you're not going to have better resources in this room right now. And I'm not bragging.
Right.
I've just been doing this stuff for a long time.
Right.
So if you tell me what happens and then you need protection, we can do all that stuff. So DEA doesn't have those capabilities, ATF doesn't. No. DEA just investigates drugs, and they're very good at it.
Right.
But the FBI, we're now worldwide, and we have offices Bogota to Russia to China to wherever. So we get a lot more funding because when September 11th happened, that changed everything for us. We were the nation's #1 law enforcement agency before then, but they gave us so many more resources since then.
Right.
And so I am specialized in missing kids and unusual homicides, including serial killings and whatever else. So I didn't get in right away on your case, but I have been working it for the past couple of weeks. Well, I'm here now, and whatever you tell me, the worst thing I can do for people like you is if you have a story that requires your protection for the FBI, it would not be good for me to run out and say, oh, Letecia told me this, and that's not how it works. If this can help us find Gannon, we'll do whatever we can. Okay.
Not like I just need like protection for.
Okay. Well, you can get that, but we have to know the story first.
So how am I supposed to get help talking to someone first before we talk to you? Because I'm willing to do that.
So here's your deal. If you need help and if you want to go through the court process, that's fine. We leave and then you work through the court process. But then it just becomes the whole focus of this, Letecia, right now you're the only one. You're the last one. You're the last adult with him. You're the last adult we know about with him. You have not told anybody anything else to lead us. We have been trying to work with Al to say, what does she say in that?
Yeah.
And the Quincy Brown thing and whatever else.
I was mad at him about all that. But a lot of it was keys to help me. But it should have been. I could have just reached out to someone to be like terrified for myself. And it would have been. Also, what I can help you with can also help you with something else you might already recognize. I'm just saying,
Well, Letecia, you've got to give me something here to work with. If you want to go through the court process, like I said on here, the last question, if you want to stop at any time, you are more than welcome to stop and say.
but it says you can have one present to talk to you.
Yep. And that will kick in the court process and then we're done, which is fine. And if that's what you want. Okay, but the whole, if you need protection and that sort of thing, I can't get you there without you giving me something. So I listened to all the calls with Al, and I've seen the crime scene reports.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what happened in the bedroom was not Gannon slinging his blood on the wall.
Well, that's totally like not even to do with anything.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why I'm so like upset about bedrooms and all those things. Because I understand you're an expert. I know that. But I'm telling you that I'm gonna need like protection. That's it. It's not me. I'm not the person.
So, but if you're not the person, the charges won't be different. Okay, if you allowed someone else to come in and do the things to Gannon that we know happened to him, you're just as guilty.
I didn't allow anyone, and I don't know of anything like you're talking about to be happening to Gannon. I do know that there's something I could tell you that can help you or help me, help everyone. But help.
Well, so let me tell you where I am. Okay. Like I said, I've been 23 years with the FBI. For the last 20, I've been working violent crime. And I've worked some of the worst cases. And
Okay.
it kind of messed me up a little bit, to be honest,
Right.
seeing what I've seen. And I worked 20 years of bank robberies.
Mm-hmm.
So I always thought that you were going to have, I'm the FBI, I'm the good guy, bad people go rob banks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not how it is.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to help arrest other FBI agents, police officers, people from the church, school resource officers. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, some of the bank robbers, one of them came out after serving a 10-year sentence, and we had it off just fine, even though, we were on opposite sides of the fence. The thing that I have seen, though, throughout is when something very bad happens, people think they can't recover from it. And I do not think you are a bad person.
I'm not.
That's why I'm here. No, I don't.
I didn't do bad things.
I've seen bad
And I know
people.
you tell people that to get them to help you,
No,
but
I'm
not.
No, I would not have this approach with you if I thought you were a bad person. I think something bad happened. And I think that what I've seen a lot, it's whether it's you think that you can get out if you do this or this or this, that's where you are now. And you're hoping that one of these things can save you. They're not going to be able.
What do you mean? What were you talking about?
There was nobody else there. We've looked at the alarms, we've looked at the motions, we've looked at the
Sir,
detectors.
The alarms are already covered up.
The alarms were already covered
Yes.
up. Okay. But
Sir,
We-
I'm telling you, what you have is not you. I know you say you wouldn't sit here and say this to me if I wasn't, whatever. I'm telling you, it is true. I would not and did not, did not. And with you guys having my phone, I would have thought that you would have had some of the apps looked into. Now, I would have thought that sometimes when I talked to Albert and you might have listened to him or whatever, it could have been some help and indication. I really did. Because I couldn't come at you and just tell you if you say there's somebody not involved. I could walk you through it and prove it to you, and you guys have already had this predetermination. I don't mean you. I have the first time I spoke to you. You guys have already had this predetermination. That's what's going to happen. It's already in your mindset.
yeah, because we have no other evidence pointing us elsewhere. So if there was a shred of evidence, Letecia, that pointed us to some other person, we would be all over it. As soon as Quincy Brown came out of your mouth, it doesn't take long.
So you know 100% he's in Mexico right
Yes,
now.
we do now.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Because we did get our legal, we have what's called a legal attaché.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where that alone, and I get that you're saying you have someone who looked into that and knows that, that's where I know in my heart that I can't trust to get help. That very week.
You're saying Quincy Brown's
No,
not in Mexico?
that's not what I'm saying. But you would have said another word, like something in between that would have gave that off. Like, you wouldn't have said he's just in Mexico and didn't do anything. You would have said, oh, did he come back here for a reason? You wouldn't have said any of that. You would have known some other things too. Or maybe you have and you just can't tell me those things. And that's okay. But
Well, we don't, in a case like this, so tips will come in,
mhm,
you know, the public will call in. And then, of course, you and Al are primary interest because you're the parents of the missing kid. And most, 90% of the time, when a kid goes missing, it has to do with one of the parents.
mhm.
That's it. That we work on probability.
Okay.
So, and especially with you, then you're there. You say he went to a neighbor's house.
Okay.
That's the very first thing you say. And then there's no thought that somebody took him.
You
So
said there's no thought,
there's no thought for law enforcement.
but you
When
don't
you-
really
when you-
understand what happened leading up to the days before. Nothing to do with Gannon, nothing to do with, okay, in terms of me and Gannon. I love Gannon with all my heart. And so you can sit here and say 90% parents, this.
I'm not saying you don't love him.
I love him.
I'm saying that even I have had times when my son rolled the basketball underneath that I wanted to turn around and
Right.
do
but-
something, and
but-
then I would have regretted it later.
But what you're saying to me is, what you think is that I hurt Gannon. That's
And
what
I
you
don't think it was intentional.
Okay, but I didn't hurt Gannon, okay? And I didn't either intentional or not intentional hurt Gannon. I did not. That's just not what happened, okay? And I had this conversation with you just to see for a second if I could get help from you.
Which you can, but how can you expect me to help you, Letecia, if you're not going to tell me what happened?
Because
You can't go, just so let me tell you.
Right.
You can unlock the entire resources of the FBI right now. I've told you that. But then you say that you're not willing to do it, whether you don't trust me or you think that there's these
But you
people
already
involved.
told me someone wasn't there based on an alarm.
That's from what we can see. Yes,
Okay.
movement in the basement,
Right.
movement upstairs.
But you've already told me that based on that, okay? But what you're not realizing is there's 2 sensors on that home, okay? Two that can easily be manipulated, easily, okay? And if you even knew anything about prior, you would be thinking a lot differently. But see, that's why I can't talk to you about these things, because you already have predetermined what you
It
think.
doesn't matter what I
You-
predetermined.
But you
Listen,
said intentionally,
listen.
unintentionally, and that's not the case.
I'm not saying I'm right 100% of the time. It doesn't, you need to just disregard whatever I think, or really whatever anybody else thinks. If you have a truth, and if you have something that will help us find him, really, to hell with me and everybody else and what we think. You should just cast that aside. All I can follow is the facts of the case as they're told to me. And so for me to go somewhere else besides the facts, I have to then go back to the facts to check it. So when I say something
I'll
like,
talk to you in private, but you can't tell Albert about anything that led up to it or anyone else.
Albert will
But
not
I
know
will,
any of
I
this.
understand that, but I will, but I need your help, and I need to know that you tell me there's resources, you tell me whatever, okay? I know you're saying you got whatever, this, and that, and all that, but I really am gonna need help, like, a lot. Where do you? Don't base it on some alarm report, because they can easily manipulate it.
Well, we're not just.
They
looking
easily
for
were.
alarm.
I know, I'm saying when you were saying no one else was there.
So
When you say that, don't base it on that, please. I'm begging you. because that was not even remotely. Was not even. I mean,
Mr. Grusin?
Mr. Grusin, I just remind you that you're still under oath.
At the beginning of that portion of the interview, Mr. Grusing, you go through a description of if you allowed somebody else to come into the house and do bad things to Gannon, then you're just as guilty. Why were you going down that path and explaining that to her?
Well, it had to do with the numerous stories that she had told us and Al over the phone, and just whatever complicity she was going to make with me, I was wanting to move more directly towards her involvement. So just saying that if she was going to introduce yet another person, like the last one that she introduced was the pregnant lady, and it didn't really have any legs to stand on. I didn't want her to go down that path again.
So was that you trying to encourage her to talk about her actions as opposed to pointing it out to different people?
Yes.
Okay. What about the discussion you had where you're talking about the good guys, the bad guys dynamic and that whole thing, arresting bank robbers? What was that purpose of that?
To tell Letecia basically that she was a good person and that good people can do bad things.
In that portion of the interview, she says she couldn't just come at you and tell you what had happened. What was your take from that particular point of the interview?
Well, I don't know if this is the same thing you're talking about, but she told me that she had keys or some type of keys she was trying to give us, but that she couldn't tell us directly what happened. And to me, that meant that she had been giving us hints along during the different phone calls through Al, because she had already told me that she knew that I and others were listening.
That's exactly what I was talking about, where she's telling you basically that I've been trying to give hints throughout this whole thing. Were there, in fact, some hints in her various statements?
Absolutely.
Can you give us examples of that, please?
Well, she mentioned that Gannon was not in Colorado in either the phone call on February 19th or 21st. I think it was the 19th. And then she told Al that he's not in the US. And we later learned that it's close to being true. She also, as we've spoken of numerous times, described the injuries, and she was even describing time periods that we were interested in, like the night before the 2 trips to Costco and what had happened in between those 2 trips. And then when she would come home, what happened after she arrived back at the house. And yeah, so when you compile them all together, she was describing a lot of what had happened separately through the investigation being done by El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And when you talk about that it was almost true that Gannon wasn't in the United States, are you referring to where Gannon was later found on the essentially banks of a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, down in Florida. Why did you tell her that you don't think it was intentional? What, and the way you're implying it in that statement is you don't think what she did to Gannon was intentional. Why'd you say that?
Well, in her first statement that I was present for with Al on the 13th of February, she said that Gannon's first injury in her timeline was that he cut his foot on Saturday. And then she went on to other things that had happened. And in my experience with domestic violence, I had seen that an accident might precede something intentional. And I was giving her the opportunity to say that if she wanted to.
Was that essentially you building it out for her to feel better about telling you what actually happened again?
Yes, and still just trying to find any factual information from her on injuries to Gannon when they might have occurred, and it's much easier to talk about an accident than something intentional.
Okay. The next section that I want to talk about is right after this. Do you remember her talking about she reached out to people to go places?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. It's at timestamps 1:46:45 through 1:48:30. So going directly from here to 1:48:30.
So you care about Gannon.
I care about Gannon. I have reached out every day offering for people to go in these certain places to get even insight to see. I've every day asked, hey, can you go do this? Can someone meet with you?
So you've asked someone to go look for him?
Right. Like I reached out and I asked Albert, I said, hey, can you meet me? Let me tell you about this and let's go to this location to look. I've asked all these.
What location do you think he's at now, Gannon?
No, I'm just saying like
No,
in general.
but I'm asking you.
In
right
general.
now. Where do you think he is right now?
I don't know exactly. I don't know,
Well, where do you know him to last?
but I am 99% confident Gannon is alive.
Okay. Letecia, where do you know him to last be?
I want to help her, but I'm in a room and you've already talking about all this and the courts and it's me against everybody else.
So here's the deal. Once this thing goes through the courts, you talk about that. You're the only one to be with him. You think you're going to be able to tell a story.
A story?
It might be a true story.
God, sir.
But
Story?
listen, I've listened to a lot of your stories and I don't know what else to tell them.
Yeah, okay, but that's because I was mad at him. Had nothing, I already knew.
But I've seen what you told the news reporter. I've listened to what you told El Paso about the sex assault that happened in the house.
I already knew that you guys were listening to him.
Yeah.
So I said that because
So-
I was angry.
But what I think I can offer you today is some help.
Okay.
So in the beginning of that portion, Mr. Grusing, she's talking about she's been trying to reach out to get people to go places. Do you know of any effort she made to reach out to give information, factual information that could be acted on?
I don't.
So in this, basically in this interview, do you also go through a portion where you're describing that you're looking at her stories and they're just not making sense?
Correct.
I'm going to jump to 1 hour, 51 minutes and 40 seconds and play 1 hour, 56 through 1 hour, 56, 24.
And so I'm looking at your story, the ones that you've told to Al, the ones that you've said in the media, of hitting your head. When you hit your head, you didn't see what happened. And then when someone else takes Gannon, or when he's riding a bike and he hits his head and stuff like that.
I didn't buy. I just told you I was saying that to Albert because I was upset that he wasn't listening to me, that I did not hurt Gannon.
I don't think you intended to hurt Gannon at all.
There's no.
No, I'm not saying you did, or he hurt himself. Something bad happened in his room.
No.
Have you seen that? You helped clean it off the wall. We know that.
This here, what you're talking about is completely irrelevant. About the whole
Well, then-
thinking bad,
Well,
whatever.
Tell me about, if it's irrelevant, Letecia, help me. Because there's a big blood pool in the corner, there's spray on the wall.
Because if I tell you anything about any of that, all you're going to say to me is, hey, da, da, da.
If you didn't do it, no, I will be your advocate. Because why do we know each other?
No, but
Why would I care? If you didn't do it and it helps me find Gannon,
I didn't do it.
okay, well then help me find out who did it.
Who did what?
That to Gannon in his
Done
room.
what to Gannon in his room?
There's a pool of blood in the corner.
Okay.
That's Gannon's blood.
Okay. So you're saying now this is where I have a hard time knowing what it is. You're like, okay, trust you or not, right? You're saying there's a pool of blood. Albert said saucer size, because I'm sure you had him say all this, because I'm sure you were there, or whatever. Okay. In his room, and you said something about, what'd you say? Then, if that's your whatever, your expert advice or
There's
whatever,
more blood.
okay, then where do you think that I had any involvement with Gannon, and where did he go? That's where it has to click at some point that
And that's what I listened to you do that to Al, to where
I
you're
didn't do that.
making him guess what happened to Gannon.
I don't want him to guess.
Well, no,
won't-
you're asking me to guess.
No. I was asking the question, sir. I wasn't trying to get you. I was just saying in general, asking the question. I want help with people understanding. I tried to give any insight, help, clue, anything, but I can't because they know my daughter, everyone, my family, the mom, everyone. And you can think that.
But right now, Letecia, I mean, you can go down that road, but it's not going to save you in court
But
because you're the last adult with him.
sir,
And nobody else, just let me try to
I'm
protect
sorry.
you. I'm not trying to hurt you here. This is actually protecting you. If you don't tell us where to go investigate,
Mhm.
then nobody's going to investigate for you. You're the last adult with him. You told a lot of lies about all these injuries from
not
his
to you.
foot.
I didn't tell lies to you or to any police officer.
Did a sex assault happen in the house?
I didn't tell any lies to you or a police officer.
So we don't have anybody to chase though if we don't chase you. Do you understand?
But if you chase me, okay, and you do this to me, people are protected because you guys aren't going to protect everybody. People are protected.
We can protect people. We can protect you, family, if this is involved. Now, I've worked South American death groups. I've worked gangsters. I've worked organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
None of that stuff rings true with what happened here. I mean, how is a very organized gang going to come into a house in Colorado Springs?
Who said it? A house? Why does it have to be in the house? See, that's where
he
you're not.
last was.
Oh.
Are you going to make me guess where he was then?
No, I'm telling you, you're not going to listen to me. You already just said the last was in the house.
But you're going back to what you care what I think. You shouldn't care what I
I do
think.
care what you think. You want to know why?
But-
Because I care about how people think of me because I am not that kind of person. That's why.
And if you can point me to a different person, then I can help you.
I gave him.
So it stopped at 1:56:26. When the discussion about the riding the bike and Quincy Brown came up, she stopped you and said, basically she gives a description of, she was just saying that to Al. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Was that her basically admitting that what she had told in that particular story, that Quincy Brown, that whole thing was not true?
Correct.
What about the portion of the discussion where you point out that, are you trying to make Al guess? Are you trying to make me guess? What was your intent of making that distinction there, and what were you trying to get to?
Well, I had asked her a question about the blood in the bedroom, trying to get her to explain that to me. And instead, she posed the question to me that if she was responsible, where was Gannon? It's an open-ended question that only she knew. And as I told Letecia, I had seen her do this to Al. I'd heard her do it to Al while we were in the room multiple times. When it's a direct question, we need an answer, or I needed one for the blood, and instead she's asking me where Gannon is, and she knows that I don't know the answer.
Did it appear from your perspective that was intentionally trying to not give you information as to what happened in the room, or to Gannon?
Yes, both.
Did you confront her with web searches that were done on her phone?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to that portion of the interview, and this is 1 hour, 56 minutes and 52 seconds through 2 hours and 10 seconds.
Because in here I even have what you entered in your phone. The stuff that you've entered and deleted. Like blood is spurting from an arterial bleed, direct pressure not controlling.
Do what? I didn't look this up.
It's from your phone.
Blood is what?
Spurting from an arterial bleed.
No.
Somebody did from your phone. I don't like my stepson.
No.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce? Stalk cheating. I'll stalk Instagram, Al Stauch cheating in Colorado Springs. Catch Al Stauch cheating. How to get blood out of sheep.
Out of sheep?
Mm-hmm. I want immunity.
The blood out of sheets was because we always had always nosebleeds. If I ever looked at blood out of sheets, it was nosebleeds.
And I figured it might be something.
I didn't ever look up anything about an artery or something unless it went from something else.
It's on your phone.
And I never looked up anything about my stepson unless someone else did it.
The reason I brought up gangs is you looked up, I want immunity because it was gang related. And this sounds like it. Find me a new husband, find me a rich guy who wants to take care of his kids.
The new husband is just because Albert already knew that was about the lady Debbie Sherrill who wanted to find a new husband after 35 or something. He picked me about Amazon.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it.
And
Can I spray paint wood?
Spray paint wood? Well, we always spray wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh,
you.
yes, because I wanted them to be mine. Like
What about it?
me to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letecia and traffic accident, hit and run.
I didn't hit anybody.
No? What was that?
What date was it?
I don't have a date on these. I was downloading stuff as I was coming on the plane.
Yeah, no, I don't. If
My
you tell me
husband
the
wants
date.
a divorce. My husband wants a baby, but I want an abortion. One day, some people will wish they treated you differently, which I get that. Parenting should be 4 people, not 1. Quote the suicidal person might say. I mean, these make me very sad when I read them because I can see you're doing all the work at home by yourself.
Which I wanted to be there. Like, I wanted to totally have the kids as my children. That's the point you're not getting. Like, I wanted those kids to be saying to me that I'm their mom.
Yeah.
Like, I am the person who does it, cares for them, loves them, everything. So you can think that.
What do you do if you suspect a person swallowed poison? Did somebody actually swallow poison?
Poison? I don't know. I always click things and read them.
Did somebody swallow it?
No one swallowed any poison.
You will never forgive me and treat me like a princess. You'll never know when it's too late.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always search for things when Albert.
So in that particular portion, you mentioned the immunity. Was there a particular phone calls during the consensual recorded phone calls process where she was also saying the same thing to Al in those phone calls?
Yes, there was. It was one of the earlier phone calls I was involved in.
Did you ask her to describe what injuries Gannon suffered a little bit later after this?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to timestamp 2 hours and 50 seconds. And play through 2 hours, 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
Everything.
If you're not willing to go with who took Gannon, can you at least tell me what injuries he suffered? The true ones. As far as the cut foot, was that a legit injury?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
So he was outside in the garage, and when he was outside in the garage, he was running to go help me take the trash. Take the trash out, come back and help me get stuff out of the car, and then he stepped on something, which I left the blood there. Like, I left it, like, because Albert said, "Don't touch that fine wood or African wood, whatever kind of wood it was."
What did the piece of wood look like? Okay. And it's still there in the garage?
I had to drive over them all the time. Like, I always had to drive over the pieces of wood.
Right. But
Right.
you didn't take that out of the garage?
Just too big. You couldn't fit it in anything. You couldn't have fit the pieces. The long boards that were in the garage, you could not fit. I left. Okay, so there was the piece of board that I threw in the back of our truck, and then there was the 2 long boards that were sitting there. So the board that was about like this size, and the board that was the long boards that were sitting here. I left the long boards because that was supposed to be the fancy wood, and I didn't want to avoid or trying to get the blood off of it. The other piece of wood was the wood that I threw in the back of Albert's truck.
And what was that one?
There was a bunch of pieces that were laying around that from that night, from us running through there, It was like little pieces. There was a piece about this size, maybe a couple pieces. But
And
that
you
had,
threw it in the back of the truck? That bigger piece?
you said bigger like this. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cheap wood. Like I knew it was not the wood that he would be freaking out over. So from Sunday, he did hurt his foot from Sunday.
And how badly was it bleeding?
It wasn't. I say Sunday, Saturday. I'm sorry. From Saturday. Albert had just left, like to drive to the airport. He wasn't even gone long.
Mm-hmm.
He had just left to drive to the airport.
Okay.
And
So did it require a Band-Aid? Or?
You know, whenever he always does something, he tries to be like, he's not like Lena where he's like, oh, I need a Band-Aid or whatever. Gannon would literally walk around with toilet paper in the middle of his toe, and it would have blood or whatever, and just run everywhere to his room or whatever.
Yeah. So what did you do on this occasion?
We literally took the paper towel, that's why I just told you about the toe,
Uh-huh.
and put it in between them.
So it was in between his toes is where the injury
No,
was?
it was like wrapped here.
Okay.
We had it wrapped. And I don't remember if we got a Band-Aid, to be honest. This is what Gannon.
So that doesn't sound like a big injury.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, there was a big injury. I left it on the wood because I said I'm not going to clean his fine African wood.
What did it look like on the wood? Drops, streaks?
Well, what I did originally was I was trying to take water to do it, but then I realized if I put cleaner, then that wouldn't do anything but cause the wood to damage. Because Albert always wanted to build things with all the wood that we bought.
Oh, I saw it.
And if I use those pieces of wood and all that stuff, then, you know.
Did you ever use that shop vac to clean up anything out there?
No, I never used the shop vac. The shop vac was never, I couldn't even like move anything with the shop. Anything that would have been used with the shop vac would have been Albert, other than the times that we brought it, which would have been weeks ago, and we did spring cleaning or fall cleaning around the house, in the corners. And so that would have been the shop vac. There was nothing I ever did and vacuumed up something with a shop vac.
All right,
Like,
that helps me. I
you
just
know,
asking.
like any of that.
Right.
There was none of that ever happened.
So the burns on the arms weren't that bad. The cut on the toe or the bottom of the foot wasn't that
So
bad.
we still were able to go hiking. He was able to still go
Right.
hiking. It was bleeding on the board.
But
we
not
never
after
really-
that, not over the house, that sort of thing.
Well, he had the piece of paper and went down to his room.
Yeah.
Like wrapped around his foot. So I mean, if anything, there could have been drops of blood or something. No.
What about the wound to the head that you talked to Al about?
So Albert was like trying to get me to say whatever, because I'm sure you guys are having to do that. I knew that's what he was doing. So Albert was trying to get me to say that, like talk to him about, you know, like or you know, whatever. So I threw out some stories to Albert because he was making me so upset, just like everyone not understanding that intervention fortune here. And there's someone intervening in this. And that's where people didn't understand and want to say anything. So I just started rambling stuff to Albert. And I even said to you guys, hey, I know you're listening. You know, and it was just to be whatever.
But do you know what that sounds like, though, to a dad who's missing a kid? And then you say, and a previous head wound happened where it was blood running down his face and that sort of thing. And it, you know, had to bandage it up. And
Well, I don't remember saying anything about bandaging up.
I think you said Quincy Brown tried to bandage it up.
Oh, because he was making me mad about something. Yeah. I was about to say, I don't remember me saying I did that.
So he did suffer a head wound, though. We know.
Head-
Yes. Head or neck.
Okay.
And that is what caused the blood there. And so even if you choose not to tell us where Gannon is today because you're too nervous or whatever else, we would like to know where that was on him. So if we find him on our own, if you've given me the clues to go find him, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that wound?
Gannon is alive.
He's alive, fine, but where was that wound? Was it his neck or his head?
I don't know anything about a neck or head.
Well, you had to clean up the wall. You went ahead.
That was not that is not even from what you're talking about there had nothing to do with anything from Saturday, Sunday, and whatever. That had nothing to do with any of it.
How could it not?
It did
there
not.
was a lot of blood.
It did
And
not.
You're going to have to explain that.
Sir, it did not.
Well, just tell me how.
It did not. I promise
But
you.
you're not gonna tell me how. So
Because
where we can help you with
you're
it.
not gonna help me though.
How could I not help you? How are you gonna get up, Letecia, on the stand after telling all these stories, which we're gonna ask you about, and then say, I can explain all that, and it's some party that I never told law enforcement to go chase. If Gannon is alive, we have an 11-year-old kid somewhere being held against its will, and you're not telling us. You might as well have done this yourself. That's why I'm saying.
Let me hold your gun right there. I'll just put that
It's
there.
fine.
Hey,
So I've paused it at 2 hours, 8 minutes and 55 seconds. What did she write down in your notebook?
I just remembered the first part, that the head wound was on Saturday.
You remember it saying, and had nothing to do with this?
Words to that effect, yes.
What was your take on that? That instead of saying it on the camera, she wanted to write it down in your notebook?
Well, whether it's by now, whether it's the argument that she didn't want to talk about the burns, and even calling Gannon in as absent, I wasn't pushing her. I would give her the opportunity to talk, and then she would not talk, so I would move on. And now that we're to the blood and what happened in the room, I think it was too difficult for her to say it out loud with the head wound.
When she's going over the wound to the head, and then she actually says she just started throwing out stories because Al was making me mad. You remember
Yeah,
that
I do.
portion? What were your thoughts on that particular part of the interview?
Well, that was consistent with what she was telling Al on the phone calls. And Al would continue to push her like, we need to find Gannon. And then she would say, what about our relationship? So she would move from finding out what happened to Gannon to her feelings. And that's what she was doing here again.
Is this also an example of her blaming others for her behavior?
Yes.
Did you ask her about blood being found in the back of her Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to play that portion next. And Judge, just as I'm watching the time, is there a time that you want me to shoot for a break?
3:10,
Okay,
something like that.
I'll just watch the clock on that.
All right.
This next section picks up from here and goes through 2 hours, 10 minutes and 57 seconds.
About the blood in the back of the Tiguan.
Tiguan?
Mm-hmm.
The only blood would have been in the back of when we opened the car up. In the car, we were sitting there to do his foot. There's nothing to do with this.
There's too much to be
No,
just a toe.
no. No, sir. That is absolutely not true. That was where we were sitting on the back of the car when we were unloading the stuff. We were sitting in the back of the car. There is no, no, sir. Mm-mm.
There's plenty in the garage, so.
But there was nothing in the garage. There was plenty of times that everybody worked in the garage. Had nothing to do with.
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you, what you're asking me is completely, totally different than anything has to do with.
Do you know what this looks like? Say you're telling me the truth. Again, please don't care what I think. Say you're telling me the truth right now. That Saturday had nothing to do with him disappearing and being gone for over a month. Do you know what that looks like for you?
It looks like I am in the middle of a situation and I need help getting out.
But you're not willing to tell me how to help you. So now you're saying that Gannon had a really bad head wound on Saturday.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The head thing was Saturday, and
I was
the
saying-
amount of blood
No,
there.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're talking about completely different than what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't look any better for you because now you haven't told Al that he has a head wound. You haven't called the hospital.
It wasn't like that. It was
Well,
not. what it
then
was
you have
like.
to tell me. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but
It's not what it was like, sir. It's not, had nothing to do with me. It's not what it was like. Okay.
So in that particular portion, where you're asking about the blood on the Tiguan, had you been made aware of, when she showed up to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for an interview and the condition of her car?
Yes,
What information did you know about that?
but the car had been washed.
Did you, ask her if someone else injured Gannon during this
Yes.
interview? Okay. We're gonna jump to that portion. It picks up here and goes through 2 hours and 20 minutes and 06 seconds.
someone else injured him on Saturday. That's an easy question. You don't even have to tell me a name. Did someone else injure him on Saturday?
I wanted to be friends. Because I didn't have friends. Okay. So I wanted to make friends. Albert ever tell you about any of these apps we had to go on?
Hmm.
See, that's where this is going to be whatever, because you're not going to take my version and my side of
All right,
what
but
really happened.
Letecia, let me stop. If you help us, I will take whatever version you tell me, and I will actually prove it. That's all I do is I don't chafe. I am wrong most of the time.
Do you have a way to pull up apps? Do you have a way to pull up the stuff on apps? Do you have that?
We can do that while you're here, yes.
Okay. Well, I know
Tell
I'm
me.
saying you said you have this.
Yes, we have
Okay.
ways to pull up apps.
Okay.
What app?
How do you have ways to pull up apps?
We have technical people. I'm not a tech person, but we have plenty of tech people that are super smart to do it. If you tell me what to do, we can do that while we're talking, take a break, you can go to the restroom, whatever else. We can solve this thing right now.
Why come I just can't talk to you without a bunch of people watching me?
Then we can talk right now.
Yeah, but come on, there's people here.
Yeah, what
If
do
you-
you
I
want me,
do-
you tell me what you want to do and I will have
I
you.
want to talk to you to tell you about leading up to anything. I want to talk to you because I want you to find Gannon, and I believe in all my heart you will help me. Not lie to me.
I will help you.
Not try to say, oh, you're telling the story and throw me somewhere. Okay.
So is he alive?
Let me finish this and I'll
Sorry.
answer the question. I understand what you're saying about federal versus local, whatever. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to want to talk to you is that I don't want anything said before held against me if I provide you with 100% the truth to help you.
That'll work. This is the first time we're talking and it's for a reason. You haven't talked to the feds yet.
Right. So if I can, I don't want to be sitting here with all these people watching because I want you to listen to exactly what happened and go from there. Okay?
Okay.
And that's not, I know you're trained to do this and interrogate people and all this. I want nothing more than for Gannon to be okay. That's all I want. I promise you. That's all I want.
Mhm.
It. And I will take whatever resources, whatever help you want me to go do, even if it means take myself in the middle of somewhere where someone wants me to go to get him, make sure he's okay. I would do it. Because I love Gannon. And I love my family. And I love the ground that everybody walks on. Albert, Harley, Lena, Gannon. That is my family.
So
I know in the end, you might think you got whatever by this and forensics and whatever. And I'm not arguing any of that. Very smart to know that you're a smart man and not stupid. But I need the help, the resources to not be attacked anymore. To know that something on the stupid app was a silly mistake. Okay?
So you brought someone in.
So I'm not, I just
I know, I get it. So I'm representing law enforcement in Colorado. Okay. And if you tell me something, even though, we started a recording now, or whatever else, and if you say we won't talk unless we turn off the recording, that can happen, but I'm going to pull in all those resources.
No, I want you to pull in resources. I'm not denying you to say pull in the resources. I'm looking at you from mother to a father. I have been scared because I don't know what's going to happen, not with because I did something. I wouldn't have told you that there was people, random people, intervention, or all these things if there wouldn't have been. Okay, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Could have easily just been like, hey, if there was truly what you guys had thought about, I don't think you intentionally done it. There was an accident. Common sense, well enough to know to pick up the phone and say an accident happened. I'm not stupid. Okay, might be freaking out because I don't know how to get this help, but I'm not stupid. Okay, and that's looking you dead in the eye to tell you I did not hurt Gannon at all. Okay, swear to you. So if you're willing to give me the opportunity to talk to you, I don't want to be like watched by people. I don't want to be, whatever.
This is a separate recorder. This is mine.
Right. And so does the Myrtle Beach House.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Right. But I need the help.
You'll get the help.
Okay.
All we're focusing on is finding the help.
Okay. And that's what I want. I don't want to look at you look at me like I'm just this bad person who doesn't want to find our child. That's not it. I just don't, when it came at me as an attack, okay, because that's what originally happened, okay, and I get it. They have to do their job. And guess what? They're probably parents too, right? So they have to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get that part. Okay. You can ask me about any of these, whatever. I'm sure it was something I saw somewhere, and I don't never looked up anything about some stepchild. I've looked up how I haven't got help, and how I wanted help, and how I wanted to be the person that they always were. Well, I didn't even want them to go home. I didn't even want them to have to go to their mother at all, because I had to see the pain and agony out of it, worry. So you're going to take my character based upon
No, I'm not.
whatever.
This is part. Listen, when a kid goes missing, we don't only look at
Right.
the person, we look at the entire neighborhood.
Right.
We go through people, closets.
Right.
We go. Everybody's lives is
Right.
turned upside down.
And I'll tell you right now, if any of this is since then, of course I've looked at what people said. If people said something about the FBI, I Googled
But
FBI.
again, you worry too much about what we think. If you will get us there, we can protect you.
Okay, so then I talk to you. And I don't talk to Myrtle Beach Police Department and all these other people. I talk to you and I explain to you. Okay, because you already saying you are charging me with something.
It's already been
Okay,
charged.
that's what I'm saying. You're already saying that. Okay. So how do I know that when I give you this here information?
But that's what this recording does. It protects you because I've already told you we will do this. We used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand it. There's nothing against Myrtle
So
Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on it.
Okay, well,
If someone else took Gannon,
if
we
everyone
can
else is
find
in
him.
here, I don't like that. I want to be able to have an emotional, raw conversation.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are sitting right here.
Nobody's sitting there.
Okay, someone's watching from there.
They are in the other room. It's the
Okay.
district attorney. Do you want me to tell them they can't watch?
No, I want to talk to someone in a raw, real conversation so you can see truly in my heart the situation. That's what I want.
That's what this is.
No, it's not the
But how can I make
Who is
it
it?
that
The district
Letecia?
attorney from Colorado?
Yes,
Yeah, see? Come on.
I can ask him to leave the room.
No, it's not about leaving the room. It's about I'm asking for, instead of going through all, this, whatever, sitting here wasting our time or whatever, I'm asking. 'Cause I'm taking your word that you're going to help me and you're going to provide the resources from wherever you said you have them.
Before I do that,
So in this portion of the interview, starts out with you asking her about, did somebody else injure Gannon? And then she went on the discussion about apps. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you asked her to give the name of the app. And then it led to that long tangent. Was that another distraction attempt away from potentially things that may help?
Misdirection, yes.
Did you ask her about trips that she may have made to Palmer Lake area, so northern El Paso County?
I did.
So we're going to watch that next, and this is short. It's from 2 hours, 20 minutes and 10 seconds through 2 hours, 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
let me ask you some questions, okay? Because this is our investigation.
Right.
You're taking all these trips up to Palmer Lake, multiple trips,
Mhm.
different cars,
Mhm.
renting a car.
Okay.
How are you not involved in that?
First off, I didn't ever get the drive to rental car anywhere because immediately once we let me go ahead and correct on this now. Once we got the rental car or whatever, the National Guard was there, everybody was in the house. We went in Albert's truck the whole entire day, going to Come and Go and all these places. So I never drove the rental car anywhere. And it's already been corrected from budget about the rental car situation. I had to get that corrected yesterday. I never even drove it anywhere because I didn't get to. So whatever GPS you get from the rental car, it never was driven by me anywhere but literally up the street back. I didn't hardly drive it anywhere. So there was no rental car driven to any kind of places at all. The only time I went anywhere in the rental car might have been maybe 40, 50 miles. I don't know, no more than 100 miles, counting there and back. And that was just driving it through the day because I went back to get my car.
But
What information did you have about rental cars when you were asking that question?
We had that on the day Al returned back in town, which I believe was Tuesday. The Tiguan had been parked at the airport, and Letecia had rented a car for that day leading into the next day. But then she'd actually came back and picked up the Tiguan Tuesday night. I don't remember or not if I had the mileage. She is correct here, and she drove it between 50 and 100 miles. I think it was about 70 miles. It came back that the rental car was driven. And like she said correctly, you could see the level of detail here. I believe she's being honest. And it probably was not driven up to Palmer Lake. So, yeah, it was factually correct what she was saying.
Were you aware of her having access to any other rental cars during the early days of this investigation?
Yes.
Like the Nissan Altima?
Yes, I believe her Tiguan was seized, and then after that, she rented the Nissan.
A relative rented the Nissan? We've
Right.
got that in evidence. That's came
Okay.
from a different witness. But also, did you later learn that she also had access to 2 different types of rental vans?
Yes, I learned that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a discussion about PetSmart/Petco that leads into a discussion about blood on the walls and on her shoes and that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right, we're going to jump to 2 hours, 24 minutes and 51 seconds and play through 2 hours and 28 minutes and 5 seconds.
because everything that I've looked at in this case, when you see the blood spatter on the wall, you see a big pool in the corner.
Okay.
You see your shoes that we've collected with Gannon's blood on
Okay.
the bottom of them.
Okay.
And then you point to Eduardo, who doesn't exist, or maybe he did exist, and we don't have a last name.
Okay.
Then you point to Quincy Brown, and then you say Uncle Matt, these names and stuff, and it's like, I've seen it before, and that was Harold. That was.
But I'm not Harold.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying this is my experience.
Right. I got you.
I'm not saying you are, but it didn't go well for him because his attorney got up. He's one of the best attorneys in Colorado. He cost $600,000. Craig Truman, and he started
paid $600,000. Okay.
with his dead wife's money. And Craig got up and said, "Harold is not a murderer, but he is a liar."
Right.
And that's what I was worried about when I first got the case, because they asked me to come in and work that case because I had worked other cases like it. And Harold's just sitting there all confident and whatever else. Please don't say this is you. I'm just saying this is my experience, because Harold told all these different stories. But when you start out with your defense attorney saying, "My client is a liar, he's just making up crap," that's to the victim's family on how Tony died. That's to his friends at church. And all of them got up and testified. These are the different ways Tony died.
Again, it's not good.
But he might be today. You don't know that if someone is willing, if this, whether it's related or not, the head thing, if someone's willing to hold a kid for 30 days, how are they not willing to kill him?
Can I ask you something, or can I say something?
Yes.
Even if the scenario would have been me just going to go talk to the lady here and telling them, "Hey, this is what happened. This is who did it. I know that he was hurt by someone." You know what the next question you're going to say to me? Who was this person? And all I'd say to you was, "Oh, well, can you help me figure it out from this app? Or can you help me figure it out from this?" And you know what you would say to me? "Oh, yeah, sure." Right? That's exactly what you would say to me. So finding unless I can take you directly to where Gannon is, safe and sound, that is the only way that you're going to be like, "Oh, okay, she was telling the truth about something."
So this person is telling you that he's safe.
So that's the only thing. I've even asked y'all, or I say y'all again, I mean, you're
I get it.
Okay, hey, please help. Why isn't there a reward? Please, please, please. You're not understanding. Like, I have begged that completely. Like, day in and day out. Begged it. Begged it to let me.
I still don't understand.
So in this discussion where you're trying to find information about how could there be blood in these places and on walls and Eduardo and Quincy and all that kind of thing, is this consistent approach from her in that she then doesn't want to give you any answers?
Yes.
When either in the recorded consensual phone calls with Mr. Stauch or this interview, did she ever give you any explanation like, "You know what, I just woke up and Gannon was hurt and I don't know what happened"?
No.
She ever say that she blacked out and Gannon was just gone and didn't know what happened?
She said once that her head was hit and she was unconscious during part of this period, but not that she didn't know what happened.
Okay. Did she ever say she woke up in some other place and didn't know what happened?
No.
Some point, there's been a couple of references now where she's wanting to go off camera, and she does it here again as well. Some point, does one of the DAs that was with you out in South Carolina actually come into the room and have a discussion with her about going off camera?
Yes.
Was that Martha McKinney?
Yes, it was.
Who was the other DA that was with you out in South Carolina? Do you remember?
I don't.
Was it the young lady sitting here with us, Angelina
Yep.
Graziano?
Hi.
She look familiar?
Yes, she does.
I'm going to jump to that section. So jumping to 2 hours, 34 minutes and 20 seconds through 2 hours, 44 minutes and 54 seconds. And before I jump, as I'm typing in that timestamp to get to that exact point, is it shortly after this where you actually leave the room for a little while and have a discussion about, can we do this off camera thing?
Yes.
And when you did that, was that leaving her in the room, the defendant in that same room by herself for some period of time?
Correct.
Did she do anything unusual inside the room during that time?
I recall.
Starts talking in Spanish or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So we're at 2:34:20 and I'm going to play through 2:44:54.
Sounds about like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is, Judge.
And Mr. Grusing, you can step down again.
Thank you.
I think going forward, how many more of these do you have to play?
Well, the whole thing, like I've told you before, Judge, is
Well, let me let me give you some guidance. I think if it's going to be longer than about 10 minutes, Mr. Grusing can step down.
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I can just make notes of when they're going to be longer like that. And then this should get us to about 3:10, Judge. So
Okay.
maybe we can take the break right after this one.
I'm with the district attorney about this.
Just so you know, I looked behind there. This place is under construction. There's no one back. I can walk you back there if you want to look.
Oh, no, I believe you. I'm just talking about all these people watching.
Yeah, and Martha's been watching
Yeah.
I have, yeah. John said you wanted to talk to me?
about protection.
So I don't have any trust in anyone. Obviously, I know I've told him that I said things to Albert because I was not or whatever. But how do I know that I'm gonna get help? Like, because I didn't hurt him at all. But I need the help to figure out how we're gonna get to him.
Let me read you what she wrote,
Okay.
or I'll just show it to you.
And I know it's Saturday. I probably should.
I had things Saturday and had nothing to do with that's what. So we do have your phone, and we have gone through, like, these are keystrokes.
Right. I'm talking
So-
about like it's a like when you download it.
Did you have a different phone beside the one that was in your van?
Hmm?
Did you have another phone, like a second phone?
Yeah. No. It's the same phone.
It's the same
Yeah.
phone?
Yeah. They're not the same phone. You guys have the phone. That was just a real phone.
Okay,
Yeah.
but at this time. But
Yeah. I'm saying
disappeared.
that's the same. The 843 is a 655 number.
But you didn't have a second one that this app might be on.
No. I only have this phone.
So, and let me explain, Martha, my understanding of what Letecia's asking is, how does she know, since I've said, if there's a bad guy or guys out there that did this to Gannon, that she can tell us where these guys are? And she's concerned for not only her safety, but the safety of her family.
Right.
And how can
He
she?
asked me would I trade my life for Gannon, and I said yes, but I said it's also other people. Like, how do I know that everyone else is not going to be? And how do I know that you guys aren't just trying to be like whatever? If I walk you through anything or can help you with anything, I don't want to be just thrown somewhere, like being like, okay, well, you didn't tell me this, and I want to be able to help you and work together because I'm sure you have kids or grandkids or whatever. I do. I don't want to sound like I'm cold-hearted, and I'm just tired of being like the person chased instead of being able to have someone to actually have compassion to help me.
Well, I was a little bit confused when I was watching it because John talked about how they're the FBI and they're the premier law enforcement agency that could protect you, could protect your entire family. And they, if Gannon's alive,
Okay.
I can't make you any promises.
Right.
Because obviously there's a lot of information that you have that we don't.
Okay.
So there aren't any promises. I can't come in here and promise you anything regarding the court case or the arrest warrant or your involvement.
Okay.
But I can tell you what the number one priority is.
Right.
And it's to find Gannon.
Right.
And so if you were talking to some small law enforcement agency and they said, sure, we'll protect you, I mean, I can see how you would be suspicious of that.
Well, you guys
This
were
is
the
it.
lead agency. That's why I was
That's
asking.
it. Yeah, I mean, they're the most elite agency there is.
Oh, okay.
And so if there was a time for you to feel like that you could protect
That reporter, we can.
Because I know you have yours. That's what I'm saying.
As a backup.
So if you want the recording turned off, you need to tell us really explicitly that that's your choice. Because the recording have been put into law so that there's not a debate where he says you said one thing and you said I didn't, right? So it's to protect the person being interviewed.
Right.
But if it's something that you.
It's not that I'm trying to, I just don't, it's just, I wanted to have like a conversation with
Right.
him, just him, and try to explain to him in complete detail about everything, because I do want this, I want the help to the next level to find out where he is. I really do. You guys have looked, you went to GPSs and all this, but you haven't found Gannon because you're coming after me. And I understand you're going to say, well, this is what we have to go on, and I respect that totally. But it was the first time I ever get to sit down with people to actually to say, okay, this is what happened. This is what I know. Please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, because see, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. So do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? I don't want to waste time.
And if there's a chance, it can be saved. Everybody wants that information. But the only people who can save them are the FBI. I don't want you to think that this is being broadcast to the whole world.
Right.
You know, there's another DA with me. There's no Catholic County person.
Right.
But they're the ones, what the reason that we do that also is I might miss something, and I probably do. And so then I can go talk to them and say, what am I missing?
Right.
And then also it protects you, because if I make a promise that I can't deliver on with the FBI, then Martha gets to hear it, and then she would knock on the door.
But as soon as I give you information, what's going to happen is someone's going to say, well, you were involved with this person. You were cheating with this person. You were doing this. I'm just giving you scenarios.
But that's a lot better situation than you're in right
but
now.
what if I wasn't? That's my thing. And that's where the burden of proof, I can't depend my life on the burden of proof to be involved with just someone thinking that I'm just a bad person. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
There aren't any promises I can make you about you. I can tell you that we're looking for the truth. And it seemed to me from listening to it that you had information, but I can't make you any promises.
But what I'm saying is, if you're saying to me, I have information, you're going to come and say, well, you should have given this information when I did nothing but attack.
But
That's what I'm saying.
You
see what I'm
can't-
saying?
You can't armchair quarterback yourself, though. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't look into the future and say, well, we're going to say this because you said that. If what Martha and I are saying are true, and that our only focus is Gannon, we don't care who leads us there, we just need Gannon, then you are protecting yourself by telling us this. If you never give us this information, then you don't protect yourself. And then we have one person to prosecute for Gannon.
When our focus is who took him and who hurt him, not with when people came forward with information.
How do I know that? Because that's my biggest thing. I know you're saying that, but like whatever I can do to help, I can help you. But I'm saying, how do I know that if, let's just say it's a, whatever, I tell you a specific person, okay? Let's just say that, okay? Then my thing is, well, your thing is going to be like, well, you held this information from me and I'm having to utilize my resources, okay? And do all those things, not understanding that maybe sometimes there are people who are afraid of any other things going on.
Every day in my work, there are people who report things later than some people think they should. Every day. And we try to focus on the violent crime. We certainly try to focus on the kids. I know that you want assurances and you want me to be able to say, you know, I will or won't do this. And I can't make you promises because I'm in the dark, right? It would be foolish for me to make you promises, but I have people who late report sex assault all the time. We have people who come forward years later. Our interest is in the truth about the crime. This is really all conversation I have. And I know that you wanted to have a frank conversation with them where you could really tell them. But unless you need me, I'm going to step out.
but you're still going back in the room.
Would
Unless
you
she
like
wants to
us to
turn it
turn
off.
it off?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we'll turn it off.
How do I know that? Not that I don't want you to do
No.
anything. I want to be able to like really talk to him. Know that I can sincere see in your heart you're gonna help me.
I can bring you back there and you can see us turn it off, but the truth is, I could just turn it back on again.
I know.
I mean, there's a point where no one can verify everything you want.
Well, plus, that's her life. She has to tell the truth, just like I to you, when you don't want her to listen to you. You kind of have to look at logic here.
Okay.
I don't think Martha would throw away.
No, I don't want you to
No.
know. I want you to have all the information.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
it.
So are you okay with the reporting continuing? We just won't be monitoring.
No, I didn't. He said that we
You
wouldn't.
wanted to turn off?
He said I could just talk to him.
Okay. So we're just gonna turn off the recording and that's your choice. That's
Okay.
what you want, right?
Yes.
And so he controls the turning it off from here, or are
No,
they?
you'll have to ask,
Okay, I'll have to
find
do.
someone.
And so it's just gonna get turned off.
Okay.
And then once it's done, then I'll come back out and we'll turn it back on.
And it'll be a conversation between the two of you, and it'll be like the way, law enforcement.
All right.
Anything else for me?
No.
I'm gonna go get him, turn it on.
Do you want me to
No,
do that?
it's fine. I just.
So that's that portion, Judge. Do you want to take the break now or go a little bit more?
Let's go a little bit longer.
Okay. Mr. Grisso.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go a little bit longer.
Some point, did you have a discussion with the defendant during this interview where you're talking about ransom?
Yes.
Why was that part of the discussion?
She had brought that up, I think it was on February 15th, that Quincy Brown was demanding a ransom. And also, since we were talking about a group possibly having Gannon, I couldn't see another reason why someone would have him. He would still be alive without them asking for something in demand.
But why bring it up in that particular interview? Why confront her with that?
Just to change tactics a little bit and see if she will move somewhere else, really.
Okay. In that portion of the discussion, were you also talking to her about in ransom cases, kids don't actually turn out to be okay?
Yeah, and maybe I'd worked one ransom case, if that. We don't see that very often. Normally, our rule is that the 24-hour rule, the 48-hour rule. The further away you get from an abduction, the less likely the child is going to survive. And so now we were at over a month.
Does that same hold true for a missing kid? So the longer you get away from the point that a kid goes missing, the chances of survival go down as well?
Correct.
Did the defendant bring up who she describes as an FBI agent named Barbara?
Yes.
What was your take on that portion of the discussion?
I did not know a Barbara who was involved, and I asked the Colorado Springs office if there was a Barbara working in the case, and they said no as well.
Okay. The next section, Judge, that I want to get into is about a 10-minute video. Do you want me to go into that, play it, and then?
Let's do that. and then
Okay.
take a break.
So preceding that, she's already sort of challenged you on, because you asked the question a particular way, that shows that she couldn't trust you as it relates to Quincy being in Mexico. Do you remember that part?
Yes.
Does she bring that up again about that's why I have a problem with trust?
Yes.
All right. And so I'm going to jump to 2 hours and 49 minutes and 1 second. So this is a 10-minute section, Judge. And then if we're going to go directly to break, maybe he can come down.
That's fine. You can step down. Thank you, sir.
And then it happened February 5th, I think. So what happened was I got all the messages when I logged back in for my iCloud. I got all the messages that were just sitting there. And so I took that message and I forwarded it to I sent it to people and I sent it to Albert. And I said, hey, I said, can you get someone to like look into this? I said it could be just people sending random messages, or it could be creeper, like people, whatever, being stupid, or it could be just in general, the actual person. And so no one ever said anything to me about it. Then I get the Snapchat. Okay, so that.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Letecia, there's an 11-year-old kid. Again, we have to go back there. 11-year-old kid, injuries in the house. Now we know that. Taken. And you don't come to law enforcement for 30
This was a law enforcement
But no,
person.
there's no Barbara. I mean, how did you get in from, except through your friend? You had
She
Amber
said-
from the FBI.
Right, but she said that she worked with the FBI and she was going to send information. She said that she worked with Amber. I swear to you, if you call Amy, you can get the number from her to find out what Barbara, who the Barbara lady was. And she was actually emailing her today.
But if you told them back then and you trusted them with that information,
This is why
why are you not today?
because no one has helped. I tried since February 5th. The 5th. Today's March. That's why you see I had such a problem with trust. Is because
I
it's been
was there when you were talking to Amber, though. That was your chance.
to
that's,
Amber.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
legit FBI.
So then, is that what happened when I was talking to Amber? I got a message back from the attorney who said not to talk to you guys because you guys, A, weren't the lead agency or something like that. And then B, not to say anything else unless he was present. That was when I was trying to talk to Amber.
But why wasn't that with Barbara then?
Because I gave it to my friend Amy, who had this relationship with Barbara, like trying to check on her.
But see, and again, this sounds like a lot of your calls
Mhm.
to where you're pointing fingers in different directions, but never giving specific things.
Right, I gave
Right
it.
now, I mean, if Gannon is somewhere and you can get us there, and he sent proof of life or a picture of Gannon or whatever else, it makes no sense for some man to
That's
have an
not-
11-year-old child.
That it wasn't that. It was because we thought it was someone playing games. And if someone was playing games, we were trying to say that that person would have been like obstructing or whatever. That was the whole point. Not somebody had him and they were like, "Here, come get it." My point was it was that we thought it was someone. Hey, here's someone playing games. Could you find out who this person is?
Yeah, but do you see where that's going? And all your talks with Al. Those are distractions. Those take up time.
Yeah.
And Gannon's over here. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And you are misleading law enforcement.
No, I didn't mislead them.
No. Well, you're misleading anybody who would report to us
No, I didn't mislead any of them. Who did I mislead?
with all these other stories.
That was to Albert. I wasn't misleading law
But you knew we were in the room. You
Yeah,
just
because
said that.
I wouldn't have said stuff like that if I was trying to mislead. I was just being whatever to Albert because he was making me upset. That's all.
The dad of a kid is not finding his son.
Because I'm
Because-
also the stepmother who helped him get the kids, and he wouldn't have gotten them without me. So yes, he
Mhm.
wouldn't have.
You're willing to do that to Al, though.
No, I already had apologized to him and said that was awful to say that to him out of anger. I had already done that.
But before we kick this thing in motion about all this protection and whatever, why haven't you said one thing, though, today? How in the world would he suffer a head wound on Saturday that required...
I didn't say it was a head wound that required
head
anything. I said
thing?
the head thing you're talking about when I said something to Albert. I said the head thing you're talking about. That's what I said.
So the bike accident thing?
You already trying a bike?
No, the head thing talking to Albert.
Never mind. I'll just wait until you are ready to talk to me with from beginning to the end, because I already said that that is completely irrelevant to anything that what you're talking about. Completely irrelevant. I told Albert something else that was just story to be whatever to him, and it was wrong, and I already had apologized.
So
to
the
Albert.
things that you told Albert were that he was peeling these burns. Was that happening?
I'm not going to answer any more questions because you're asking me about things telling Albert out of being upset. There was nothing happening that I was telling Albert. Nothing. I was literally just saying that to Albert because I was upset for him not standing by me and was figuring this out. This had nothing to do with me wanting to purposefully do whatever or tell you guys anything. That was not what it was.
But
It was me being
So,
upset with
Let me,
Albert.
let me go back to a kid missing is about as bad as it gets.
Oh, yeah.
I had a bank robbery 15 years ago to where a female went in the bank, she robbed the bank, she got the money, she came back to the car, and she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
She was prosecuted for that. There were guys in the car with guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but she could have gone into the bank, said, lock those doors. Those guys are making me do this.
Right.
You know, yours is now, we have 30 some days of Gannon missing, and you haven't talked to one law enforcement officer to say, I know where he is and he's safe.
I never did not try to talk to you guys. I never did not. No one ever, when I felt like I was getting like a completely like bombarded by El Paso, no one ever reached out to me from FBI to like have a conversation like you did. No one ever did.
And you don't feel comfortable talking to El Paso, why?
It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking to them. I just feel like from point A to point B, they have taken this approach, and you made even a comment about Lake and about this.
Right.
Because that's the approach that they've taken, as if it's just a person who is not alive. And that bothers me because I don't want
Well,
anyone
we're
to
actually
take
the
that
ones,
approach.
we're the ones that told them that. And that's statistically true.
What? You statistically told what?
From Gannon's age
Mm-hmm.
and from the amount of time that he's been missing, he is most likely dead.
But what I'm saying is, as a parent, is that maybe because you're like used to saying that or something, but is that something like as a parent you would want to hear?
No. But would you rather hear a lie? Would you rather hear statistically he's probably alive? When it's about I would say it's less than a 1% chance at this point.
But why?
Him being 11, they would have asked for something. If
But why?
kidnappings don't happen without a demand or
Mhm.
without it being a parental deal.
Parental deal or a demand.
Yeah.
So you're saying that nothing else, nobody intervenes ever. Ever.
I've seen one at a time, and again, I've worked violent crime in Denver for 20 years, a
Mhm.
little over. And I saw one kid wander down the street. He had autism,
Mhm.
and this was up in Brighton. And a guy took him in the house. He had him for a day. The guy was mentally disabled as well. So we had two things happening at once. We had a kid with
Mhm.
autism who just started wandering. And then we had a developmentally delayed adult who was just playing video games with him for 24 hours.
Mhm.
But we ended up, the public said, there.
Mhm.
And I remember knocking on the door. He had made little blankets for the kid in there. The kid was playing video games and nothing bad had happened.
Right.
That's the exception. I've been to where kids have been dismembered, 10-year-olds.
That's awful.
And from the blood in the house, that's what I'm thinking
That's awful.
happened. I'm not saying he
Dismembered?
just got dismembered in the house, but
Mhm.
there's enough blood in there
Mm-mm.
that we don't think he survived.
Mm-mm. How could you have like possibly say that when you clearly see Gannon walking, leaving on Monday?
Yeah.
See, that's
Leaving on Monday at 10, yes,
right,
correct.
right. Walking, okay,
But he comes back,
walking,
correct.
okay, walking.
Not walking well.
Totally fine. Stomach hurts, walk with like this, yeah.
Yeah, but he's back at 2.
Back at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. If that's what you say, then then this whole thing is like even pointless to even say anything, because if you're saying back at 2, but then you're also saying something about going legs and here and there and whatever, and it's like none of it is even making sense. It doesn't even make sense.
So
For
between
me,
the two Petco trips is when he disappeared then.
it doesn't make sense to me
Letecia.
to say.
So let me tell you, I've been working for 14 years with
Mhm.
a guy named Scott Kimball. He's our informant that went around killing the girls. You remember me telling you about him before?
Oh, yeah.
When we first started. Not our best day, because I have dads out there who still wonder if their daughters are alive.
Mhm.
Scott taught me one thing very well. There's only two people that can tell a story when someone either goes missing. Because one of these girls, Jennifer, is still missing. Like I said, we're pretty sure she's dead because it's been 14 years since anybody's seen her. But Scott told me, John, only two people can testify to what happened between me and Jennifer. And that's me, and that's Jennifer.
Right.
And you're never going to find her.
He said that to you?
He did.
Wow.
So I've got to answer to his dad for the rest of my life. And I'll probably be answering to his dad after I retire because Dad has my cell phone. Dad calls me on her birthday, on the day she went missing, on Father's Day.
How was he able to say that to you?
Because he's like, there's no other witnesses. So when I take a guess, and that's a guess that he came back home, that's because people that looked on the video said he probably did, or, I don't have the information you have. And I hear you do that to Al by saying, oh, so that's what you think. Well, none of us know. You know.
Because I have
That's 3 hours. Oh, wait a minute. Did I stop at a minute too early? I think I did. My eyes are getting bad. We got one more minute.
All right.
that way. If I don't be that way, then no one's going to help me. I don't.
It's-
I didn't
it's-
hurt Gannon. I didn't.
That's fine, but right now you're the only one that
didn't.
was with him.
But I didn't hurt Gannon.
But how are you going to get past these charges without help? How does that work?
Without help?
Without you telling me. Like, again, it'd be like I told you the story about Jennifer. If somebody knew where Jennifer was and they're not telling me or Bob Markham, the
I
dad,
didn't say I knew where Gannon was.
you said you know he's okay.
No, I said as a parent, I'm never going to sit here and look at you and say, he's not okay. That's not what I'm going to do because I didn't do this. So why would I look at you and say that? Like I'm dead looking at you in the eye saying, I would never as a parent say that. No way could I ever say that because I love Gannon. I did not hurt Gannon.
I told
All right. Now it's really 3 hours, 1 minute and 35 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break until 3:35. If I can have, hold on just a minute. Okay, we're good. We're going to take our afternoon break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room and say 3:35, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. With that, we'll be in recess until 3:30.
Walking home in the morning light, you're the one thing running through my mind. Could this be the start of something good? 'Cause all I know is that it feels right. You live once and I don't wanna think twice. Could this be the start of something good? I was walking through the desert, searching for the truth. Left everything behind me, went looking out for you. Walking through the daylight and sleep under the moon. Watch every single sighting, a mirage the same as the moon. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. But if you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight, stay tonight, stay tonight. Went swimming in the ocean, don't know which one it was. I was diving to the bottom, searching for your love. I heard it was a treasure no one has ever seen. You hide inside a locket, buried in the sands beneath. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight. You're 1,000 miles away, but if you come while I'm away, stay tonight, stay tonight, yeah, stay tonight. But if you come while I'm away, yeah, stay tonight, stay tonight, stay tonight.
Is there anything we need to look up outside the presence of the jury?
Hang on.
Thanks. All right, let's go ahead and do the good one then.
Might as well bring Mr. Grusing back up while they're coming in.
Fine.
Sheriff's now.
Yep.
Co-host rights.
Oh,
So she,
that's what was going on.
yeah, she couldn't.
I told her it was, I said, that's okay.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Hey, Mr. Allen,
Yes,
if
sir.
we could stop, 10 till,
10 till?
10
Sure.
till 5, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you doing it?
Yeah.
If you wanted a little bit of cushion, I could stop at even quarter till if you want, just to give us that extra.
No, it's just going to be a longer instruction for them because since it's the weekend,
Yeah.
I read them the whole thing and I want to go over exhibits.
Okay.
That has been a constant problem, hasn't it?
What's that? It's a good one.
It's okay. It's just an extra step.
Right, no, but I mean, it just is.
Just have to remember it.
Is it just happened to be that way?
The extra step when they're transporting.
Oh,
We don't want
that's what that's,
Right.
oh,
Because it undid itself one time.
okay.
I thought about, oh, I can.
All rise for the jury, please.
So it's just an extra step. Yeah.
One section.
Yes.
I did that, I did.
Because transport.
Other senators.
Yeah. And Irwin's been so good at,
Yeah.
if I forget it.
Yeah.
He takes it off.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the return to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Aaron. We'll just need the screens turned back on again. Thank you, Judge. In that last section and also in the section where the other DA was in the room, appears that defendant used misdirection again. Again, was that fairly common throughout this whole thing?
Yes, and she was very effective at doing it when we brought the district attorney in, and she couldn't promise Letecia something. That was yet just another obstacle that we had to overcome to get to the questions we were asking.
Similar to the idea that if she would put conditions out there that maybe even be difficult for you to meet.
Yeah, the witness protection, the DEA involving other federal agencies. You know, she had a very organized way of thinking about how I might not be able to do the things she's asking, and thus she might not have to answer the questions.
When the misdirection would be employed by the defendant, was it around specific points of interest in the story of what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Such as what?
Well, right now we were trying to figure out who had him to get at the identity of that. And that was where we were focused. And then instead of giving a name, she would give conditions. But looking back at the phone calls, she would do the same thing with Al. It was a condition of their relationship status first before she would give the location of Gannon.
Do you remember her making a statement right after what we just watched where she says, "I'm not the one"?
Yes.
And you then go through a description of extradition to Colorado and being in jail.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to play that next, and that starts at 3 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds through 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. We'll just play it directly from here, actually, because it's only 6 seconds later.
Most of these happen. They happen in the house with parents who love their kids.
I get what you're saying, okay? I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate all the work and time and dedication you put into all of these things to have this. But I am not the one.
But then if you're not the
I'm not the
one,
one.
you're going, so do you know what happens from here?
What?
You go to a local holding cell.
Okay.
They hold you for 24 up to 2 weeks until you get extradited back to Colorado.
Okay.
You're in jail, Letecia. And unless you tell me that somebody else did this, you're the only one that did it.
No, I didn't do it.
But I'm telling you,
But I didn't.
but that's what would be horrible, is if someone else did this and you're going to let them skate because you're scared.
Not letting someone skate.
What could you possibly be scared of at this point?
I'm not letting, do you think I would sit here and let someone skate if I could take you directly to the person right now? Why do you think I would need resources?
You don't need resource. Right now, what you need is that if someone took my son,
yeah,
and I know who it is, am I going to go to jail for the rest of my life because someone else took my son?
No, absolutely not.
No. And would I be afraid of my own protection going to jail when I could be free and that person could go to jail? That
yeah, but
doesn't
she
make any
just sit
sense.
there, even if I walked you to the person, she just sit there and said, oh, I can't make any promises.
You can't make promises. Which is better? To go to jail for the rest of your life and hope that we find the person, or to point us to a person? If I'm in your position, it makes no sense.
Right.
What could you be scared of at this point? Reprisals?
No, the fact that you don't have, apparently you would have found some of this already if you would have had the resources. That's what scares me.
So stopping it at 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds. After you explained the extradition, you said you're the only one that did this. Does she then use misdirection again to get you off topic and move you away from trying to press her?
Yes.
What about what's your impression of that very end where what scares me from her perspective is you would have found this if you had the resources? What's your take on that?
It's what I explained to her earlier, that she's expecting me to know answers to the questions that only she has the answers to.
Is she also, in a sense, challenging whether you even have the ability as an FBI agency to provide her the things that she's putting down as conditions?
Yes.
Did you confront her by saying right after this, her story makes no sense?
I did.
So I'm going to jump to that section. It's 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 49 seconds. And it goes through 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds.
So your story makes no sense. And what it goes back to now is that you can't take responsibility for what happened to Gannon.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
can't insert someone else in here unless you're going to tell me who it is.
Okay, I didn't do anything to Gannon.
That's fine. But then you would tell me who it is if you,
I
if it's
didn't
someone
do
else.
anything to Gannon.
Did he do it to himself?
Okay. I didn't do anything to
I'm
Gannon.
not asking you if you did.
I
I'm
didn't do
asking,
anything to Gannon.
did Gannon do it to himself?
Do what to himself?
The head injury, the neck injury, whatever that
Yeah.
was that caused that pool of blood down by the bottom of its bed. You know that the sheets and all that stuff, the blood seeped down in,
And what now?
the blood seeped down
In
that through that
sheets?
corner,
Sheets?
through the sheets into the mattress.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
You cleaned it up off the wall.
So wait.
There's,
I
you
don't
know where
even-
the head of his
I
bed
don't-
was.
I don't know anything about blood and sheets, okay? I did
You-
not take any sheets and clean them.
You told Al on the phone you cleaned up the wall.
So now paused at 3 hours, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. You start to confront her about the head injury and the blood and all that sort of thing. Did she use misdirection there again, directing away from the head injury?
Yes.
What was significant about that to you?
By this point, none of my questioning was effective with her. So every time we would go to one of these and she would misdirect, the significance just was that I was going to have to change course yet again.
Again, was this happening as you're trying to dive into what actually happened to Gannon, but then she diverts over to the sheets?
Yes.
What's happening here where someone's come in and said something to you and then you're getting up to leave?
So Letecia had requested to talk to me off camera, and the police department could not turn the camera off. So they had decided to get us a separate room. And myself and Special Agent Cohen were going to speak with Letecia off camera in this other room.
And so is there a period of time where the room is just empty while you're off with the defendant in some other room?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that. And so I'm going to play it until both of you are out of the room and then we'll pause it again.
Okay. Hey, Letecia, for your request, you can leave that recorder in there, and we're going to a room that doesn't record. Are you sure you don't need to go to the restroom?
I'm good.
Bring my computer down. You need anything to eat? Take your water with you just in case.
Okay.
Great.
So before we get into this off-camera discussion that you had with the defendant, that little portion where she was inside the room by just herself, did you see anything in there that caused you concern as to her mental faculties?
No.
Did she appear to be acting normal to you?
Yes.
Okay. This off-camera discussion, let's talk about first just the process that was undertaken here. Who was involved with it, first of all?
Well, Myrtle Beach arranged for us to have another room to talk with her in. I believe chairs were already put out. It was a lot bigger room than this one, from what I recall. And myself, I introduced, or I guess Special Agent Cohen introduced himself, and we just sat in the middle of the room to see what she had to say.
And when you say Special Agent Cohen, you're talking about the guy sitting here?
That guy, yes.
That guy? Should we call him that guy from now on? How long would you say that portion of your interaction with the defendant lasted?
I recall about 30 or 40 minutes, maybe.
Was she talking to you in that room much the same way we've been seeing in this recorded interview?
Yes.
Can you give the jury some idea as to what that means?
It was more of needing protection that I recall. The primary things I remember from this was that this person or people that she was saying was responsible for Gannon might have been associated with an app that was on her phone, and that Al had wanted Letecia to participate in a threesome. And this person that was part of the threesome might be the person responsible for Gannon's disappearance.
When you say these people, is she pointing her finger away from herself saying these people, or is she saying these people that are inside of herself?
No, it's another person, and why I say people is when she's talking to me, it sounded like a group. So I'm leaving that just kind of open, but she was referring to this threesome as like it was another female who was involved, that if we find who's in this app, we might find the person who abducted Gannon.
And when you're saying app, you're talking about, was she saying an app on a phone?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about these other people, just to be very clear, she's not, well, is she saying that these other personalities that are inside of her own self,
No.
other persons or personalities?
No.
Okay. Did she describe in that portion of your interview, this off camera, a different way in which Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was the pushing the beds together.
Okay. Did she describe that as occurring on Saturday night? So that would be January 25th.
Yes.
Do you remember her giving you any description as to her looking at and assessing that injury?
Yes. Letecia said she looked at the injury, assessed it, and said it wasn't very egregious.
Did she include specifically that it didn't even need stitches?
Yes.
Did she give a description as to where on the head that injury occurred?
I don't recall at this point.
Okay. If you saw your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just a second. 117219. No, I'm not seeing it in this particular report, so let me come back to that in just a moment. Did she talk to you about taking a SIM card from her phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Yeah, I don't remember that either. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that one is definitely in this report that I've got in my hand right now. Before I get to that, though, were you aware from the investigation that her cell phone was seized by El Paso County Sheriff's Office on January 29th when she tried to leave the sheriff's office during her interview?
Yes.
Do you know, or are you aware of cell phones having SIM cards that are in them?
Correct.
And so her indication that she still had a SIM card from that phone, would that be factually possible?
It should not be.
Okay. I'm going to show you again. This is 7218. I'm sorry, 7219. SIM card sections here. This is pagination 11-7220, page 3 of 4. Look at that when you're done.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
What did she say about the SIM card?
She said that it was the SIM card she had previously, but she had placed it in her friend's phone.
Okay. Did she describe getting a bunch of messages then at that time?
Yes.
Was this another distraction in your mind?
Yes, it was nothing that we thought was possible. I don't even know if the investigation was able to verify it or not, because that happened after my involvement.
Okay. And then going back to that head injury issue that we were talking about earlier, where I asked if it would refresh your memory to see the report. I just didn't pick up this one page. It's 11-7218. May I approach and have him review that page? Or
Okay, go ahead.
it's this last paragraph on this page.
Thanks. Okay,
Did that refresh your memory?
it did.
Where did she describe that head injury that was caused by pushing the beds together occurring on Gannon's head?
She said it was a gash in his left temple.
Did she also give a full assessment of other injuries during this portion?
No.
Okay. Was there some discussion here about Angel and Petco?
Yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
Well, we discussed Angel later, back on camera, but I remember Angel coming up as a result of this app and the threesome that happened. Is Angel was a female who may have been involved in Gannon's disappearance.
And this Angel is potentially the one that the defendant was suggesting might have been contacted for the threesome issue?
Correct.
Shortly after that portion of the discussion, do you come back on camera with the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to retrieve that page of the report from you. And jump to the next time that you're in the room, which is 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds. Is this immediately after you get out of that separate room that's not recorded, do you then discuss Angel on camera?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to watch here?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to play 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds through 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 41 seconds. Judge, this is about a 12-minute gap of time. So maybe you want Mr. Grusing to step down? Okay.
You all right? With the district attorneys and stuff, for this protection thing with Angel, we have to know last name, all that stuff, how you met her. I mean, I know you say that app and whatever, but how else do we identify Angel?
I would say just reach out, maybe.
Can you describe her?
Yeah.
What does she look like?
And she actually got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she's definitely.
But where all have you met her? When did she come to your house? Were you saying September? And then who all did she babysit? Uh-huh. Okay.
We had a bunch of Quite a few people that live out here.
So the messages that are coming through to your phone, the, you know, threats or whatever are they coming from her?
So we can get on the YouTube.
What is her Snapchat name?
I would need to have my phone.
Or do you remember? Did it have her name in it? Was it a numbers?
That's why I asked for help, but he's not willing to help.
So, to tell you back what we talked about, but
I don't know. And if I'm not going to get any help, then I would have to get help. I trusted you. To talk to you.
well, we went in there
I know.
and I don't know, Letecia, if it's just the way you're used to communicating
Right.
over a long period of time, but
Yeah.
when you're asked a question, you don't really answer. You kind of go in a little circle. So if I
I've
said
always
like,
done that.
yeah, well, I said like, where did you last see Gannon? And then you said, well, it's supposed to drop off, you know.
Yeah.
So we're just used to asking you a question and then you tell us an answer.
Mhm.
It's just, you know,
I just don't. I don't. I've always like.
so are you, that's just how you've always done for like the last, what, 5-10 years?
I mean, most of the time, I just felt knew to write was going to help me. So, like, you know,
It's gonna look bad.
no, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. I was,
It's not even gonna look like that. Here's what it's gonna look like is that you were the last one with Gannon. Nothing on this angel thing we can, or we can't authenticate any of that. When you say it's all off camera, like with the black Impala in the parking lot, we have cameras for that whole place and we don't see you meet with
Okay.
anybody.
well, can you like show me that so that I can show you what direction?
But you would know where it is. Where did
I
you
said
meet?
what direction because I'm not from Colorado. So I can show you. That you're talking about what direction? Like where it would be at, then maybe you could pull like if you wanted to pull a camera off another place. I mean, there's lots of places you could pull the camera off of. That's all I'm asking for. That's offering help.
Yeah, it's well, but Gannon goes into this car. I mean, this is a person that you trust,
I do.
right?
That's the thing. What am I supposed to
Angel.
do?
So then why would you
Yeah.
go home and say that he's here, that he's now gone away?
I
You're
never,
leading,
I never said he was here now gone.
well,
away.
but he was at the house. Yeah, but do you see where I'm going with that? Why would you make up that story to law enforcement? That he was going to a friend's house?
Because if her nephew was a friend. I mean, I don't understand how that's a problem.
Angel's nephew was a friend. Oh, that's right, that they had played together. But did she live in your area?
Mhm.
Where did she live?
Again, I'm like constantly, like stuff will come through. And there will be people sending stuff, saying stuff.
But the people, are they different people from Angel? I mean, are they acting on her behalf? Because that doesn't sound like a friend to me.
Like, obviously, if they're not helping with your child, they're not friends. But how do you think that makes them trusting people? If he doesn't make them look like they're irresponsible, not trusting people,
Yeah.
trusting someone.
Do you know who tells the story from here on out? Your story?
I ask for help.
But do you know who tells the story, how this works out
Could
from
have
here?
took you to, could have opened you to shame.
If there is an angel, well, just like we found Quincy Brown right away, we can find angel. But if there's not an angel, that's the last story you're going to tell law enforcement about Gannon.
Sir,
Well, but I mean, we'll get your warrants for that threes thing, whatever else. We'll go interview this angel. And if it's like what I think Quincy Brown is, then angel's just
you're
going
not
to,
trying to,
I will help you.
okay. I tried to get your help. When I gave you the wrong information, you tried to, but you
But I think I can help you. How is that?
opened the phone.
But
Did just like they did.
I'm happy to chase down anything you
You did just like they did.
tell Letecia, and I can. Is that I think that Al left you alone because he's gone to Alaska for so long, and then he's on this trip, and you're left raising Gannon, and something bad happens. I don't know if it's your fault or Gannon's, it doesn't really matter. And you panic, and you ask, was I the person talking for Al? Yes, I was. But I think the closest you came was talking about his head injury. And then, because you asked Al,
I would have, like,
no, if someone took your son, you would have called.
I did call.
You did not call the police.
Yes, I did. I called the police.
Petco, right when he was taken.
No, that's not taken. He was supposed to be playing. Like, as soon as he wasn't home, I did.
But you were supposed to meet her, what, the next morning?
No, I called immediately when at 6 o'clock at the time he was supposed to be home. I called the police. I did.
And then what did you tell him?
You already know what I told them.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't? Yes.
Because I told you, I have talked to a lot of people that are sitting in the same chair you are right now. And I've seen them, and I'm sorry if it offends you if I say story, but that's the only way you're coping with this right now.
Coping?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all cope.
Okay. Sure.
We do. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to come to the truth because it's going to be painful.
I gave you the truth. I didn't hurt him. That's the truth.
So the last truth you want to tell me,
I'm
just
not
to
going
make
to say
sure,
anything else, though.
is the angel story.
I'm not going to say anything else, though, because you didn't help me.
I will help you if you will tell me one concrete way to find Gannon.
Okay.
Letecia,
You're not trying to help me.
yes I am.
I'm not trying to help me.
You can be a hero here.
I'm,
You can,
I'm far from a hero,
but you can
because
be
I'm
one.
a parent.
You're a
who did
parent.
not hurt a child.
You're a parent who was left behind to deal with a stepson and stepkid.
That's not a problem.
No,
You
it's
think
a
that was-
problem when something like this happens in the house.
It's not a problem to take care of our children.
Then what happens?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Like, for you to say that to someone, it's hurtful. That's what's hurtful. It's not a problem to take care of children.
It's not a problem to take care of children, but bad things happen in the house all the time.
And how? No.
Yes.
No. I mean, John, no. No.
Do you want me to walk through where all the blood was, or do you know it already?
Listen, sir, I don't.
You know,
I know for a fact that I did not hurt him.
how is the bottom of your shoe have
And
Gannon's
as
blood?
long as I can live with that and know that God knows I did not hurt Gannon, then I'm okay with that.
Well, you can convince yourself of that all day.
Okay,
But
sir, that's not helping me, sir.
is there a way for me to help you? Even if
Okay.
you're trying to convince yourself it didn't happen,
Okay.
is there some way for you to say through a third party?
Whatever you think. I don't know what else to tell you, but I did not hurt him. Did not.
Then you won't tell me who did.
Would not.
All that blood would not be in the house if Angel just
I
met
would-
him at a Petco.
You're like that's far beyond what you're even talking about.
What is far beyond?
There's like many of times we've had blood in our house
Do you remember the spray that was on the wall?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I've seen the markers from the spray. The spray went from the bed all the way up here. Well, you had to clean it up.
Smear?
No, it's not a smear.
Whatever.
It's a spray.
All right, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Spray. I don't know what that means.
It's called spatter.
I don't know anything about that.
So
Okay.
it comes from aspirated. You're going to hear all this anyway, so I'll tell you. It comes from aspirated blood.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that he didn't accidentally do it.
Okay. Okay. Whatever, sir.
So that's what we were waiting on for the warrants, because somebody struck Gannon in the bed.
No.
No.
If someone struck Gannon in the bed,
That's
thank
what happened.
God we were all drugged then. If that's what you're saying happened.
That's what the blood.
God, we were all drugged.
Well, then can you tell me how that blood got on the wall?
Sir.
That's Gannon's blood on the wall.
Okay, well, I guess, sir, if you think you have all the answers, then
You're making me guess.
I'm not.
You've got the answers.
I'm not making you
Letecia.
this, sir. I'm going to be respectful to you because
Letecia.
you offered to help me. You didn't help me, so I'm just going to sit here now.
Mr. Grusin. So we've got it paused at 3 hours, 25 minutes and 41 seconds. Mr. Grusing, this continuation of the discussion about Angel, was there any indication in the investigation that somebody by the name of Angel was involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No.
At the beginning, when you asked her for her being the defendant for a description of Angel, what did she say?
She said that Angel looks a lot like herself.
Do you remember the defendant saying that she had no motive to do this?
Yes.
We're going to play that next. It's 3 hours, 26 minutes through 3 hours, 34 minutes. So about 8 minutes, Judge. I don't know if you want him to stay up for 8 minutes or not, on the stand or not.
Give me just a minute.
Okay.
Where's it? You can, it's up to you, Mr. Grusing, if you want to stay there for the 8 minutes or.
I'll go.
He's got a steps goal, I think. I've got it at 3 hours, 26 minutes and 0 seconds. So having skipped roughly 19 seconds, and then we're going to play through 3 hours, 34 minutes.
If someone presents us with evidence, then we just follow the evidence.
Okay.
Right now, you're the last person with
Okay.
Gannon.
Then I don't do bad things to people. I don't.
I don't think you do bad things to people.
I don't do bad things to anyone, and I didn't do anything bad to Gannon.
I think something bad happened to Gannon, and I don't know of a way to get you to tell me about it.
Okay.
I tried through Al to get you to tell me about it. We've tried here.
Okay.
You came, and I think you have a defense mechanism. And I think your defense mechanism was, you need to go into another room, you tell us.
No, that was not no defense mechanism. I trusted you to talk to you because I thought you would
If you
help.
trusted me to talk to me, you would tell me where Gannon is right now.
I don't know.
Do. You know where he last was, and it wasn't at the pet
Okay.
code.
Okay.
But
Whatever
see, you can't make me guess. That's not
I'm
fair to me.
Why would I
not
keep
fair to
talking
Gannon.
if you're not going to help me?
You tell me how to help you.
I already did. I already did tell you. I told you how you could help. And
Nobody holds a kid like that.
okay, if that's what you think.
No, I'm just saying,
Okay,
if the
Sir.
sun comes up in the morning, it goes down at night every
Okay.
day. We have
Sir.
worked hundreds of these
if
things.
that's what you think. Okay. Me talking to you is not going to do anything else because all you're going to do is go think that you're going to get me to say something that I did that I didn't do.
That is not what I want.
Because I did not do anything to Gannon. Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. Why? I have no motive. None. Don't have the first motive. Everything I wanted in my life, I had it. Why? Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense a lot of the time what happens inside of a house.
Sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. All I can tell you is, I don't know. No reason to. In fact, to go on the record, I had a way better relationship with Gannon than I did with Lena. Way better. So much alike. We always like the same thing. We always have problems with our stomach. We always do all these things.
Do you know that there's almost a correlation sometimes between how much you get along with someone and how bad things happen in the house? I'm telling you that.
I don't. Well, maybe bad things happen in your house.
They happen in the house a lot more than they do out in public.
Maybe bad things happen in your house. But
Would it help if we showed you pictures of what we saw on the wall and by the bed? When you say nothing bad happened, you can't get around. Yes, Al, but we did not show Al that on purpose. He had to come get stuff out of the house. And he looked and saw the blood pool was about this big on the concrete.
Okay. And
that is not from a little gash like that.
Okay, and then what? And then you showed this to him, or how did he see this?
He had to come get stuff out of the house. I wasn't even there that day.
After you allowed people to stay in this house for a week.
I did not allow anybody to do anything.
Someone did.
Okay, that's not my call.
Okay. So
what I'm saying, though, is the wounds that you're describing to him, even when you're saying it doesn't...
Sir, I'm going to tell you now.
When you say the head thing was Saturday...
What I'm going to tell you now is people were inside of a home living, and it was not me. So maybe you can talk to whoever allowed people to live in the home. Okay? Whatever you're saying that was done extra or whatever, maybe you can talk to those people who were allowed to stay in a home during this supposedly. Okay? That's what I think. Maybe you can talk to people who were...
You're saying that the injury to Gannon happened...
I'm not saying anything except I know you're telling me this stuff. And you're saying this about, how bad these were and these things were. All I can tell you is maybe you can talk to the people that were allowed to stay in the home during this time. During this time that you have this supposed evidence, people that were allowed to stay in the home and people that were allowed to walk in and out to see it, supposedly. Okay?
So Gannon was in, all these wounds happened after he went.
I'm not saying anything other than, sir, you are telling me, you just sit here on record and telling me that Albert went inside somewhere that you were supposed to have as a supposed crime scene.
Wasn't there for that. If you want to get an answer for you about who was with him.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying for you as a professional, you would have allowed that, supposedly?
If he has to go get stuff.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure that's
as long as the scene had been processed.
Okay. Processed, sure. Okay. I'm sure that's how it works in this country. Doesn't it sound a little bit weird to you?
If the scene has been processed, no. I had a girl that was burned alive in a house in Bailey.
The scene was processed supposedly when people were still there day 1, day 2, day 3, and the scene was processed. Day 4, day 5, day 6, and the scene was processed.
You're saying that people were going in and out of the house, civilians, while they were processing the scene.
I'm asking you that because apparently you said the scene was processed, and then you want me to talk to you when I know that how shady that whole situation is. And you want me to give you answers for how shady that is. So you need to tell me in the scene that was processed, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, there was nobody going in and out. There was people living there.
Right.
Okay.
When they thought Gannon was still alive.
Okay. Living there. Okay. But you're saying the scene is processed because not you, but people surely were there. It's all on camera that there was crime scene people there while people were living there.
Of course, because they didn't know the severity of the scene. They just thought Gannon ran away, like you said, to go see a neighbor.
So the point is, how am I supposed to put my trust and faith in any bit of the system like that when that was going on? How?
So you're trying to put faith in the system.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm saying
if you would have told police the very first night that he was taken forcibly, everything would have been different.
That's not forcibly. Okay, I said exactly what I said, which was he didn't come back at 6 o'clock.
If you would have said other people have him and they should not have him, it would have been different. You controlled the way that law enforcement responded.
I did. So now it's my fault that they
Yes, by you
had
saying he's
people
walking
in
to play
there,
with a friend.
had people in there doing a supposed crime scene, and now you have all this stuff after you let people live there. And now you want to look at me and say something. Sir, I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
Okay, well, who did?
Did not.
Who did?
Did not. Just like all
Why
of
are
the
you,
other things.
why are you telling me you did not? I don't care if you did or not.
I'm just
Letecia.
telling you. Yes, you do
No, I
care.
don't.
Your father, you would care.
I care about Gannon. I don't care if you did it or not.
Sir, I didn't. Okay?
But you're saying you did it, but that doesn't help us find you.
Okay, well, I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I would not have no motive, no
I'm
reason
not asking you about
to
motive
hurt
or reason.
a child. No
Who
reason.
did?
No reason.
So we paused it at 3 hours, 34 minutes, Mr. Grusin. Mr. Grusing, at the beginning, you talked to or made a statement about a defense mechanism going into the other room. What was the purpose of you saying that?
Well, defense mechanism or misdirection. I was trying to, hone in on what happened that day. And neither I nor Special Agent Cohen found her story about Angel to be credible.
This tangent that we just witnessed happening where you're trying to get her to give who hurt Gannon, right? That challenge of that. And then she's talking about the scene instead. What was your impression of that?
It was yet another attempt to knock me off my line of questioning, another misdirection. As you can see, she's very effective at doing it. And I was telling her that the whole reason that law enforcement responded like they did was based on her initial report. But as she continues to talk over me and saying that because of the way she created Gannon just being at a friend's house, now that is a problem. It's yet another big hurdle that I've got to overcome to get to what happened to Gannon.
In that last clip that we played where it's the discussion about Angel, in some respects, did she actually revert back to Gannon is with a friend and didn't come home on time?
Yes.
So reverting back to the very original story that she told the police on January 27th.
Right.
That statement that she makes in this particular portion, she likes Gannon way more than Lena. You remember that?
Yes.
When you went through those searches with her earlier in the interview, did you find any, or did you recount any searches, I should say, to the defendant about involving stepdaughters or Lena specifically?
No.
In fact, you read to her some of those searches. One of them, I don't like my stepson.
Correct.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce?
Yes.
Did you ask her after this portion of the discussion about Quincy and Eduardo and the mountains?
I did.
What were you trying to get to there?
Well, as you could see with this story, it didn't take her long to get off of Angel and then divert to other people being in the house. And I wanted to just address the other stories yet again. And again, where we are at this point is we're still trying to find clues about where Gannon is. And I had already explained to her that I think the closest she came to describing Gannon's injuries was when she spoke about Quincy Brown. So I decided to go back there and give that a try.
What do you mean by that? That the closest she was to describing Gannon's true injuries was when she was talking about Quincy Brown. Tell me what you're talking about.
Well, I never saw the full autopsy of what happened to Gannon. I only heard about it secondhand. But when she was describing the head, the hands, the knees, and the blood pouring, that's the most descriptive. She had come with us, with us meaning investigative team, even including here.
So that was the most descriptive as far as any potential injuries that she was willing to tell the investigation.
Correct.
So we're at 3 hours, 34 minutes and 50 seconds. We're going to play a 5-minute clip. to 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds.
If you give me another name, I will chase that person. You tried Eduardo in the house, you tried Quincy Brown up in the mountains, now you've tried Angel.
I never said anything about no mountain.
Yes, you did. You were supposed to ride a bike
Oh,
up there in the
yeah.
mountains with Quincy Brown. But in
I
all,
never told you that.
you said you knew I was in the room.
I didn't say I knew you. I don't even know who
Well,
you were.
FBI,
Never know who you were. I didn't never say FBI either. Not what I said.
law enforcement.
No, I said I know someone is listening.
That's gotta be us.
No, it could have been anybody.
That's, I don't need to do that with you.
Exactly. There's no point of arguing that. You're not going to help me.
I think you could control this story by,
Sir,
well, you are
nothing but
concerned about what other
respectful to
people
you.
think.
I've been completely respectful to you. I have talked to you. I've been respectful to you, been kind to you. I did all these things to you because that's who I am. So I was wasn't raised to be bad to
I
people.
don't think you're a bad person. But I think bad things happen all the time. I've seen it.
Why bad things have to happen?
Because an 11-year-old boy is not home and he's not hanging out with somebody.
Okay, sir, okay. I'm glad that you think something so bad happens all the time. I'm sorry that you have to have this filled up of nothing but no compassion and all that. I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I have no reason, none, to hurt anyone in my family. None.
Can you tell me why there's blood on the bottom of your shoes?
I don't
Gannon's
know.
blood. The shoes they recovered in the garage.
In the garage?
Or in the top of the washer or something.
People weren't, did you think I didn't walk around in shoes?
With Gannon's blood on the bottom?
That's got to do with anything.
It's
I've already told you. We were outside unloading stuff. What has that got to do with anything? We are outside unloading my car. I mean, come on. That doesn't mean somebody's a bad person and done something wrong. Yeah, sir. No. Thing like that. To hurt Gannon, innocent, loving, help me out more than any person in the household. More than Albert. More than anyone. Help me.
I'm not saying Gannon's a bad kid.
No, help me. You know how much you'd be helping me with everything, pulling everybody else's slack? Who did it? Gannon.
And I think that's why this is so hard.
You're right. It's hard. You're right. It's hard because I didn't hurt you. To not have him helping me, that is hard. Very hard. Knowing that right now, sitting at home, Gannon knowing the situation, you know what Gannon would do? He would wait on me anything I would ask him just to make sure I was okay. Anything.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Oh, he would. Before even Albert would even do it. He would. If he was sitting here right now and needed anything, me to ask him to do anything, he would do it. So there's no intention, motive, reasoning, nothing for Gannon. Nothing to hurt him in any kind of way. None. Nada.
You did say on the phone calls there was no premeditation involved.
Yeah.
You said
I was saying to Albert, like he was, if you're talking about when Albert was asking me that, I was simply saying, because you were trying to get him or whoever was trying to get him to walk me down some pathway of whatever it may be, whatever that may be. Come on, sir. I didn't wake up and be like, oh, my life changed today. That's not how it works in life. Bad people, whether you say do this or do that or do that or do this, they just do bad things
no,
to people.
it's not necessarily true.
Okay, well,
I told you good people do bad things. I've seen it.
are you a good person?
Yes.
And you do bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
But if you had any key to telling us where Gannon is, You would tell it to us if you were a good person. Would you not? And so
So pausing it now at 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds. At the very beginning of this, you said, if you give me another name, we'll chase that down. Have you ever tried to go back and count the number of different versions of stories this defendant gave during the pendency of this investigation?
No, I have not.
Is it too many to count?
I just haven't sat down and done it. It's
Yeah.
quite a few.
And then variations of maybe like the Quincy Brown story has different branches of that story.
Correct.
The Eduardo story has different branches on that story.
Yes.
The Gannon was playing with a friend and didn't come home. Are there different branches to that story?
Yes.
And then we get the pregnant woman with a money in her belly story, different story.
Right.
Why did you tell her you don't think you're a bad person? What was the purpose of that?
It's hard to get someone to talk about something bad if they think the person talking to them already thinks they're bad.
Were you hoping that that would maybe loosen her up and she would give you some information?
Well, and yeah, I think she did not intend for this, whatever the awful thing was that happened to Gannon, to happen.
That's what you were trying to get her to
Correct.
believe you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay. Were you actually thinking that?
Yeah, I didn't know how all this started as far as I was only taking my role in this investigation. I was not the case agent. My role was just to speak with Letecia, take in as many facts as I could for these interviews. And so I was taking in what she was saying, and she was putting it back again to me with a foot injury on Saturday and now a head injury on Saturday. So we've got a progression of things happening. And I was just gathering from her what I can and passing it on to the investigative team.
When you said those things, you obviously didn't have Gannon's body had not been recovered yet.
That's correct.
Hadn't heard anything about an autopsy and the number of injuries that he had suffered.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember asking her right after this clip that we just saw about where did you last see Gannon?
Yes.
Why did you want to go down that path?
In my experience, especially if you have a close relationship with someone who has disappeared, you are clearly able to articulate the last time that you saw that person. And so far in the phone calls with Al, and even with my time, she has not said what that very last sighting of him was.
Okay. And we're going to jump to that section now. 3 hours, 40 minutes and 59 seconds. And we're going to play it through 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yes.
your argument isn't going to work, Letecia.
Argument about what?
Your argument that somebody took him. You're not going to be able to tell that story.
Okay.
If you help us today,
Okay.
find out where Gannon is. If you could, because I have 100% confidence that you can tell me exactly where you last left Gannon.
Okay. Now you're accusing me.
I'm just telling you what
Okay.
the research shows, what our investigation showed.
I'm
Then
glad that
listen.
you have research that.
It
I'm glad you have
will
research that.
look good. It will look much better for you.
I didn't do anything. So what do you want me to look better at? I didn't do
Are you going to
anything.
tell me right now that the last place you saw Gannon was
I'm not
really
gonna
him
say
getting
anything.
into an Impala?
Sir, I'm not going to say anything because you're not trying to help me.
Finding Gannon would help you.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't
Wouldn't
you
it?
think that?
Then tell me where
Don't
he
you
is.
think that? Don't you
I know it.
really don't think that?
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is.
Where did you last see him?
I'm not, sir. I'm not. You proved that you were not going to help me. Okay, you did. You proved you were not going to help me.
If you tell me where you last saw him, I can help you. I promise you that, Letecia.
I don't get it. Then her Gannon. I mean, I don't know how to like write that out, say it in 10 different languages.
So what do you want me to say? You didn't hurt Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No. No.
Did you put Gannon somewhere?
No.
You didn't put him in a dumpster.
Dumpster? What? Sandy bad, horrible things.
Because we've been tracking your car, we've been tracking, even when your phone is off, it can be tracked.
Good, sir, I'm glad.
And so we've been going through dumpsters all
Okay.
through. Is Gannon in a dumpster?
Sir, you can go through
Just please.
whatever you
That
want
would
to go
save
through.
us.
Sir,
That would save us
I didn't do
hundreds of
anything.
days. Just
I
tell me
didn't
if he's in a
do
dumpster.
anything.
That's fine. But will you tell me if he's in a dumpster?
If I didn't do anything to him, how am I answering that question for you?
Whether it's Angel or whoever
I'm how
else.
am I answering this question for you? Really? You sit here and ask them that?
Because we want to find him. I would not ask you that question
I
if
didn't
it wouldn't help us
do
find him.
anything to him. Nothing. Didn't hurt, harm, kill, nothing. Again. Did not. Would not,
Where's the last place you saw him?
sir.
Please.
You've already asked me all these questions.
I know, but that's an easy question. The last place you saw Gannon, which can really help us find him.
Sir, you've
Why would you not
already-
say that? If you had nothing
Because
to do,
I've already tried to help you.
no, but if you had nothing to do, if you did not hurt, harm, anything, why would you not tell me the last place you saw him?
Okay.
Because it's a memory you don't want to look at.
Memory?
Yes,
Really?
I would think it's a memory.
Okay.
Gannon's been missing now for how many days? You know when you last saw him, but you won't tell the one agency that can find him.
You already said, you already basically lost my whole
That's
ability.
not a
to
true
trust.
story. That's worse than Quincy
Okay,
Brown.
all right, okay.
What about the pregnant lady with the money in her
Okay.
stomach?
Sir, okay.
Letecia, tell me the last place you saw him, and we can find Gannon, and you can, that will help you so much in this case.
Oh,
Yes, it will. What do you think is going to help you now? If I walk out of here and we haven't got a lead on how to find Gannon, all you've got is the story of the stuff on the wall. You've got the blood. You've got blood all over the house. You've got
Okay.
blood on the bottom of your shoes,
okay,
and you've got about 7 lies.
okay.
If you help us find Gannon, that will help you tremendously. And yet you won't tell me. Why? Yes, I will. I've just,
So we've got it now paused at the end of that section, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds. Why'd you throw out the dumpster?
There had been searches in dumpsters. And at that point, since we had no leads, I was hoping maybe she could at least, I was being truthful there, saying, can you at least narrow our world on what we're searching at this point? Because we didn't have a lead on where Gannon was.
You were just trying to get that from her at that particular point.
Yes.
Do you remember going from that discussion into asking her about any mental health issues that she was dealing with?
Yes, I believe I asked her a second time after asking her initially.
Right. And so that's what we're going to get into next, and that's at timestamp 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds. And it lasts for almost 2 minutes. So it goes to 3 hours, 52 minutes and 18 seconds. So I'm starting it at 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds.
The one, not the one.
do you know if I asked you ahead of time if you're having anxiety or depression or stuff like that?
Anxiety, depression, any of those things, because to be honest with you, that's it.
But have you been, you said Gannon's been seeing counselors. Have you been seeing counselors?
Right, about teaching, one time. Maybe she did it too, because she was going to give the emotional support animal.
That's it.
Yeah, it was the 2 times on base, and we talked about not wanting to be in teaching anymore and all that route. Stress on the job, that was what we talked about.
You had searched a little bit on the suicide stuff.
What suicide stuff?
Or was that you, or was that just random heat stroke?
Suicide? I don't even
Have you ever thought about suicide?
Who?
You.
I'm not thinking about suicide.
What is that? What a suicidal person might say. That's what I was.
Yeah, because I have someone in my family before that had said that to me, and I've looked up information.
That's not you.
wow.
Take
A
that.
lot of things in their family go on too, you know, that you maybe want to look up and be like, oh, this is going on. How they're dealing with this. No.
Okay.
So when you're asking her about any mental health issues, um, did she indicate basically only 2 times?
Yes.
And what was the reason that she was seeing this counselor?
Counseling on the base regarding her teaching, I believe.
Okay. When you left the room here, what were you doing?
I believe she asked if she could make a phone call, and plus I wanted to check with our team, so I wanted to see, what was going on with them.
Okay. When you came back in the room, did you start to ask her about the board that was found with blood on it?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to jump to that. So we're at 3:55 in 0 seconds. That period of time in between. So when we stopped at 3:52:18 till when you're about to come back in the room at 3:55 and 0 seconds, was she just in the room by herself?
Yes.
Was she acting normal?
Yes.
Any concerning behavior from her?
No.
Okay, we're going to start it at 3:55 and go through 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 11 seconds. So a little over 11 minutes.
Thank you.
At some point, we'll ask you how many steps it takes to get back and forth.
Did the rest of them or anything?
I just wanted to call to see that Harley got home.
She did. Yeah, they talked with Harley, they talked with Dee Dee, they talked with Laura. There were search warrants at Laura's house, Dee Dee's house, your van. I think that's it. So yeah, they got Harley back home.
Harley with Dee Dee?
Yeah, 'cause I told them that you you know, I met you out of the car and you said you'd like Dee Dee to be the guardian in between time or whatever.
Why are you sitting in their house? I mean,
Because you stayed there.
I'm saying like they're not in trouble, are they?
No, neither nor Dee Dee. I'm not asking you stuff around teaching.
Mm-hmm.
I do with that. And whether you did this or not, it doesn't matter. The reason they asked me is to come find what happened again. And if I can't get past, you know, if I can't prove a story, whether you tell it to me, Al tells it to me, whether it's El Paso Sheriff's Office, again, I don't take anything as true until I can prove it. With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the courtroom. And I've done nobody homicide before. They have more on this case than we do on most of them. I don't want you to be the way you can help yourself out of this thing is to give us something, even though it's very
You just said you have what you need, so why do you need to keep asking me?
because you were the last one.
But if you have what you need, why do you keep asking me? Like,
Because our goal is to find Gannon. Our goal is not to prosecute you. That is the district attorney's job. We're investigators. And like you've just seen, I do a poor job about half the time because I have to guess. Because as much as we tried to track you with your cars and your phones and whatever else, there are gaps. We do have, like I told you, the blood in the house. We do have the blood on, we have, do you know about the board that was thrown in the forest? Letecia?
oh. What? I'm sorry, sir, what?
That's okay. The board that has Gannon's blood on it that was thrown in the forest.
So all right, so what?
It's got your DNA on it.
Okay.
But then how do you explain stuff like that and then turn around and say, but then turn around and say, I don't know.
I lived in the house with Gannon. I was Gannon's main caretaker. I wouldn't be surprised if everything I done didn't involve Gannon. Whatever.
But that board was from the house, and then it's up all by Highway 105.
Board from the house. I've already explained to you about any kind of stuff that would have been from the foot. I've already told you that, and I don't know what you.
But Gannon didn't go throw it up there.
Okay, so now someone threw it up there. So now someone threw it up there.
Or dropped or whatever. How did that board get up there?
Sure. Now you're going on about the
Well,
board.
Letecia,
And Albert already called about this board. Because you were there, right?
Yes.
And the sock and all this stuff, right?
Sock had nothing to do with it.
Okay. But yeah, he said a sock.
But he did say it's sock.
Right.
But the board is true.
Sir.
The board was right where your T1 was.
Sure. Tiguan.
Yeah. Yeah, because we tracked it.
You could have gotten all that from me easily. You just logged into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like.
Right. But if you track from where your T1 went and you look at where that board went.
Now, okay, so this is why it's so, like, backwards. So now my Tiguan, but I was driving a truck, and then now my Tiguan, and now, and then you tried on the rental car, but then
No, you had 3 different cars.
there's proof on the rental car, and I didn't even get to drive it. So,
Right, there's low mileage on it. But we don't know where you went, because you had your phone on.
Watch on.
Yeah, but you had your phone.
But the
watch is up in the forest somewhere, isn't it?
No, the watch is in the forest. You guys have my watch. It's at El Paso Detention Center.
That's the watch there. I thought you had an iWatch.
That is. That's where the watch was at.
Okay.
My watch says it's clearly sitting in El Paso County.
Okay. But your phone was off those couple of days.
A couple of days.
The 27th, it was off when you were between the Petcos.
But I had my watch on.
Right. But what I'm saying.
The watch tells you where you go. It's mirrored.
But I'm telling you, we have holes in our investigation, and you can help us with that.
Or I didn't even drive my car anywhere really, other than just going to meet friends.
You drove the Tiguan up there.
Yeah, other than to meet friends, yes.
So who will you meet? What friends? That can be a lead we can help find Gannon with.
You guys already know all my friends, so maybe
No, we don't know those up there.
that should be the ones that you really know.
We don't know the ones up there, I guarantee you.
And like the guy said, oh, tire pressure and all this, then you would have saw where if I stopped anywhere or done whatever.
Can't you tell me though?
Sure.
Instead of
You want me to
making
do
me,
that? Like, I've already had to tell you everything personal about her life. You have everything personal.
I don't have what friends you saw up there on 105 where that board is.
Look, I'm not going to admit to any kind of board.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying tell me who your friends are up there and we can go talk to
And
them.
my Tiguan wasn't even driven that way until
Okay, so maybe it was
later.
how much later?
I don't even know. Before they took it.
Okay, so was the truck up there?
Took up where?
Up that 105 area.
Oh, cool. Cause I just missed it.
But
I was going to Castle where he said this.
but is that where the board was? It was in the back
Sir,
of the
I
truck.
don't know where the board was at because I don't know. I really don't know. You're asking me a question that I really don't know the answer to.
But we have a board up
Okay.
there where you were driving
Okay.
with Gannon's blood on it,
Okay.
with your DNA on it.
Okay. So
So
my DNA, which would be what?
skin cells.
Okay, my skin cells, which I lived in a home, if that's what
Correct.
you're telling me.
Yeah.
And I've already told you that there was all this wood in the garage.
Yeah, but you never told me that you took a piece out of the truck and flung it up there. Put it or flung it. And again, Letecia, I think you get mad when I say a verb or something, whether you placed it, flung it, dropped it, hit it, I don't know. But all I know is that our FBI evidence response team recovered it.
Okay. Did you check everybody else in the house?
As far as for their DNA?
No, not the DNA to see if they put it there. Because you remember, these are the people that were in the house when I wasn't there. Did you check all them?
The people in the house.
Yeah, did you check the people in the house?
You mean the crime scene people?
No, I mean the people that I'm sorry, phrase that, because you don't like you, that was allowed to stay there when all this stuff you're talking about would have been there. Okay?
Correct.
Did you check all these people?
As far as their DNA?
No. Did you check to see if any of them did this?
Drove and threw that wood up there?
Did you check them?
Their GPS, their phone.
No. Did you check them? Because that is doesn't matter. So you mean to tell me you checked Veronica's GPS and her phone?
Okay.
Judge, that's now paused at 4 hours, 6 minutes and 11 seconds, and it's 4:49.
Is this a good place for a break?
It is, Judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our weekend break. Sorry. We will have our weekend, easy for me to say, we will have our weekend break. Again, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. You must not do any independent investigation or research about the case. You must not discuss the case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you have heard all of the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. That'll be after the closing and instructions and all of that. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not permit anyone else to discuss the case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, report that fact immediately. Do not talk with any witnesses or with the defendant or with the attorneys in the case. You cannot talk to them and they cannot talk to you, even casually. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury and inform them of how long the trial will last. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from jury service. Do not communicate about the case with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post any information about this case or about your experience as a juror on this case on any website, list server, chat room, blog, or website. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this. This applies whether you are here, at home, or anywhere else. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary to clarify terms that may be used in this case. With that, have a good weekend. Enjoy the weekend. I don't think it's going to be as nice as it was last weekend, but it's Colorado. Just love it. Embrace it. So we'll see you on Monday morning, 9 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Let's go through the the exhibit list for a moment. I have exhibits 1 through 43. Oh, no, sorry. 1 through, yeah, that's right. 1 through 43, 46, through 103, 105, through 198, 201 through 211, 220.
To stop you, we don't have
Yep.
206 in.
What? I'm sorry, 206 was, no, 206 was, it is in. It was introduced through Mr. Stauch and then was brought in through actually Harley Hunt, I think. So let's go, let's see, 206 to 211, 220, 222 through 224, 226, 27, 28, 230 through 237, 239,
Some of those in the-
Have,
maybe what we should do, and the easier way to do this might be, I can show you what I have, because it's, what is it, 40 pages? 50 pages, sorry, 49. I can show you what I have. You guys can take a look at it, see where you agree or disagree. And we also have Defendant's Exhibit A. That's the only exhibit I have so far from defense. Does that sound right?
right.
Okay. And then, so you can take a look at what it is that I have, who it is that I admitted it through, because I tried to take accurate notes on that. And then we'll see where there's a disagreement. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
Oh, Your Honor.
Defense?
No comment.
What does next week look like? And I suppose primarily, when are we anticipating Dr. Gray's testimony?
So obviously it's going to depend on witnesses ahead of that, but
I didn't know if you were going to try and sandwich him in somewhere, or if he was last or what.
Well, the debate for us is either Dr. Gray or Torres, Judge. So it'd
Okay.
be one of those two. And it's, at least as we're tentatively looking at that, it'd be Wednesday morning.
Okay.
We do have, just so the court's aware, we do have some witnesses that are going to be flying in from the East Coast. 3 of them, as a matter of fact, and that's going to require some massaging of our presentation of these witnesses.
Okay.
And we've also got a witness flying in from Hawaii as well. So that's
Okay.
Dr. Grimmett.
Okay, well, we will work around whatever it is that we need to work around. I was just trying to get some idea then. Okay. All right, well, we'll see everybody on Monday morning then. Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess.